in Australia. Okay? This is going to be an Australian card. Because it's headlined by Volkanovski. So let's take a look at the full card for UFC 325. Let's see here. All right.
Why are you not getting powerful erections even after taking an ED medication? It comes down to how arousal really works. Stimulation starts in the brain, where signals are sent through the nervous system, triggering the release of nitric oxide. That relaxes blood vessels, increases blood flow, and leads to an erection. But if any part of that process breaks down, whether it's due to stress, poor circulation, or nerve issues, you may not be getting the results you're
UFC 325. Let's start from the very top. Now, a lot of people are not too happy with this rematch, right? Because we've already seen how this goes. We've seen that Volkanovski can beat Diego Lopes. But at the same time, it could be that Diego Lopes is ready to catch up to Volkanovski. You see, it is true that Alexander Volkanovski was in his prime, or still is in his prime, at least before he fought Islam, or at least before he fought, whoever it is that he needed to fight to become a champion. But rest assured, Diego Lopes is younger, and Volkanovski is getting older. There could be a catch-up here, but I highly doubt it. I think Volkanovski is going to out-wrestle him. I think Volkanovski is going to win on points. And the majority of the reason why he's going to win on points is because of the wrestling. He can get outboxed, he can get outstruck, but he'll always have the wrestling in his back pocket. So Volkanovski is either going to win by striking points or wrestling points, and that's how this fight is going to go. Benoit Saint-Denis and Dan Hooker, that right there is going to be a riot of a fight. I'm telling you right now, that's going to be fight of the night. It has fight of the night written all over it. I think Dan Hooker is going to catch him. He has experience being in these wars. And Benoit Saint-Denis can't really out-wrestle Dan Hooker or put him down in any kind of way. I'm going to go with Dan Hooker. Rafael Fiziev versus Mauricio Ruffi. I'm going to go with Rafael Fiziev, unanimous decision. Tai Tuivasa versus Tallison Teixeira. I'm going to go with Tallison Teixeira in this one. I think he's going to get a first-round knockout against Tai Tuivasa. Tai Tuivasa is a 50-50 fighter. You never know what he's going to offer you. You never know what he's going to do. But you know for a fact that he's going to be in some wars, and this fight is going to be a war. It's heavyweight. Anybody can knock anyone out, and I think Tallison is going to get a first-round knockout. They're going to come in there.
This is Mike, and Mike just had the best week of his life. It started with a Negroni by the pool.
Really fast and furious, but I think Tallison is going to come out on top with that first-round knockout. Killen Skilled versus Jamie Mularkey. Wow, that's a good fight right there, man. Killen Skilled just had that crazy knockout not too long ago against Jamie Mularkey. I'm going to have to go with Killen Skilled on this one, right? Jamie Mularkey has had some wars, but he can crack. Yeah, I'm going to go with Killen Skilled on this. No, you know what, man? I'm going with Jamie Mularkey. I think Jamie Mularkey's experience is going to play factors in here. Junior Tafa versus Billy Alakina. I'm going to go with Billy Alakina. Younger prospect, right? Doesn't make mistakes as often as Junior Tafa does. Cam Rowston versus Cody Brundage. I'm going to go with Cody Brundage on this one. I think he's had much tougher competition coming up in the United States as opposed to Cam Rowston. Like, a lot of these guys are not really that tested in Australia, right? If you look at the ranks right there, the world rankings, he's number 38 and Cam is like number 49. So a world of difference. Okay, middleweight division. How about this, man? Jason Malkoun versus Torrey Finney. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Undefeated Torrey Finney. Yeah, I'm going to go with Torrey Finney on this one, man. You know what, man? Yeah, this won't go to a decision, but I'm going to go with Torrey Finney. I just think that, you know, the undefeated guy, there's a reason why he's undefeated, and, you know, he's already ranked, you know, as opposed to Jacob Malkoun. Now, once again, they don't really face a lot of top competitions in, you know, in their part of the world, as opposed to Torrey Finney, who's, look, you're just going to have the tougher competition here in America, you know, especially in the regional scene. Jonathan Metcalf taking on Oban Elliot. Ooh, that's a good one. That's another 50-50 fight. I'm going to have to go with Oban Elliot on this one. I just think that Oban Elliot has faced tougher competition, and he's got a strong team behind him. Cayenne Ofli taking on Yizia. I'm going to have to go with Cayenne Ofli on this one. The Chinese are unproven in world level MMA, right? Just really unproven. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Khan. Let's take a look at where Khan has been in his career. 7-4-1. He has a win in hex fighting. Okay, so this is his UFC debut. All right. Now, as opposed to the Chinese guy Yiza, 26-5, very decorated. Okay, but he's fought in the UFC. Okay, yeah, I might have to go with him instead, right? You know, he's got the longer UFC experience, and okay, road to UFC bout. How about this? We got a championship between these two guys right here. Okay. And then a road to UFC bout, tournament champion. Okay, so this is a tournament matchup that they got going on. Okay. All right, so I wonder if that is also going to be included in the whole entire card, or maybe that's separate from the whole card or part of the prelims. Let's find out. Let's find out what that is. So, okay, so they are added onto that as, okay. All right. So that is all in there. Okay, so that is all in there. Okay. What is the start time for this card right here? The start time for UFC 326. Okay, so 3 p.m. No, okay, wait, no, the prelims. (2 p.m.) Okay, so it's going to take place at 2 p.m. To be exact. Okay, so 2 p.m. this Saturday, I will be there to cover the fight. I hope you guys will be there as well. This is all that I really have for this one right now. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. You know that guy that's always on my outros that says, I'm going to beat your ass? Well, guess what? He ended up beating up somebody at a studio. Go check this out.
I don't let go of Boskoe until I decide I want to let go of Boskoe. Period, point blank. Choke didn't come off, so I decided to let go of the choke. Pay attention to it.
I'm not let him go. Let go of my chain. My chain pop, my breaking. Get his hands. Get his hands. Why are you playing? Let go of my let his hands. You got his hands? You got his hands?
I was choking him right
You got his hands? Get his hands. I'll let him go. You got his hands?
Approaching the 24-minute mark. Perfect. All right, so MMA Guru went on the Nelk Boys podcast, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. I didn't watch all of it, but I'm going to tell you the huge impact that this can send into the MMA industry. Number one, let's be honest about MMA Guru, right? I'm not here to tell you whether I like him or not, because that's completely irrelevant to the fact that he is very much an influential force in the world of MMA right now. Here's an example of what I mean that he's an influential force, okay? Number one, MMA Guru has a huge fan base that is disgruntled, that is distrustful of the UFC, quite frankly, also very distrustful of Dana White. So then he goes on to a podcast with a group of guys that are basically Dana White disciples. That's the best way to really put it when it comes to the Nelk Boys. Okay, they were given $200,000 for their birthday by Dana White, and there's very few fighters that can get $200,000 from Dana White, let alone a birthday gift. But that's neither here or there, because understand that it is the UFC that allocates this salary, and not necessarily Dana White out of his own pocket. So let's also try and understand that, right? Nonetheless, all of these things that you have against Dana White, or the matters that you are disgruntled about with the UFC, the matchmaking, for example, a lot of people not happy with the Israel Adesanya and the Joe Pfeiffer fight. By the way, I could go into a little bit of details later on why that fight is happening. But for now, understand that MMA Guru can literally change the shift of the entire narrative of the MMA world based on the fact that he is not affiliated with anybody. And as a result of that, he is a lot more trustworthy, believe it or not, than the likes of Michael Bisping, the likes of John Anik, the likes of Dominic Cruz, the likes of anybody that has a hand in the UFC's media team. And that also includes Laura Cinco. These are people that will never give you an honest answer when it comes to honest assessments about the MMA industry. As for MMA Guru, on the other hand, he is a little bit unique in that, but there's a little bit of some chinks in that armor, considering the fact that MMA Guru is friends with Tom Aspinall. And this is the reason why he makes jokes about John Jones. Obviously, the very highlighted and the very well documented John Jones' GAY video that he made, right? Which, by the way, made like, I believe, millions of views now. That should be up to the millions of views, if not close to it. But nonetheless, a very big video for MMA Guru, right? Because, well, let's just be honest about it. Is he ever going to give an honest assessment against John Jones? If John Jones ever decides to fight Tom Aspinall, the answer is no. Now, what about any other opponents against Tom Aspinall? Is he ever going to give him a fair shake? No, he's... All right, so at this point, I would say that MMA Guru has the attention of Dana White. Now, think about this. The Nelk Boys are affiliated with Dana White. They're going to see this. Aiden Ross, who he's done a live stream with, he's affiliated with Dana White. He's going to see all of this. Maybe not the whole entire portion of the content, but the snippets of it where there's this influential guy in England who's not even a fighter, not even a manager, not even anybody tied to the business other than doing reactions to UFC shows. And he has the influence of everybody when it comes to saying that I'm not doing my job correctly. And that's Dana White saying this himself regarding MMA Guru. That is if he runs across these videos and these snippets, which most likely he will. And if you look at the Nelk boys, they look so embarrassed by all of this or shocked at the idea that, wow, Dana White's not doing a good job. Well, of course, they're casuals. We as hardcores, we see things that other people don't. So we critique things in a much different manner. But we'll see where this goes.
You got his hands?
He's choking him right
Got
here.
his hands? His hands. Let him go. You got his hands? Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me. I'm doing my shame. I'm doing it. I'm doing my shame. Get off me there. Get up.
Obviously, I wasn't making a video, but that's why they got on camera. But how did it end? That's what I was worried about. Don't get to pulling me yanking on my jewelry because you ain't got nothing. Don't get to tugging and snatching and all that kind of stuff because you ain't got nothing. Don't do that. You feel me? Now that I'm done telling this little stupid Flu Flamer Skulldugger story about how Boskoe was my first official victim in these YouTube streets, first official one, but I'll spare him though. Little humiliation, you feel me? Make him beg for freedom real quick. Make him beg, let me go, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. You can say whatever you want about this jiu-jitsu.
If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu here MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
Go worry about your little
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie. My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see a
fight with King Kill,
so
bro.
For those y'all,
what you want. That was easy work. I did it with a smile on my face. Imagine if you really took the time to piss me off.
We in a very small space. And you've been in fights where the space gets small. Niggas laugh and joke, but that jiu-jitsu means something when you are in a closed space. You feel me?
right.
It for sure means something. So when I had Boskoe in that chokehold, it's no intention to hurt somebody to where they got to walk away with life-threatening injury. There's no intention to make somebody lose air to their brain to where they pass out. No intention for none of that. It's the intention to maintain control of the situation because Boskoe is out of control in this moment. So we having an interview and you don't like what I said because your addictions are getting the betterment of you and you decide to take a punch. Well, now I got to neutralize the issue. So the first thing you hear in the first clip of the video is me saying, stop playing because you could lose your life out here. But that's the fact. When you playing these games and somebody got you choking or choking you the way I'm choking you, a less generous person will take advantage of your weakness. You feel? In a submissive position, and then when I let him go, nobody got his hands, but y'all trying to grab me. Why would I let him go?
Right.
That don't make no sense. Because on some nigga shit, we both know what happens after that. We know what happens in a fight when they only grab one person and the person's not losing and get their lick.
Right, right. But this is the thing too. When you put somebody in a chokehold, you definitely trying to take them out the game. When you squabbling, when you getting down with somebody and you put them hands on them, you putting them hands on them to let them know, nigga, you can't mess with. You know how you be talking when you whooping somebody with them hands.
Yeah.
But when
when
you put somebody in that chokehold, you trying to take them out the game. All that I'm trying to control. Nah, the way you was on, you was trying to take him out the game. Nigga, cut all that down.
Nah, man, not me, bro. Rick Rock, you just wait for that, bro.
This ain't listen, y'all wouldn't know just y'all was in the studio. That wasn't no ring. In the ring, yeah, but on the streets, and you get out with somebody, you put them in that chokehold, you trying to put them to sleep. I know I am.
Nah, man, not me, Rick Rock, not me, man. Jiu-jitsu is used for self-defense only to neutralize targets who are out of control, man. We don't use it for that.
But that wasn't self-defense. You seen your op, you supposed to whoop him, put hands on him real decent. You supposed to let him know the next time you see me, you gonna shake my hand. Next time you see me, he supposed to be walking around here with black Lopes on, man. He supposed to have them shades.
Well, you know what? I I should be seeing Boskoe again because he does still have to fight. He got to fight King too, and I'm still already paid to commentate.
Right.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through and he started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
Second or so. Gervonta Tank Davis is now in trouble with the law and is being pursued by U.S. Marshals. What are the charges? Kidnapping. And not only is it kidnapping, the other charges also deal with domestic violence. So that's a hard one to talk about. And I'm going to tell you why, right? Because there are variations of how these things go. There's the female on male dynamic. There's the male on female dynamic, which obviously is the most common, right? Where in cases of woman on man crime is a little bit rare. Though it's not an exception to the rule. These things are a reality in all different variations and nuances, which goes to say that maybe we shouldn't blame Gervonta Davis fully for all of this. But at the same time, you got to take responsibility for the things that you did. And the way that Gervonta Davis grew up, you need to understand that he comes from the hood. The way that they deal with emotions is a little bit different than, let's say, people who grew up with father figures. Not to say that there are people in the hood that don't have father figures, but there's a lot that don't. And Gervonta Tank Davis just happened to be one of them. Or maybe you run across a mother like Terrence Crawford, who, by the way, I'm sorry to say, abused him in a way where he allowed him to go and fight other kids in a very aggressive manner, in a way where you know what? Is this even called for? Is this even needed? Is this even necessary for him to do? And the reality of that situation is that it's not, man. It's not. Look, let me just be honest about this, right? Violence is never the answer, but at the same time, there are explanations to violence. Okay, for example, there are many people out there that are going to say, you know what, it's not right to go after the Israelis in the way that, let's say, Hamas and let's say bombers have done in the past, right? Throwing RPGs their way or just blowing up random coffee shops. Okay, that's understandable. And that right there, okay, it should not be glorified in any kind of way. In fact, it should be condemned. However, one cannot dismiss the reality that sometimes violence is caused by something else. So what I'm trying to say is that please have an open mind and understanding what is the reality with Gervonta Tank Davis, but at the same time understanding that is never the right way. It is never the right and correct way to express, you know, an extreme level of violence, especially towards the opposite gender. So unfortunately, with Gervonta Tank Davis, what we got right now is, well, probably the end of his career, at least for now, until he gets his stuff together. There's not going to be any Devin Haney fights, no Ryan Garcia rematches, and no Lomachenko fights, no championship fights, no Lamont Roach rematch, in which I believe he scored a draw against him. And then that's it. That's just the reality of Gervonta Tank Davis's boxing career right now, right? He was going to go in there and fight Jake Paul, and as a result of that, that fight never came to fruition. That fight never came about, right? It never materialized. But that's just the reality of combat sports in a nutshell. And you know what? Here's another unfortunate reality of combat sports. Some guys end up really just burning out before we can even see them shine. I'll give you an example. Lee Abraham Murray is a great example of this. A very great example of this. You want to know why Lee Abraham Murray is a great example of this? Imagine this. His last fight ever was against Anderson Silva. After he fought Anderson Silva, what happened? When he fought Anderson Silva, he went to go rob a bank, and it was the highest bank heist in British history. And then, well, the rest is history. Now, he went down to become one of the greatest bank robbers of all time while fighting one of the greatest fighters of all time. But after that, he had one UFC fight, which was against Jorge Rivera, in which he submitted him. And then he never had a fight ever since. The Anderson Silva fight was not even in England. I'm sorry, it was not even in the UFC. It was in England in Cage Rage. So as a result of that, we never got to see the true potential of Lee Abraham Murray. Oh, and how about this? The street fight stories where he ended up knocking out Tito Ortiz in a street fight. And at the time, Tito Ortiz was the light heavyweight champion of the world. Can you imagine? We would have had ourselves a double champion at that time. But that's the reality of Gervonta Tank Davis. And we will see what happens from here on out, because yes, he will get arrested. Yes, he will face prison time of some sort, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to mean the end of his career. It's not going to mean the end of his career. It won't mean the end of his career. But we shall see if it really is the end of his career, no matter what the outcome is on this one. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu Elkir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
religion, in particular the Abrahamic faith that confesses in the oneness of God, monotheism, or Tawhid as we call it in Arabic and in the Islamic terms of it. Monotheism, you understand that this life is a test. And so Anthony Joshua has understood that. For a long time, Anthony Joshua felt like he could box for a longer period of time. Now, the problem with that is it's unsustainable, right? Because at a certain point, he had enough money to quit, but then you also got to take into effect, now you're going back in there, and now you're getting knocked around with Daniel Dubois. Yes, you did get knocked out by Andy Ruiz, and you came back and won, but then you continued and perpetuated even after the Pulev fight. Then you met Usyk, but then you beat everybody else not named Daniel Dubois, okay? So it seems like a pretty successful career. Now, the cherry on top really is the Jake Paul fight. Because once he got that Jake Paul fight, once Anthony Joshua got that Jake Paul fight, he should have understood that he was going to quit right there, right? This is not a guy that's on his level, but this is a guy that can pay him a lot of money. So he took the fight. And then this tragedy happened, which just happened to coincide with the event of his fight with Jake Paul, and then leading on to the demise of his friends. But what Anthony Joshua learned out of this was understanding that life is short, and all the accomplishments in boxing can be very addictive, and it pulls you back in every time, right? Now, I'm going to give you a very bold prediction about this, okay? And it's all predicated on if, let's say, Anthony Joshua is healthy, okay? Because I'm going to give you a little bit of some positive light to this. The positive light is the fact that Anthony Joshua is a competitive person given the fact that, let's say, he has no injuries of any kind, and disregarding any of those injuries, if he has any, or hopefully he doesn't, he can easily come back because he's a competitive person. He just has to try to get over this right now. But should he? The answer is no. You've already accomplished everything that you wanted, unless, of course, you still have that competitive drive, which I think there is a part of him that still has that. AJ has been disciplined all throughout his career, and as a result of that, he has a high potential of going back. He has taken care of his body a whole lot better than Tyson Fury, and for these two guys to be around in the same age group, you could argue that Anthony Joshua has taken care of himself way better going into his 40s than, let's say, Tyson Fury. So as a result of that, this is what happens, right? I think that Anthony Joshua is going to have a hard time dealing with what he's dealing with right now. But at the same time, I also think that Anthony Joshua doesn't have anything else to prove, even if he's healthy to do it or not. Anthony Joshua has decided that he is going to quit boxing forever. And I know that sounds insane to say, but it feels that Anthony Joshua has understood a certain spiritual awakening after the demise of two of his friends that were involved in a car accident that was taking place in Nigeria. Now, unfortunately, there have been a lot of ridiculous conspiracy theories behind what happened to Anthony Joshua, in the likes of Bryce Mitchell, always trying to play a character, trying to live up to the idea that, hey, guys, I am the conspiracy theory guy, therefore I have something different and groundbreaking to say. Well, you know what? In the light of Anthony Joshua's retirement, one thing we have to understand is that when it comes to life, sometimes actions and reactions are just really a simple transaction in life. And what do I mean by that, right? It's a simple transaction in life, meaning that it's not as complicated as, well, this happened because he lost to a boxing match or won a boxing match that he should have won against Jake Paul. It has nothing to do with any of those things, right? It just has to do with the fact that there was a freak accident, and here's something that a lot of people are going to have a hard time swallowing as well. It was already written in the will of Allah a long time ago that this was going to happen, right?
is retiring. You want to know why? Because his friend died. Two of his friends died in the trip of Nigeria, where Joshua was injured, left unscathed for whatever that means of his current health condition, but nonetheless alive. And then you had his buddies that got taken out. Yeah. Let me know. Can you hear me okay? Let me know if I feel really bad for Anthony Joshua. I do. Because no matter how you cut it, he's absolutely going to feel a sense of survival's guilt in this, right? And he cannot continue on boxing at all. He's made enough money in his career, and as a result of making enough money, Anthony Joshua doesn't need to fight for financial survival anymore, right? So what was he doing it for? After Klitschko, after the other fights that he had, after he had beaten Andy Ruiz and got his unified title back, what else was left? What else was there to prove? Well, there were obviously all these other fights that he could have taken, to which he never did. And as a result of that, he continued on trying to challenge himself multiple times against Alexander Usyk, multiple times against Andy Ruiz, never once with Deontay Wilder, never once with Tyson Fury, which I believe are the quintessential important people of this generation's heavyweight boxing. I mean, really, they are an important factor, and here's why. Because Deontay Wilder was undefeated for a while, and then he ran across Tyson Fury. Anthony Joshua was undefeated for a while. He was set to fight Deontay Wilder at one point. Do you guys remember that Deontay Wilder was actually the first choice for Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua were the first choice? You guys understand that, right? Or did you guys forget? I think a lot of people forgot that at one point, the way that we wanted to make Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, it was Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. And that was only because Anthony Joshua rose through the ranks with the brilliant matchmaking of Eddie Hearn. And then some matchups that, and even in Eddie Hearn's career, seems like the type of guy that is putting a lot of his fighters in danger. I mean, you've heard a lot of people say this about Eddie Hearn at particular times of his career.
whenever a certain fighter loses, oh, you took Campbell all the way to Japan to fight Inoue. Of course he was going to get knocked out, right? You took Kell Brooks to fight Triple G. Of course he was going to get knocked out. Eddie Hearn was known to put Anthony Joshua in some very tough matchups. But either way, Anthony Joshua had one of the best careers in boxing, in my humble opinion. More on Anthony Joshua in the next coming videos and in the next coming streams, inshallah. And in the next coming streams, inshallah. They went away from I'm having a conversation over here. I ain't talking to you. Yeah, but I ain't talking to you. Ain't nobody said you can't talk up in here. Yeah, but you. All right, I'll keep it down. All right, how about that? Let's do that. All right, you cool? You cool? For publicly social media. Well, not totally, but yeah. Man, real seriously, you know what I mean? Like. Send me some ones if you want me to crash out right now. Like, main needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man. My nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through and he started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. This nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. All right, so the microphone sounds perfect. As I promised, I'm going to start 110 right here. Yeah, man. So obviously, one of the reasons why the UFC, start right here. One of the biggest reasons why the UFC goes through different cities around the world is because they want to market that city's tourism. In this particular case, Sydney, Australia. But it's a completely different, completely different world when it comes to seeing the other side of these towns that are usual tourist spots. For example, if you were to come to LA, you would go to the Hollywood signs. You would go to Santa Cruz, Santa Monica Beach. Santa Cruz is also nice, but that's in the Northern California parts. You would check out Malibu. You would go check out the LA museums. You would check out the theme parks, Universal Studios in Hollywood and Disneyland in Anaheim. Okay? So you would check out all of these things. Victory says the chat is popping. Well, not so much. At least not right now. But, okay, so let's get to it, right? Let's take a look at what the type of gang warfare that is going on in Sydney, Australia right now. But anyways, as I was saying, yeah, you go to all these spots in LA, you don't realize that there's an underbelly of an underworld, right? Not just with the Bloods and the Crips, nor with just, let's say, the SAs and the Northerners and then the biker gangs, but then there's also Armenians. There's also Italians that are also operating in that part of the world, and many people don't know. Obviously, the Mexican mafia falls into place in that. He says, let's go. Yes, that's right. I am live right now, my man. You know, so we are getting it cracking right now. So, okay, so this is what I wanted to highlight. As I told you guys, the reason why I love having a mixed martial arts channel is because I love being able to contemplate the world around us through the lessons in martial arts, in particular mixed martial arts. So now let's get to it. Gang warfare going on in Sydney, Australia, as we are covering a fight that has taken place in Sydney, Australia. Let's get to it.
$63 million cocaine shipment to Condell Park. This is not an average day in Western Sydney, but this is an unusual and dangerous time for our city.
A lot of the public... This is an unusual time for our city. Man, okay, so, you know, I'm going to be knocking some some what do you call it? Some Aussie accents here.
Place shootings that have occurred of recent times.
And the 128 kilos of cocaine seized can be linked to one of them. Police inadvertently came across plans to import the drugs while investigating a July drive-by shooting at Concord.
We allege that these two men are part of a criminal syndicate commonly referred to as the KVT.
In the shadows of Sydney's western suburbs, something violent and invisible has been shifting. For years, one name carried real weight in the city's criminal underworld, the Alameddine.
By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. What channel out there is doing content on Sydney, Australia gangs while we are covering UFC Australia on the same day? That right there is a whole completely different content that I'm offering to you guys right now. Like and subscribe. Let's get it cracking. And we got a fight day going on. We're going to get your dopamine to a whole new level right now, right? Get you excited for everything. Nothing but just violence and clashing and everything in between and all of that conflict. Let's go.
Crime network, a syndicate that ran a sprawling drug empire with ruthless efficiency. On the streets, their muscle didn't wear suits or sit in mansions. It came in the form of a lesser-known but fiercely loyal crew called the KVT, short for the Keaty family.
So from what we understand right now, this KVT crew, I believe, is Fijian. They are of Fijian background, which means they have an ethno-centric aspects of being Indian, Pakistani, and then basically people that migrated towards the Pacific island seas, right, in Fiji, which obviously is a reason why there's a lot of these immigrant groups in Australia, right? You have islanders as well, a lot of Tongans, a lot of Samoans, very similar to the type of Tongans and Samoans that we have here in the West Coast. But all right, let's continue.
What started as a tight-knit group of young men of Fijian heritage, raised in suburbs like Mount Druitt and Merrylands, would become the backbone of a criminal machine. They were the ones willing to carry guns, kick in doors, and do the years behind bars so others didn't have to. But in 2025, that hierarchy shattered. Ambition, betrayal, and escalating violence turned student against mentor. The quiet enforcers in the background stepped into the spotlight, demanding their own place at the table and plunging Sydney into one of its most chaotic gang wars in decades. To understand how everything exploded in 2025, you have to understand who the KVT really were before the headlines, before the drive-bys, before the funerals. KVT stands for Keaty family. Keaty drawn from Ki'i, a Fijian term broadly used to identify native Fijians. At first, it wasn't some carefully structured cartel. It was a loose brotherhood of young men from West.
Whereas with Fijians in California, these guys would fall under the Samoan, Tongan, Polynesian, Pacific Islander card, really. Yeah, that's what they would sort of fall under in this part of the world.
And Sydney, bound by shared roots and shared struggle, they grew up in places like Mount Druitt and Merrylands, suburbs that rarely make the tourism brochures. Many came from low-income.
Okay, so did you hear that? You know, not necessarily something that would make the brochures in the tourism, you know, ads, right? So that is precisely the reason why I wanted to do this, is because this is where UFC 325 is taking place today. Okay, so just give you guys a little bit of context why we are watching this, to let you guys know this is where UFC 325 is today, and it's entertainment and fun at the same time, right? Learning about different criminal gangs around the world and what they got going on, what kind of program they're getting into, and what kind of activities they got. It's all very interesting stuff, and maybe even some stuff that people who are street and about that life in the United States could relate to as well. And you realize that we are all just one and the same in this hustle and grind that people are trying to get by with.
Households, cramped housing, and neighborhoods where police sirens were just part of the background noise. In these streets, opportunity was scarce. but tension was everywhere. School felt pointless to some, work seemed out of reach, and the relationship with authority was already broken before.
Now, when you hear something like that, anybody who's from Compton, Stockton, Fresno, Sacramento, you can go back to the East Coast into Bronx, Queens, Jamaica, Queens, Long Island, New Jersey, Brick City, Atlantic City. I mean, I could name it all. Philadelphia, Miami, the list goes on, right? You can even put Fayetteville into there, right? All of that I just mentioned, they can relate to everything that they just talked about right now, right? What is the common theme? School seems pointless. It doesn't seem like you'll get anywhere. Better to just go hang in a block and make money with the dope boys that are, really doing it up, right? Meaning you're here trying to, get to school or, not getting anywhere. You can't even get homework done because there's a lot of distractions going on. There's just all of these things going on in your home. So it's a common theme that a lot of people who, once again, are about that life or people who have lived a very tough life in an urban environment can relate to around the world. So something to just keep in mind.
Before it even began. In that environment, the promise of gang life didn't sound like corruption. It sounded like survival. A crew like KVT offered brotherhood where society offered isolation, protection where the system offered suspicion, and most importantly, money, real, fast, tangible money, instead of distant lectures about working hard for a future that never seemed to arrive. At first, KVT operated more like a street clique than a criminal organization. Their identity was built around their Fijian heritage and the western suburbs they claimed as their own. They backed each other in fights, moved in tight packs.
I want you to keep in mind, right? It's not just gangsters or people who are about that life that are sort of feeling that impact, right? There are many people right now in this modern economy who feel like nothing they do or nothing they work for will gain them anything in this world. And that's just the harsh reality that a lot of people are feeling right now, and not just street people, but yeah.
And developed reputations as young men you didn't want to cross. They might not have had a hierarchy on paper, but they had respect, pecking order, and a willingness to do what others wouldn't. That's exactly what drew the attention of a much bigger predator. The Alameddine crime network, already entrenched in Sydney's drug trade, recognized potential in this group. To them, KVT weren't just some rowdy kids. They were a resource, loyal, tough, and desperate to prove themselves. A senior Alameddine figure, Masood Zakaria, became the key link. Once a promising junior football talent, Zakaria had traded stadium cheers for the high stakes of life as a fugitive and crime boss. And he understood one thing very well: where to find the next generation of soldiers. Junior rugby league fields became his hunting ground. He poured money into the community, donations here, free jerseys there, blending philanthropy with recruitment. Kids saw a local hero who hadn't forgotten where he came from. Parents saw someone who got their boys into teams. But beneath the surface,
Yeah, it sounds a lot like Big U. If you guys know anything about Big U in Los Angeles, the alleged leader of the Rolling 60s Crip, who is now facing 100 years to life based on numerous and various charges. But yeah, that's exactly how he operated. He operated in a way where he was a philanthropist, right? Was giving out, Xboxes in the hood, giving out free sneakers, right? And also, allegedly, getting all these other rappers and famous people to, cough up. But another theme, right? This particular gang leader they're sort of highlighting here, the Fijian guy, he's also a former athlete, right? Very interesting to notice. This is sort of a common theme with a lot of people who grew up playing sports, right? Especially people who, let's say, grew up in the basketball systems, right? All of a sudden, you're in middle school, you're hot, you're scoring all the points, you're making varsity. Then high school comes around, you're hot, you're scoring points, you're making varsity. Next thing you know, you leave school, and then after you leave school, you're no longer an athlete, and as a result, you are trying to create a new identity. So then there's the streets. They offer you a bit of an identity, a bit of some guns, a bit of some funds, and things of that nature. And then next thing you know, you're immersing yourself into, you know, a different kind of life. So something to think about, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, very similar stories that a lot of gangsters around the world sort of, you know, experience, even people, you know, around the world from different parts and walks of life that are just not your, you know, everyday atypical urban story environment that you would get out of, let's say, just New York or Los Angeles, right? So this is more of like a niche part of the world in Sydney, Australia that we are covering right now, which, by the way, is fight day in UFC 325 now, back-to-back 324, now 325, yeah. So Sydney, Australia, as we're covering it both ways, inside and outside the octagon. Let's get it.
Surface, Zakaria was quietly building a pipeline, promising young athletes, especially those already flirting with the edges of trouble, were slowly pulled into his orbit. Over time, many of those young men would become the backbone of KVT, the loose neighborhood crew hardened into an organized criminal unit. New phones, fresh clothes, luxury watches, and cars weren't just rewards, they were proof that loyalty paid. The deal was simple. The Alameddines handled the big business: drug importation, trafficking routes, international links, and KVT handled the dirty work on the streets: assaults, storing weapons and drugs, collecting debts, intimidating rivals, even accepting jail time on behalf of their superiors. KVT did it all. They became a disposable but indispensable strike team, always ready when the family needed muscle. By the early 2020s, KVT were no longer just kids from Mount Druitt trying to get ahead. They were a tightly run enforcement wing of the Alameddine syndicate, woven into the fabric of Sydney's underworld, and soon the whole city would see exactly how far they were willing to go. By the time the early 2022s rolled around, the Alameddine KVT partnership was no longer just an arrangement in the shadows. It was a machine, and Sydney was about to feel the full force of it. The city's underworld was already tense, but when the Alameddines locked horns with the Hamzi crime family, the dominant faction of Brothers for Life, that tension erupted into open.
So from what I understand, the Alameddines are the Fijians, okay? So what it sounds like is maybe they have some sort of Muslim background, based on the fact that some Fijians also have a Pakistani background. But yes, so okay, so they're the Fijians, and then so who are the Hamzis? From what it sounds like is that the Hamzis are the Lebanese, and by the way, that is also a very common immigrant group in Australia, right? You have a lot of Lebanese people that have moved there based on the civil wars that have happened in the 1980s, and then what did that transfer into? That transferred into gang warfare. Right? So remember, a lot of these people that come from war-torn countries, okay, they are very good at creating guerrilla warfare and organizing their gangs as such, right? You look at the Cambodians in California, right? Whether they are TRG or Asian Boy Crips or other, you know, Cambodian blood gangs, right? They operate and understand aspects of guerrilla warfare because it's embedded in their DNA, right? A lot of these people have fought Pol Pot, have you know, what do you call it? Genetics and family bloodlines that have fought these particular wars that you have sort of documented throughout, let's say, the 60s, 70s, and 80s in Southeast Asia. And now transferring that into the world of, you know, gangbang warfare, which, by the way, is what the Lebanese are doing in that side of Australia. So, all right, just wanted to kind of throw that in there, give you guys a little bit of some comparisons and comparisons and contrasts between different peoples in different parts of the world and how they do this gangbang thing. All right, let's get it cracking.
Open war. Between 2020 and 2022, Sydney lived with the constant echo of that feud. Car parks, quiet streets, and suburban doorsteps turned into battlefields. The Alameddines, with their drug importation and trafficking operations, ran the higher-level logistics. KVT, hungry and fearless, took the role they'd been groomed for. Street-level enforcers in a gangland conflict that would leave bodies, bullet holes, and smoking cars scattered across the city. For a while, KVT's involvement remained mostly whispered about, rumors among locals, hints in police briefings. Then August 2021 changed everything. In North Sydney, police intercepted a stolen Mercedes. Inside were 3 masked men carrying firearms, KVT leader Joseph Joe Fresh Vokai, Samuel Romakisa, and an unnamed 9-year-old. They weren't.
Now, it usually just starts out like that, right? It's just whispers. Everybody in the hood talking, everybody just keeping it on the low, keeping it between the neighborhood, keeping it between the people that are in the need to know basis, okay? And then out of nowhere, somehow there's pillow talking that happens. They start spilling secrets that they shouldn't be spilling. And you even see this in the world of government espionage, right? You see these people that end up having these, Chinese girlfriends or whatever, right? That are just posing as students. Next thing you know, they are working for the Chinese government. And then next thing you know, they're spilling secrets that they shouldn't have, while these people that are spilling secrets are, let's say, Senate members or people that are chairmen of specific committees, whether it's intelligence committee or whether it is overseas diplomacy committees, right? Just spilling secrets. And it is no different in the crime world, right? People have whispers amongst the hood. People have whispers amongst the gang, right? The people that are in the need to know basis of what is going on. And the next thing you know, they want to try and impress somebody. They spill the secrets to the wrong person. And the next thing you know, that person knows now they have information. Next thing you know, there's an FBI reward for $50,000 for X, Y, and Z information on what. And next thing you know, now you're facing RICO charges that you didn't see coming out of nowhere.
Weren't out joyriding. Authorities alleged they were on their way to carry out a hit on one of the most high-profile figures in the Hamzy camp, Ibrahim Hamzy, then head of the Hamzy crime family. The plot didn't just fail. It exposed the inner workings of a much darker reality. When news broke that the men arrested were linked to KVT and that the supposed target was Hamzy himself, the public saw what law enforcement had suspected. KVT wasn't just a bunch of Fijian boys from the West getting into trouble. They were willing and lethal tools in a major organized crime network. Vokai was charged with conspiracy to commit murder and directing a criminal group. For police, it was a breakthrough. Formal recognition that KVT sat firmly inside the hierarchy of Sydney's top-tier criminal landscape. For KVT, it was a turning point. Their leader behind bars became both a badge of honor among some and evidence of how deeply they'd sunk into the underworld. Behind the scenes, however, the alliance continued. Even as charges piled up and headlines flared, the Alameddines and KVT still needed each other. The Alameddines required on-the-ground operators who could move quietly but strike hard. KVT, despite arrests and rising heat from detectives, still craved the money, status, and protection that came from being attached to a powerful syndicate. As the Hamzy feud simmered and shifted, both groups began turning their attention to another lucrative market, illicit tobacco. If drugs were the old money, tobacco became the new frontier. Smuggled cigarette cartons, hijacked shipments, underground warehouses. It was a different commodity, but the same violent ecosystem. Far from weakening their bond, this shared interest pulled the Alameddines and KVT even closer together, at least on the surface. They collaborated on new operations, planned more daring thefts, and moved deeper into logistics that blended traditional organized crime with evolving black market opportunities. But while the public saw a unified front, two criminal forces working hand in glove, cracks were already beginning to form beneath the surface. Power, greed, and shifting loyalties don't stay buried forever. And the next major operation they set in motion would prove just how brutal and unbalanced this partnership had become. The promise of easy money in illicit tobacco was too tempting for the Alameddines and KVT to ignore. Cigarettes might not sound as dramatic as kilos of cocaine, but in Sydney's underworld, they meant millions.
Oh, man. You know what? A lot of these dudes were into a whole lot of different stuff, man. A whole lot of different stuff. But you know what? Listen, that's what it is. Look, in today's economy, right? You got to get it how you live it. Because let me tell you something, man. Nothing is guaranteed anymore, right? Your job isn't guaranteed. Your money isn't guaranteed. Your financial security isn't guaranteed, no matter what it is that you do. This is why you got to go out there. You got to get a hustle. You got to go out and make YouTube videos. You got to go out there and do what it takes to do something different. Do something that is, well, you know what? Something that is a little bit different and unique than what I'm not saying that you should go out there and do this, but I can understand and see why these people are doing that. I mean, really, can you blame them in today's economy?
Less stigma than drugs, high profit margins, and a market that never stopped buying. It was a perfect storm for criminals who already knew how to move contraband. On November 29th, 2024, that storm took shape on the streets of Guildford. Alameddine and KVT associates allegedly worked together to hijack a tobacco delivery truck. This wasn't some desperate last-minute robbery. It was planned. A moving target. A vulnerable point in the supply chain. A chance to seize product worth a fortune on the black market. The attempt signaled that the same crew who had once focused on enforcing drug debts and gang vendettas were now diversifying, learning, and growing bolder.
Okay, look, I'm going to tell you what I find really remarkable about all of this, right? So a lot of this requires cohesiveness. Okay, that's something a lot of people don't really, understand, right? Now, look, I'm going to tell you, man, a lot of the Blood and Crip sets in California, right? The reason why a lot of them, fail missions, for example, if they go out and, do flocking missions, right? I.e. robbing houses and this and that. I mean, one guy, listen, not to kind of steer off in this particular subject, but sort of comparing and contrasting from the worlds of California to, let's say, Sydney, Australia, right? This one kid, okay, I believe he was from like a blood community or something, right? He got beat up by the owner of the house, which was a rich Jewish guy. Obviously, they went on the other side of town of LA and tried to rob, a bunch of these rich Jewish people. And then the Jewish dude, fought him off. And it wasn't like this guy was one of those Mossad IDF, type of tough guys or a UFC fighter like, Nathan Levy or something like that. No, not at all. I mean, he was just like a normal dude. And then he fought off this gang, but it was just, really embarrassing. But on any regard, the reason why they get into things like that or fail missions, or, I've known some people in the past that, have really failed flocking missions, right? The reason why is because there's not a lot of cohesiveness with these types of gangs that you see out here in California, as opposed to, let's say, with these particular ethnic groups that we're dealing with in Australia. You're dealing with Fijians who are family orientated, right? They have an islander culture to them. They have Southeast Asian culture to them that stems from India and Pakistan and maybe sometimes even Bangladesh. So it's easy for them to move as a cohesive unit. Same thing with the Lebanese. They're rivals in that part of the world. So they know how to move as a cohesive unit because of the culture that they have. Khabib's team knows how to do that. Okay, think of it like this, right? Which team is better in cohesive unit when it comes to a group effort? Is it Khabib's team or is it Conor McGregor's SBG Ireland team, right? And this is the reason why they are able to pull off all of these missions that this particular gang is committing. But all right, let's continue on to this really interesting story of the gang wars that are going on in Sydney, Australia before UFC Sydney, Australia. Here we go.
Weeks later, on January 4th, 2025, they tried something even more audacious. This time, the target was not a truck but a warehouse in Condell Park, believed to be storing over a ton of illicit tobacco. That kind of haul could reshape power dynamics overnight. The plan was simple in theory: get in, dominate the scene, strip the place of its goods, and disappear into the night. But crime is rarely clean. As the crew moved in, they accidentally triggered the site's security alarm. The quiet robbery turned into a panicked confrontation. 3 men connected to the warehouse rushed to the scene, probably assuming they were dealing with a routine break-in. Instead, they walked into a nightmare. The intruders, linked to Alameddine and KVT, confronted them at gunpoint. The victims were forced to the ground, their hands and feet bound. What followed was later described by authorities as a violent and barbaric assault, lasting between 15 and 30 minutes. It wasn't just about stealing tobacco anymore, it was about sending a message. One of the men had a toe partially severed, a gruesome reminder of how far these crews were prepared to go to secure their profits and instill fear. Somewhere in the chaos, emergency services were contacted. The alarm that had blown the operation now summoned police. Sirens cut through the tension. The crew fractured. 6 of them managed to scatter into the suburbs, vanishing into side streets and backyards. But not everyone got away. 2 suspects were arrested at the scene and later charged with aggravated break-and-enter and detaining a person in company. The Condell Park attack wasn't a one-off. It was part of a broader pattern. On March 25th, 2025, police struck back hard. A major illicit tobacco syndicate involving both the Alameddine network and KVT was dismantled. Among those arrested were several known KVT members and Alameddine associates, including Emad Sliman, a man who had already spent nearly 2 decades behind bars for the 1,997 murder of rising sports star Jason Burton. Now,
all right, so you hear that among one of the people that were victims to this gang warfare was a sports star by the name of Jason Burton. I'm not exactly sure who that Jason Burton guy is, but okay. But anyways, yeah, he's obviously one of the victims to this. So once again, no one is exempt from gang violence, right? Not even stars themselves. Obviously, PNB Rock, the rapper, is an example of that. Pop Smoke is an example of that. They found him in his Airbnb in the Hollywood Hills because somebody in his camp, in particular, some women that he was with, gave out his location through an Instagram story, right? Not knowing that there were people that were scoping them. Zoop says, miss you, shout out to you. He says sometimes you got to rob a mother effer. Khabib's team is getting good at taking PEDs. King says, I miss you too, my man. Shout out to you, my man. All right, let's continue on.
police alleged he was directing this tobacco operation from the shadows. The syndicate was accused of the Condell Park assault, the Guildford truck hijacking attempt, the theft of roughly $1.5 million worth of cigarettes from a Casa Rare storage facility, and another failed heist at a unit in Girraween. These weren't clumsy robberies. They were coordinated campaigns aimed at dominating the illicit tobacco trade. On paper, the Alameddine KVT alliance still looked strong. They were planning serious jobs, pooling manpower, and sharing risk. But the imbalance was growing. KVT were doing the terrifying hands-on work, and they knew it. Law enforcement pressure was tightening. Egos were inflating, and the feeling that they were no longer just underlings began to simmer. The partnership hadn't collapsed yet, but it was straining, and Sydney's underworld was about to feel the break. By mid-2025, the alliance that once seemed unshakable began to creak under its own weight. On the surface, the Alameddines and KVT were still pulling off major operations together, still feared, still profitable. But underneath, the dynamics had changed. The absence of key Alameddine figures, many of whom had quietly slipped to Lebanon under relentless pressure from New South Wales police, left a hole at the top. The generals were gone, and the soldiers were left staring at each other, wondering who was really in charge. Without that strong centralized leadership, subgroups that had long taken orders began to test their own power. KVT, hardened by years of doing the dirtiest jobs, were no longer content to be treated as disposable muscle. They'd bled, they'd gone to jail, they'd carried the guns and taken the risks. Now they wanted recognition, and more importantly, control. Out of that simmering frustration, a new faction began to crystallize from within KVT's own ranks, the Afghani crew. They weren't necessarily from Afghanistan, but the label stuck, a nickname turned up.
Soup, that's a good question. What do I think of the Libyan flag? Here's what I think, right? The majority of flags in the Muslim world are haram. Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you about that, right? They are not coinciding with what the Prophet Muhammad would have wanted for an Islamic nation. So therefore, the only flags that I really think are worth, you know, for a Muslim country are the ones with the Arabic writings of La ilaha illallah, there is no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger, right? Which is the Saudi flag, right? So any flag that has the Shahada on it is a legit flag to me, right? And yeah, I'm not a Libyan nationalist by any degree, right? I'm not an Arab nationalist by any degree. I'm not even an American nationalist, really. I mean, I'm proud to live from America, and I always say it like this, right? Muslim first, American second, and if you ask anybody else and they tell you otherwise, they need to question their religion. He says, no, I meant like the 2011 Libyan flag. Okay, I understand, but still, yeah, I the only flag that I really like is the Saudi Arabian flag, to be quite honest with you. It's green and white, and it has La ilaha illallah on it, so yeah.
Identity. This splinter wasn't interested in playing by old rules. Younger, more aggressive, more impulsive, they saw the Alameddine hierarchy as out of date and slow. Where older figures preferred negotiation, alliances, and quiet deals, the Afghani crew favored something simpler and far more dangerous. Violence first, questions later. What began as whispers and quiet resentment quickly morphed into open hostility. Street talk turned into confrontations, confrontations into ambushes. Drive-by shootings, arson attacks, and public brawls began to spike across Sydney's western suburbs. What had once been a united criminal front was now splitting into factions ready to turn their guns on each other. The scale of the chaos forced New South Wales police to do something drastic. They didn't just create another strike force, they built a monster. Task Force Falcon was launched, combining 13 separate strike forces under one umbrella. More than 150 officers were assigned to track shootings, execute raids, and monitor what was rapidly devolving into a full-scale gang war. The feud between KVT and the Alameddine group didn't ignite in one dramatic moment. It unfolded as a series of calculated slaps. Each answered with a punch. Each punch answered with bullets. One of the early flashpoints was a confrontation that allegedly took place between Joseph Joe Vokai, still a towering presence despite his legal troubles, and Alameddine associate and rapper Ali Huncho Yunan at a gym in Western Reason, Sydney. Police were tipped off, but when questioned, both men denied anything had happened. Still, the rumors refused to die. In the underworld, perception is everything. The idea that an emerging KVT leader could square off against a prominent Alameddine-affiliated figure only fueled speculation that a power struggle was underway. Not long after, speculation turned into gunfire. On the 18th of February, shots rang out along the Grand Parade in Brighton-Les Sands. A drive-by shooting targeted 3 men believed to be aligned with the Alameddine family, including 3 two-year-old Dawood Zakaria and senior member Samimjan Azari. No one died that night, but the message was crystal clear. Police later confirmed Azari, one of the highest-ranking Alameddine figures still on Australian soil and not behind bars, was the intended target. This was the first known attempt on his life. It wouldn't be the last. 2 months later, on the 13th of April, tensions surfaced again. At a funeral for the father of an Alameddine member, KVT and Alameddine figures reportedly clashed in yet another confrontation, said to be a brawl, though those closest to the deceased denied anything happened. Whatever the truth, the streets felt the ripple. By the 16th of April, violence spilled into Guildford West. A house on Fowler's Road was peppered with bullets in a drive-by shooting, while a 6-year-old woman was inside. Police later stated the attack was likely linked to her relationship with an alleged Alameddine member. This wasn't just a feud anymore. It was a slow-motion detonation, and the worst was still to come. By May, the conflict had slipped completely out of the shadows. The The bullets weren't just chasing gang members anymore. They were cutting into the lives of people who had nothing to do with the underworld. And that's when Sydney really started to feel the terror. On the 19th of May, 3-year-old plumber John Versace answered his front door in Condell Park, the kind of everyday moment no one ever thinks twice about.
So notice how the other crew had a rapper with them, right? And then obviously the stereotypical reason of why gangs fight is primarily because of a chick having to have a say in a situation, or somehow creating a fuse in a situation. But on any regard, yeah.
About. As he stepped into the doorway, a hail of bullets tore through the quiet suburban facade. Versace was gunned down on his own doorstep. He had no links to organized crime. According to investigators, he was never meant to die that night. Police believe the real target lived nearby, a known Alameddine associate. Somewhere in the planning, surveillance, or execution, someone got it wrong. It was a fatal miscalculation that shook the city. Versace's murder became the chilling symbol of how indiscriminate the violence had become. You didn't need to be in a gang to be in the firing line. You just needed to live on the wrong street. Less than a week later, the feud escalated again. On the 25th of May in Granville, 4 men sat in a Toyota Hilux at a red light on Woodville Road. It was the kind of everyday traffic moment thousands of drivers experience daily. Then the gunman appeared, shots ripped into the vehicle. Inside were Dawood Zakaria, believed to be aligned with the Alameddine family, solicitor Silvan Singh, who had no criminal ties beyond his legitimate legal work, and senior Alameddine member Samimjan Azari, along with a fourth man. Zakaria was shot in the head. Singh was hit in the arm and leg. The attack was fast, surgical, and ruthless. Zakaria succumbed to his injuries the next day, on the 26th of May. Azari and the other passenger escaped physical harm in the attack. But when police searched the Hilux, they found a firearm, and Azari was later arrested on unrelated weapons charges. Everyone understood what this really was. Another attempt on Azari's life. Another page in a growing list of hits and near misses. What came after sent a ripple of anger through the public. Less than 24 hours after surviving the assassination attempt, Azari was granted bail. To families living in the suburbs under the echo of gunfire, it felt like the system had opened the door and invited further bloodshed. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns didn't mince words. He labelled the ongoing violence a horrifying chapter in the state's history, and openly questioned how a man believed to be at the centre of so much conflict could walk free while bullets were still flying. The concern was simple and shared by many. If Azari was out, how long before the next attempt? June answered that question. On the 8th of June, the car belonging to alleged Alameddine associate Ali El Muhayyed was set on fire outside his home in Marylands. It wasn't a random act of vandalism. It was a warning written in flames. 4 days later, on the 12th of June, his house was sprayed with bullets in a drive-by shooting as he was on his way to Parramatta local court to ask for changes to his bail conditions so he could move to a more secure high-rise building. Police moved quickly. After a pursuit involving the Polair helicopter, 3 men, 2 0-year-old Seen Fagoff, 2 2-year-old Jimmy Abdul Rahim, and 2 3-year-old Mustafa Musa, were arrested in Yaguna. 2 more suspects, both just 17, crashed a stolen car in Greystanes and were taken into custody. The adult trio were charged with conspiring to discharge a firearm with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, along with other offences. The teenagers faced weapons, vehicle theft, and criminal group charges. But even with arrests stacking up, the violence didn't slow. On the 13th of June 2025, suspected gunmen were seen stalking Samimjan Azari along a suburban street in Rosehill. Locals noticed a suspicious car slowly circling the area and called police. By the time officers arrived, the would-be attackers had fled. The message, however, was impossible to miss. Azari was still marked for death. Just 3 days later, on the 16th of June, they tried again. Around 1 p.m., roughly an hour after Azari had checked in at a police station as part of his bail conditions, he walked into M Brothers Kebab Shop on South Parade in Auburn. In broad daylight, gunmen stormed the shop and opened fire. Azari was hit in the arm and leg, but once again, he wasn't the only one who paid the price. 25-year-old aspiring footballer Khalid Taiseni, who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, was struck. Bullet shrapnel traveled through his body, causing a severe spinal injury. Doctors later warned his family he might never walk again. 47-year-old shop worker Ergul Idogu was also caught in the crossfire. She was critically wounded and rushed into surgery. Doctors removed bullet fragments and placed her in a medically induced coma. By that evening, all 3 victims, Azari, Taiseni, and Idogu, were listed in serious but stable condition at Westmead Hospital. The scene outside the kebab shop became another grim landmark in Sydney's gang war, a place where ordinary life collided with organised crime in the most violent way possible. Despite multiple attempts on his life, Azari survived again. But for the city, survival wasn't the point. The point was that bullets were flying at lunchtime, in busy streets, around people just trying to live their lives. The feud had fully spilled into public space, and there was still more violence to come. By late June, the violence had started to change shape. Bullets and drive-bys were still part of the story, but now knives were coming out too, and the faces getting arrested were disturbingly young. The fallout from the Alameddine IKVT collapse was no longer confined to cars and safe houses. It was playing out on front lawns and quiet streets. On the 24th of June, 2-year-old Bassam Chalub was stabbed repeatedly outside a home in Guildford. At first glance, it looked like an attack on an older man with no obvious connection to the gang headlines, but police believed the real target wasn't him at all. It was his son, Elio. Elio Chalub worked as a...
Now, usually when innocent people start getting hit, this is when, the bigger organizations and the bigger agencies come into play, right? For example, let's say with a Stockton shooting that happened, right? That involved MB Nell allegedly, right? Or at least MB Nell being the victim allegedly. But on any regard, that right there would have easily just been a local police case, right? A local city case for the Stockton PD. But because there were children involved, now the feds are coming into it because that's just what happens when you have a strong public sentiment towards a tragedy, right? Especially when innocent people get involved. And this is a reason why gangs don't like hitting up innocent people who don't need to be involved because it attracts the negative attention to whatever it is that you have going on in your motion.
As a bodyguard for rapper and Alameddine affiliate Ali I Huncho Yunan. In the logic of gang warfare, hitting the family of a protector sends a brutal, calculated message. No one around you is safe. Within hours, police moved in. A 5-year-old boy and a 2-year-old man were arrested at a property in Wentworthville and charged over the attack. Once again, a teenager was at the center of organized violence, not watching from the sidelines, but allegedly carrying it out. 2 days later, on the 26th of June, the bloodshed escalated. In Pemulwuy, near the home of Alameddine associate Anthony Khalil, 1-year-old Luke Manasseh was stabbed to death. Khalil wasn't home at the time, but the property was reportedly being watched by people close to Manasseh. Detectives later suggested that Khalil, not Manasseh, was the intended target. Another young man dead, another message sent through someone else's body. Early July showed that this wasn't random chaos. It was a pattern. On the 2nd of July, a 5-year-old boy was arrested in Condell Park and charged with an alarming list of offences. 2 counts of firing a weapon at a residence, 4 counts of damaging property by fire or explosion, and participating in a criminal group. Investigators believed he was behind the April shooting in Guildford West, the same one linked to an Alameddine associate's partner, as well as a separate March shooting in Marylands. The very next day, on the 3rd of July, police arrested a 7-year-old from South Penrith and a 6-year-old from Mount Druitt. Both were charged with the murder of Luke Manasseh. In less than 2 weeks, 3 teenagers had been tied to shootings, arson, and a fatal stabbing, all connected to the gang war ripping through Sydney's western suburbs. Whether these arrests mark the end of the violence, or just a pause in a cycle that keeps reinventing itself, remains uncertain.
I mean, honestly, it's really sad, isn't it? You know, these are, very young men that are getting themselves in trouble and possibly facing long prison time, or maybe even just spending prison up until their like prime years of their life. Like, imagine you're a teenager, right? And you commit a crime, and now you're facing time, losing the prime of your life. There's a lot of people out there like that in the system. That's the crazy part about it. There's really a lot of people out there like that in the system. So, yeah, man. Crazy work. All right, here we go.
But one thing is clear. The collapse of the Alameddine KVT alliance and the rise of the Afghani crew mark a turning point in Sydney's criminal history. What was once a world dominated by older, structured crime families is being replaced by younger, faster, more volatile crews who aren't interested in tradition, only dominance. Task Force.
Now, everything that I just heard from that, it sounds like a lot of the YNs that you have over here, right? You look at the gangs in Chicago, right? They're a little bit different than the ones that you have in California. For example, what you have in Chicago is a situation where people aren't really structured in a way where they listen to their OGs or their big homies or this and that. Their whole entire structure over there is, you know what, the guy who collects the most heads is the guy that we're going to listen to at most. And it seems that gangs around the world are sort of operating in that same idea now, especially the younger generation.
Falcon can raid homes, seize guns, and lock up shooters. But their toughest battle isn't just on the streets. It's in the minds of kids who see gang life as the only path to money, respect, and belonging. Teenagers aren't merely being recruited anymore. They're leading attacks, pulling triggers, and shaping the future of organized crime. From high school football fields to police cells, courtrooms, and morgues, the new face of Sydney's gang war is alarmingly young, fearless, and increasingly desperate. As KVT's war with the Alameddines and splinter factions like the Afghani crew continues to burn, one thing is certain: the old era of tightly controlled crime families ruling.
So what did I tell you, right? That does remind me a lot of Chicago, right? The youngest guys are the ones that are sort of running everything because they are the most ruthless ones out of everybody. So, I guess that's kind of how it always has been, right? The most ruthless are the ones that get to run things. And, right now, it just seems to be the younger guys that are really putting in the most work to prove that, at least in that side of the world.
Sydney's streets is fading. In its place, a new generation of brutal, unpredictable gangs is fighting for control of a city teetering on the edge. If you've made it this far, thank you for watching.
Okay, guys, so we're going to go into the UFC live stream pretty soon here. Let's get this thing cracking, shall we? We're going to get this thing cracking in hour number 2. All right, welcome everybody around the world that is tapping into this live stream right now. We're going to get it on and cracking for tonight, man. All the fights tonight. We're going to cover all of it. All the fights are going to be covered. Paramount or Buckstream? Stay tuned. All right, guys, we are live for UFC 325 right now, and the prelims are about to start. All right, all right, all right. Welcome everybody to UFC Australia as we are looking at the live webcam of Sydney, Australia right now, right? Looking over the bridge, checking out the background, right? There's a live boat passing by the bridge right now. So yeah, man, we're going to get it really cracking in here right now. All right, guys. So we're just awaiting the prelims right now. Everybody that's tapped in right now, let me know what part of the world you are from. We are covering UFC Australia. Yeah, just to be honest with you, I don't know much about the guys that are going to fight at the road to UFC. Obviously, these are relatively unknown talent, but we will watch for the sake of covering it and calling the fights. Let's see how these guys do. So tonight, what do we have? DC, we have Michael Bisping, and we have John Gooden as the trio for our commentary team tonight. And of course, I will be the one commentating for you guys, is giving you an alternative commentary here in YouTube. So be sure to like and subscribe, hit the like button, and also drop some super chats. By the way, such horrible English on my part, right? Commentating is not even a word. All right, road to UFC Finals. Here we go. All right, here we go. First fight coming up right now. Sulang Rambo versus Lawrence Liu. I like that name. Surang Rambo. That's what a name. Like he's a Surang who's a Rambo. And then he's going to be taking on Lawrence Lee. Yeah, that's going to be the first fight right here. It's going to be awesome, man. All right, let's see what these young talents can do, man. Weird commercial they have going on here. Who is this? What is this? National movers by the police. This dude, who's a former police officer that has he's gonna put bugs in your thing. He's gonna start putting bugs in your house. You know, next thing you know, he's gonna run a case on you. You know what I mean? Open the door, FBI! Open the door, FBI! I'm commentating on the commercial. I'm commentating on the commercial that well, I don't know if you guys are watching the same commercial, but I guess if you're watching the Paramount, yeah. Yeah, we're just waiting for the first fight right now. So fight number one. We are live. All right, here we go, guys. First fight. Sulangrangbo. And notice how they don't have the UFC gloves on them, right? Because they're not official UFC fighters yet. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Wow, yeah. So he's been training in the PI Center in China since 18. Now, you never know how these matchups are going to go. Obviously, these are unscouted prospects. They have been, having fights, right? They've been having fights. So we just haven't seen them in the United States. Here's a shot right here by Lawrence Liu. Oh, gets a single leg, gets it easy. Now he's taking his back. After that body lock position, he maintains holding on to him. All right, Liu maintaining the back position right now. Maintaining the back position with a body lock. And Sulangrangbo is not doing much as he is being clenched up right here in the body lock position, throwing knees at the same time. Still continuing on this body lock position by the cage right now. Breaks away as Sulangrangbo runs away as he's breaking away from that clenched position. All right, there's that uppercut right there by Sulangrangbo. Okay, nice. There's another uppercut right there. Shoots in right. All right, so it looks like Liu just rocked Sulangrangbo right now. Really going Rambo on Sulangrangbo. All right, so here's Lou right now, still maintaining this body lock position on Sulong Rongbo right here. All right, man. Yeah, I don't see Lou losing that round. All right, here's some good exchanges right here. Some uppercuts, hooks. Oh, man, good exchanges right here. Okay, round number 2. Only for the real hardcores that are here for the first fight, of course. Sorry, had that one muted there for a second. All right, so yeah, Rainbow has a really reckless way of throwing punches here. Oh, here's Lou right here with a single leg attempt. Now here's another shot right here by Lou. But a good takedown defense by Lou that time. Yeah, doing a good job here. Doing a good job here, landing some shots. Oh, some good exchanges there. Lou has a propensity of keeping this in the body lock positions right here. All right, yeah, still maintaining this body lock position. Good exchanges right there in between the clinches. Got an elbow in there. All right, ending the second round right now. They're about to end the second round. Oh, what is this, man? They're pushing it more AI here, more AI commercials. All right, here we go. Round number 3. We are now in the third round of this fight. All right, so some good exchanges right here in the third round. Oh man, some good exchanges right there. Shoots in for a, once again, back position, body lock, the area that Lou here loves. Speaking of King Louie is here. What's good, bro? Shout out to you, man. Hope everything is going well with you, my man. All right, so still maintaining this back position right now. Lou is maintaining this back position. I could see Lou just winning this one based off of the grappling alone. All right, man. Yeah, real good maintenance by Lou there. All right, so that is the end of the fight. Let's find out who the UFC road to UFC champion is. I would probably give it to Lou just based on the grappling, but in the modern days right now, man, grappling does not guarantee you a win. Really good drag downs on the part of Lou right here. Man, that grappling alone could win him this fight, but we'll see. Let's find out who the winner is here. Again, the control time of Lawrence should win him this fight. A lot of control in this fight. Should be considered, but All right, so Lawrence Louis wins this one by decision. All right, Lawrence Louis has now won Road to UFC. Let's hear what he has to say getting this interview with DC right here. He said that it feels incredible. DC is asking him, did you know that you had to back him up to deal with him? Okay, so he speaks English. Okay, so I'm sure he also fights out of Australia. I think he's a Chinese guy that fights out of Australia. Very interesting. All right, man. Shout out to Lawrence Louis, man. Great win on his part right here. And he was an alternate too, right? So it's almost like he wasn't even supposed to be here. How about that, man? It was like as if he wasn't even supposed to be here. Mic check 1 2. Okay, we're back. We're back at it. All right, man. So okay, I think we got more road to UFC fights coming up right now. All right, so fight number 2. All right, Sebastian versus Nakamura. All right, so second fight coming up. We got a commercial going on back with that movers commercial again with a cop who wants to put a wire in your house whenever he moves your stuff. Next thing you know, you got all types of surveillance wired to your house because he's the one moving stuff for you. Bad move. TheGoodGreek.com. I can't wait for the second fight. So what do we got here? A little extreme sports commercial by Monster Energy. Okay. All right, little ludicrous commercial going on here. All right, so fight number 2. Sebastian versus Nakamura at 145 division. 10-1 versus 7-1. Wollongong, Australia is where Sebastian Salze is fighting out of. And here we go. Nakamura is being announced right now. And Herb Dean as the referee. All right, round 1. Japan versus Australia. That is the matchup we have going on right here. Japan versus Australia. Yeah, man, some real good karate we're going to see out of this fight right here. There's a front kick right there by Nakamura. Spinning heel kick right there. Yeah, Nakamura has very Conor McGregor-like movements and patterns about him, huh? All right, man. Yeah, very good slick movement by Nakamura, right? Has a southpaw stance to him, very Conor McGregor-like southpaw stance to him, as a matter of fact. Now a bit of a chess matchup going on between them right now. There's a spinning heel kick by Sebastian. Low kick by Nakamura. Front kick attempt by Nakamura in the middle of the octagon. Low kick right there by Nakamura. Pushes Nakamura to the side. Still walking him down. Low kick by Nakamura. Yeah, it is quite confusing when you are taking on a southpaw fighter, isn't it? Some spinning attempts right there by Sebastian. Low kick by Nakamura. Oh, nice barrage of attacks by Sebastian right here, and a spinning heel kick. There's some body attempts right there, body shots by Salze. Soleil, as it's properly pronounced. It's pronounced Soleil. All right. That's round number one. Hard round to score, quite honestly. Who do you guys think won that one? Very difficult round to score. I'm going to give it to Nakamura. I think Nakamura round one. Okay, so we're at round number two right now. Oh man, that's some good shots right there. Soleil rocked him right there. Now he's trying to follow up. Let's see how Nakamura responds to that. The Japanese Conor McGregor. That was a beautiful takedown. As soon as he went for a spinning heel kick, Salzai catches it and then throws him right down on the ground. A timeout here, a bit of an eye poke situation. Let's see what did it right here. Okay, it was head clashing. All right, fight continues. Seems that Sebastian is the aggressor here of the two. Oh man, there's a good spinning heel kick right there by Sebastian. As promised, as they really marketed as a karate fight, that's exactly where you're seeing out of these two. Nice high kick right there by Nakamura. All right, that is the end of the second round. On to the third and final round. Let's see. All right, round three. All right, so the same exact exchanges they have going on from round two, just with Salzai as more the aggressor. Nakamura is sort of playing in the, what do I call it, the defensive game. All right, so now here's Sebastian circling around. Good jabs by Sebastian here, and then there's Nakamura with a counter. Oh man, now he's throwing that hard left right there from the unorthodox position. He says, I've checked in like 5 different times and it's always silence. Okay, well, you probably haven't checked in enough times. Right, so Soleil is trying to find a different path right here. Looks like he was trying to engage in some clinch exchanges there, but Nakamura sort of pushed him off. Now they're continuing on in kickboxing range right now as they both bounce around in the octagon. Obviously, something that you would have expected from two karate-based fighters, right? A lot of good karate techniques being displayed here between them in terms of mixed martial arts wise. Oh, nice knee as Salzai was walking in on that one. All right, 146, 145, third round. Nice spinning back kick. But it sort of grazed into his chest where he was intending the body. All right, 120 left. Oh, wow. Nakamura just ended him right now. Nakamura ended him out of nowhere. Can you believe that, man? He knocked him out of nowhere, like literally with just minutes away from the fight going into a decision. Wow, man. Nakamura ended him out of nowhere, bro. That's crazy. Wow. All right, let's take a look. How did he do it here? It was the front knee. It was the front knee. There it is. There's another knee right there. And you know who had a knee like that? Dan Hooker. He had a very similar knee knockout with that. Wow, man. Yeah, he turned it on in that third round. He knew that he needed to get that done, and there it was, man. That fight could have gone to anybody. It could have absolutely gone to anybody, and he needed what he needed to do, and that was that. All right, man. Nakamura with the win. All right, they're asking him, how does it feel to get this contract? DC is interviewing him right now. He's saying, thank you, Australia. Thank you to the UFC. Yeah, that's a beautiful knockout, man. Beautiful knockout. Yeah, like I said, man, Dan Hooker had a similar knee knockout like that. In the way that he bent his chin, right? If you notice, it wasn't a straight shin, it was a shin that was thrown to the side. Right? It's very similar to John Wayne Parr in the way that he throws knees. He sort of throws it with his chin in an angle rather than a straight linear line. All right, Marv Pham versus Kim coming up next. Man, more road to the UFC fights coming up. All right, man, coming up next. Fight number 3 in the road to the UFC's championship. Should be an interesting fight. You know, a lot of people are complaining about this card, saying that the card is dead or this and that. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess the early fights are not as exciting as you would want it to be, but relatively, it's a pretty decent card with about, I would say it's a 3-fight card at best, right? I would say it's a 3-fight card at best. What do you guys think? That they could dream of. Okay, now imagine
Dana White has job fatigue. And a lot of you are looking at Dana White with envy, saying to yourselves, man, you know what? He has the dream job. The job that every male, every red-blooded male in America or anywhere else in the world where mixed martial arts is a prominent sport, that they could dream of. Okay, now imagine you are the guy that holds the fate of many of these fighters' hands. And on top of that, now you control the entire company. And here's the thing about Dana White. He's an employee. You need to understand that Dana White is an employee more than anything, more than being a CEO, more than being a boss. Dana White is an employee. And like all employees, okay, we all have what you call job fatigue. And the problem with job fatigue is that, well, many people don't understand or realize when they have it. So as a result of that, they start and think, you know what? I'm not doing enough. I'm not working hard enough. I'm not producing enough. And here's the thing. It's never enough. That's the one thing you got to understand about this, right? It is never enough. What you do is never enough. And quite frankly, I'm going to be very grim and honest with you. The company that you work for, the corporation that you work for, or the entity that you work for in whatever healthcare sector or engineering, or maybe even research science, or something to the effect of, let's say, government even, especially government, right? That goes with law enforcement all the way down to being a congressman slash municipal level of politics and what have you, right? It all, I'm telling you, like, it feels like a very useless endeavor. You want to know why? Because, look, they don't care if you live or if you're unalive. That's the God-honest truth behind it. Now, here's Dana White working hard more than ever when everything that he ever wanted to accomplish out of the UFC, he's already done. So what is there left to accomplish? I mean, virtually nothing. There's nothing else really to accomplish. And as a result of that, Dana White is at all right. We'll fight number 3 for the road to the UFC. What do we got here? We got Mark Fan looking to take down Kim. Single leg attempt right here. All right, so Mark Fan looking for a single leg right here, pushing Kim right up against the fence. All right, so Mark Pham maintaining this body lock position right here. Looking to drag him down to the ground. He gets it. Yeah, Michael Bisping is calling for Kim to get the body lock in there. Looking to get that right foot in that pocket right there. All right, so he loses position right there as he was not being able to maintain
that body lock. Now it is Marfan that is right on top of him right now. Yeah, look, let me address this one part right here, right? Look, I need you guys to understand something, right? Like you don't control me in this show. I hope you understand that, right? Like, I understand you have your own suggestions. You would like it this way or that way. I understand all that, but at the same time, please, understand there's more to it than what it beats the eye, and there's just some things I don't really need to really explain. So, let me just address that. What's going on, Zane? Shout out to Zane, man. Did you get the link? For sure. I'll see you there in a bit, my man. It should be fun as always. For sure. All right. Now, Mark Van looking to take down Kim. Instead, now Kim has that body lock on Marfam. Oh, nice spinning back fist with the exit from the breakaway clinch. Still maintaining that clinch position. Oh, good elbows. It was actually a spinning elbow that he caught him with. All right, more of these Marshawn Lynch commercials right here. All right, round number 2. Jab by Marfan, backing up Kim. Oh, man, some good shots right there by Marfan. Oh, good shots. Nice knee right there by Kim. Kim throws up a knee in that exchange. Front kick, low kick right there by Marfam, by Kim. Nice single by Kim. Trying to maintain his positioning there, but loses it. He actually ends up getting reversed in this scramble position right here. Now it is Marfam in the half guard position, looking for side control. Now he takes the back, maintaining it with a body lock position. All right, so now he has him locked in this position right by the cage, where it looks like he's making him carry him through his shoulders while also trying to maintain his back position. Nice elbow in between those exchanges right there. 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the second round. Wow, man. Kim is a former Navy SEAL in the Korean Navy. All right, now he's now. Yeah, I believe a lot of these fights, except for the last fight, has gone to the third round or went to a decision, either the third round or a decision. Yeah, good work in the clinches right here. All right, so third round coming up. All right, still maintaining this clinch position right here. Good elbow. Yeah, Kim is enjoying fighting in the back foot rather than going forward, right? I think he told his coach that he feels better, fighting like that. Look at that. He's constantly backing up, but he's also connecting some shots along the way. Marfan, actually, not Kim. Marfan. Marfan likes fighting backwards, backing up. And he's connecting, too, as he's, backing up. I think Kim is winning this fight. Man, I don't know, bro. You know what? Victory, a lot of these fights, these road to UFC fights have been close tonight, man. Very highly competitive. Like highly competitive in the regional part of the Australia, Asia, Pacific region. Like high-level regional MMA for Western Australia, Eastern Australia, and all of Asia, rather. Fights all been very close fights. These are the best guys in that part of the region. Oh yeah, there's a nice one to the stinker right there. And there we go. There we go. The part of your body that gives you the thoughts of Munkar. Got kicked right there. All right. So they're good. They're back right in the action right now. Third round championship, road to UFC title. Oh, good one. Double jab by Marfan. Oh, good shots right there. And he's taunting him. Now there's Kim right there doing, he gives him the middle finger. And what is this? But then he gives him the middle finger and then says, oh, hold on. Shakes each other's hands. And then he does a little Max Holloway, looking down and let's bang and scrap type of thing from Kim. But look at this, man. He's banging at Marfan away. Good exchanges right here with just 2 minutes left. They know that they really got to put it on for this one. Take that. Which one? The Max Holloway pointing your fingers down to, to like basically get into a mindless brawl? You know what that look metaphoric wise, right? Street wise, you know what that reminds me of when, the no handshake in the middle of the fight. Oh yeah. I think because he thought there was a foul play going on, so he's like, wait, no, I didn't mean to poke your eye or kick you in the nuts. Probably just one of them things. What I think you don't like the most is when, let's say, all right, I throw a head kick at you, you throw a head kick at me, we both connected each other, like, woo, yeah, we connected one. Let's high five. I think that's what you're talking about that you don't like. He says, word on the street is that UFC wants knockouts in action. That's been a thing, but they're really getting serious about it. Yeah, especially with Paramount, right? They want to, man. They look at that Paramount symbol right there on the top right of your screen. You see that? That's what they want. They want highlights in that symbol right there. He says they have such a deeper roster with so many guys coming in. They're getting rid of guys. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah. And look at the international pool that they got going on. Look at this, man. They got the, North Asia, South Pacific Asia, and then all the way down to the Australian seas, right? Like, look at the pool of talent that they got. And then not to mention Europe. They got Europe over there. They got KSW that they can pull off from. They got Cage Warriors. They got all of Russia. Asia as well, obviously the ONE FC. Europe, they got, the Octagon. So there's so many guys that they can really pull from, right? Man, the UFC really doesn't need you, man. You know what I mean? The UFC really isn't, last I heard, they had over 1,000 guys signed. Dang. So the current roster, I believe, is up to like 400 to 500, right? So you're saying now they got up to 1,000. So how do they do that when they have less fights than they did before? Or maybe are they just going to put on more fights? Maybe more fight nights, perhaps. Oh, there you go. Returns to Macau on May 28th and to the 30th. All right. All right, a Macau card, okay, which obviously is a Las Vegas of China. That's what I've heard, but could have been wrong information. I'm going to lean towards being that the number is a wrong information. Now, do I think that they sign new guys to replace the guys that they fired? Yes, but I think it would probably maintain in the same amount of number. I forgot who even said it. I think it was a fighter. Okay. I wouldn't take too much consideration to that information because it came from a fighter, right? Especially it came from a current active UFC fighter or somebody that's trying to keep their job, right? Because there's a chance that maybe perhaps they're feeling a sense of scarcity from it. But on any regard, there's Mark Fan right there with the decision right now. Mark Fan, he kind of looks like Dennis Kang. For any of my old school guys here that remember Dennis Kang, yeah, that's who he kind of resembles. He said maybe they do because Good said in 2024 they had 600 to 800 guys signed. Yes, okay. So that makes sense. Maybe not 1,000, right? Over under, we'll give it about 700 the most, right? And maybe that's even generous, but for that to be the 4 digits, I don't know. I wouldn't, but I wouldn't rule it out though. I will rule out 1,000. How about that? I'll rule out 1,000, but yeah. The thing is, yeah, you are right. They want consistent action, right? Because look, the UFC right now is not so much a meritocracy. You know what I mean? They're an entertainment. They're an entertainment company now. Look, they're in Paramount, right? What's one of the biggest shows in Paramount? One of the biggest shows in Paramount is Mobland. As a result of Mobland being big, why do you like Mobland? Well, because it's about organized crime, right? Can I be honest with you? As somebody that understands some things about that world, like organized crime is a lot more boring than people think. Like, in other words, all these constant action, constant shootouts that you see in the movies or this and that. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen on a consistent basis. It doesn't happen like that. It happens once in a while. It happens when it needs to. It does happen a lot, but it doesn't happen all the time. Most times when you're talking about organized crime, whether
you are on the police end of things or whether you are on the criminals that are trying not to get caught, every work that deals with that world is very meticulous, very boring, and also just a whole lot of fluff and dead air time. So in other words, it's boring. It's boring. Like real mobland, real gangland is boring when it doesn't get boring. Just like real fighting. Fighting can sometimes be boring because sometimes it takes the reality of a boring style to win safe fights. But the UFC doesn't want that. What the UFC wants is constant action. It's like what they ask out of the content that they produce with shows like Mobland and anything else that you see on network or TV app television nowadays, right? Such as Netflix shows, Paramount, Prime, you name it, Showtime, HBO, premium content. That's what they want. They want premium content. So any thoughts on that? I mean, I'm sure you have some things to say about that. I know that you hate it when I go silent or, or whatever it is that I have to do behind the scenes, and I get it, right? But by the end of the day, yeah, here I am now engaging. What do you have to say about that, right? Do you agree with that? Do you not agree with that? Do you kind of see the comparison in terms of the type of content that they have with Mobland, and they're trying to match something like that through the real world of sports? They want real Mobland in UFC, and sometimes real Mobland is not what you're going to get out of fighters that just like to wrestle people down. But on any regards, all right, we're back. We're back to the next point. All right. Oh no problem, man. I totally get it. It's no problem. He says, "Yeah, you're spot on." Okay, yeah, that's what they want, right? Entertainment, television through sports. All right. All right. Victory says sometimes the skill sets cancel each other out and it's boring. It's going to happen. Correct. And that's the problem, isn't it? Guys they don't want to hear that happens in real fights, but it does. And you guys are going to have to get over it. Some fights get boring. Sometimes, you're either going to love real fighting or you're going to love WWE. It's just as simple as that. But they are owned by the WWE, so it is the reason why they are where they're at when it comes to the decisions that they make on certain guys. But speaking of which, here we are, Yiza versus Ofli. Right now, the first real UFC fight of the night. Right now, we're done with all the prelim fights. Well, that's not necessarily the prelim fights. That's more of the non-UFC fights. But this is a real UFC fight indicative of the shorts that they have going on, the official shorts, black on Yizzy and the green on Ofli. So now it is Ofli right on top of Yiza, the Chinese man, right on top. There's Ofli right there, the Arab Australian.
Maintaining the back control position right now is Ofli on Yiza. Banging away with some knees as he is maintaining this body lock position right on top. All right, there's Ofli right now banging away with some shots right there. Now he takes him down. Good knees right there by Ofli. Right by the clinch position with the Wizard. Body shots right on the breakaway. Oh, he just rocked Yiza with those exchanges right there, going hook for hook at each other. He rocked him momentarily, but Yiza's back in his equilibrium right now. Oh. Yeah, each countered that body kick right there. Nice high kick by Ofli. Switching stances by Yiza. Have you heard anything about Raja? That is a good question, man. That is a good question. Yeah, Raja just seemed to have gotten drowned out of the news cycle, considering that there's other racial, racially charged news clips that are going around. The combat sports world moves on, obviously, right? Anthony Joshua sort of took the crown for most tragic story in all of combat sports. And then the UFC, is starting up again 2 weeks back to back in a row. Adam 22 fought. Rampage was there, right? Just absolutely frantic, after, Adam 22 lost. And it kind of made you forget about Raja. I heard Rampage talking about bringing him back on stream. Huh? Of course, man. Of course. Why would Rampage not do that? Hey, check it out. Would you watch that? Be real. Would you watch that? I would totally watch it. Okay, why not? Like, don't you want to hear the banter? Look, and I've told you publicly, right, that I think Rampage is a horrible father to Raja, right? But even with all of that, I would watch it just to see what happens, just to see how much of how much of a dirtbag Rampage is going to act towards his son, how much he's going to scold him or this and that, how he's going to talk over him, because Rampage is just, somebody that doesn't know how to communicate. You know what I mean? The man is, he's a complete barbarian of a thing. You know what I mean? He's a straight up barbarian. The dude doesn't know how to talk. He just knows how to talk over people. And when he doesn't like something, then he's going to resort to violence. And hey, listen, I'm not saying that I'm not the same way. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're not the same way, but there's levels to this. You know what I mean? A guy like that is just, there's a reason why Raja is the way that he is. He doesn't know how to communicate. Rampage is a horrible communicator. That's hopefully, speaking of bad communicator, he's looking to end the communication of Oakley right now, right? The communication from his brain. Yiza with a hard shot, he just knocked down Oakley with that one. All right, so Oakley is still maintaining right on top position. Now he's got a body lock, right, with a course of actions that have happened right after he got rocked right there. He says, yeah, it's totally faded out. It was really big there a couple of weeks, of course. Yeah, of course, you would watch it, right? Yeah. You know, but that's the reason why Rampage is doing it, because he, you know, I mean, yeah, I think it's safe to say Rampage is, you know, is a whore for views, right? You know what I mean? I think he should have used that time as a moment of rehabilitation, but rather he's using it as a way of exploiting his, you know, his views. Oh, good knee in that exchange right there. Good shots right there by Yiza. Oh, good exchanges. Right, just 2 minutes left into the second round right now. Good straight hand by Yiza there. All right, so Yiza is pouring it on hopefully right now. Oh, good shots. 1-2 shot right there by Yiza. All right, we got 17 seconds left into the second round right now, man. Very close fight, man. So far, there's been a lot of close fights with these matchups tonight. All right, third and final round. Let's see how this goes. Okay, good 1-2 shot right there by Ofli. All right, so it looks like Ofli's walking down Yiza here. 4 minutes left into the third round. Nice body kick right there. Okay, looking for that single leg right there. Ooh, good hook exchange right there. Okay, shooting in for a single leg here. Okay, now he's maintaining this clinch position. All right, approaching the second half of round number 3 right here. Yeah, very hard round to score, man. You know, but I might have to give this to Ofli right now. Yeah, it's a very difficult fight to score, man. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Oh, nice high overhand right there by Yiza. Okay, 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Okay, good takedown right there, but then there's Ofli with a guillotine attempt, scrambling out of here. Yiza now gets his back control position, has a body lock right around Ofli. Takes him down right there with that body lock position. Oh, good elbow. "20 seconds left. Okay, we got 15 seconds left. Ooh, spinning back kick right there, and that is the end of the third round. That is the end of the fight. We will be right back for the decision. All right, guys. So, Ofli won that one by decision. Shout outs to Ofli on that one. And yeah, man, we're gonna be back for more of the cards, man. Stay tuned. But so far, man, go back to Dana White's job fatigue. Okay, why I think he's gonna quit. Let's check that out in the meantime. Check out this commercial promo that Robert Whittaker has going on, showing him getting knocked out by Izzy. He's like, oh, yeah, and this happened here, too. Real sportsman-like about it.
Dana White has job fatigue. And a lot of you are looking at Dana White with envy, saying to yourselves, man, you know what? He has the dream job. The job that every male, every red-blooded male in America or anywhere else in the world where mixed martial arts is a prominent sport, that they could dream of. Okay, now imagine you are the guy that holds the fate of many of these fighters' hands. And on top of that, now you control the entire company. And here's the thing about Dana White. He's an employee. You need to understand that Dana White is an employee more than anything, more than being a CEO, more than being a boss. Dana White is an employee. And like all employees, okay, we all have what you call job fatigue. And the problem with job fatigue is that, well, many people don't understand or realize when they have it. So as a result of that, they start and think, you know what? I'm not doing enough. I'm not working hard enough. I'm not producing enough. And here's the thing. It's never enough. That's the one thing you got to understand about this, right? It is never enough. What you do is never enough. And quite frankly, I'm going to be very grim and honest with you. The company that you work for, the corporation that you work for, or the entity that you work for in whatever healthcare sector or engineering, or maybe even research science, or something to the effect of, let's say, government even, especially government, right? That goes with law enforcement all the way down to being a congressman slash municipal level of politics and what have you, right? It all, I'm telling you, like, it feels like a very useless endeavor. You want to know why? Because, look, they don't care if you live or if you're unalive. That's the God honest truth behind it. Now here's Dana White working hard more than ever when everything that he ever wanted to accomplish out of the UFC, he's already done. So what is there left to accomplish? I mean, virtually nothing. There's nothing else really to accomplish. And as a result of that, Dana White is at a stalemate. That is why you got a very non-enthusiastic response out of Dana White. You understand? That is why what people are complaining about is real. And it's an astute observation, but the reality of that observation is that, well, it's true. It's unfortunately true. And the fact that it's true shows you that Dana White has job fatigue. A lot of you have job fatigue. So you got to understand that your work doesn't care about you. You can be replaced the minute that you are injured, the minute that you are hurt. And pathetically enough, there have been people out there, and I'm not knocking anybody that's doing this, right? I get it and I understand it, but there's this one dude or a couple of videos that's very similar to this where a McDonald's employee or a Burger King employee worked with them for 20 months or so, right? And then what happens as a result of that? The 20 months. You want to know what happened? They gave them free burgers. They gave them a jacket after 20 years of service, right? Contributing to the company. Bro, they don't care about you. That's the reality of it. And Dana White, unfortunately, learned that the hard way when he got humiliated in front of the world with his lackluster performance in trying to promote a fight that should be as exciting as anything that you've ever seen in your life. But the lack of enthusiasm showed, and as a reality of that, well, that's Dana White in a nutshell. And don't be like Dana White. Enjoy your life, live it to the fullest, and understand that it's never going to be good enough. So you got to understand when you're good enough. Because if you don't, you're going to burn yourself out.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good career. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good career. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
All right, we got Oban Elliot coming up next. Or you're discriminating Muslim fighters or this, that, and the other. I don't think that's necessarily the case.
6 wins, 0 losses in the UFC. New contract.
His English is great. Yes, that's correct.
Let's go.
Hey, see you later, pal. Good luck to you. Have a good life.
Khabib is angry at the UFC, and with good reason. The reason why he's angry with the UFC is they're letting go of undefeated people. We've talked about the people that the UFC has released over the past couple of months. Obviously, Muhammad Micallef was one of them, but that was more of a behavioral issue. Rinat Fakhretdinov, we can't understand why. Okay, maybe his fights may have been boring in the past, but what about his recent one where he got a TKO win, right? Wasn't that impressive enough? Well, unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the UFC, and that is why they had to let him go as a result of it. So now Khabib said something to the effect of, all these people in the UFC want guys that drink, guys that smoke, guys that talk a whole bunch of smack. It's not looking like a sport. It's not looking like a professional sport at that, right? So that's the unfortunate thing about this. Now, the problem with Khabib saying this is that there's an aspect that Khabib is not understanding, okay? Because I have to be very fair and objective about this. There's an aspect of business. There's an aspect of ROI returns that the UFC has to make as a result of their UFC Paramount deal. So it's not as easy as to just say, okay, well, you're letting go of the best fighters in the world, or you're discriminating Muslim fighters, or this, that, and the other. I don't think that's necessarily the case, right? Well, here's the thing. Obviously, Michael Venom Page is Muslim, right? He's a very exciting fighter, but he's not a Dagestani. He's not a wrestler. So it's not so much of a Muslim problem or anything like that. It's more of a wrestler's problem, or a lack of exciting fights or exciting fighters type of problem. That's really what is happening here. Now, I got to tell you, I can understand why Khabib is upset, but I can also understand how this is going to discourage him later down the road in not wanting to coach anymore. At least, well, you know what? He did make a promise and said that he was going to stop fighting, so he did. He said that as soon as Omar, Islam, Usman Nurmagomedov, and all these other guys that are in his camp, right? The specific guys that he's trained with and has grown up with in the camp of Abdul Manap. He said that he's going to retire from coaching altogether the minute that they all retire from fighting. And I think this is going to expedite the process. What I will say is that, yes, it's not fair in the sense of competitive architecture, but at the same time, you got to understand the UFC is not the NFL, even though it tries to become one. It's not the NBA, even though it tries to become one. It is more like the WWE because they are owned by the WWE. And as a result of that, this is what you get. A sport that is not necessarily a sport, but a sport that is entertainment, a sport that needs to put asses in seats. And quite frankly, you can't do an NFL, NBA, Premier League style of sport with fighting and expect it to be popular if you don't sensationalize it. And this is where the WWE comes in. This is why they have to make the decisions that they have to make. And unfortunately, I could understand Khabib's point of view. If you're a hardcore fan, you could understand and appreciate Khabib's point of view. But other than that, that is the reality of this situation. And I'm sure that Rinat Fakhretdinov will be signed at some point. So that's nothing to worry about. That's indicative of what you saw out of Muhammad Micallef. Obviously, Muhammad Micallef has been signed back to the UFC, or at least in the process of doing so, just right after he got released because of some behavioral issues. And this was right after he beat Manel Kape. And then here's Manel Kape now potentially fighting for a world title. But on any regard, listen, that is all that I really have for this one. I had to explain to you the business side of MMA, but I also had to explain to you Khabib's point of view. Now, is this anything to do with Muslim discrimination? No, but it just so happens that a lot of Muslim fighters, especially from the Dagestani Caucasus Mountains, love to use wrestling, and as a result, they are deemed boring. Unlike Sharaputin, unlike MVP, who's also a Muslim fighter, but wrestling, for whatever reason, is not popular to the casual audience. But there is a platform for wrestlers to go to. I don't know how big or how sustainable that is. I've seen a couple of wrestlers compete in RAF, right? Real American Wrestling Freestyle, right? Colby Covington is going to compete against Luke Rockhold. You had Bilal Muhammad compete there. But that's another platform for another type of fighting skill set. But on any regard, this is the reason why the UFC has to make the decisions that they make. Paramount deal, $7.7 billion in the next 7 years. This is the reason why. It has nothing to do with discrimination, but at the same time, it just so happens that these fighters come from a place that adore wrestling or use wrestling to win fights. And unfortunately, that doesn't put asses in seats. All right. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man. My nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think.
Yeah, hey, that's all great, but you know, it was Rich Trapper that was doing all the ass whooping last week, man. He ran up on an op at at a studio, at a recording studio, and guess what he did? He made him beg for mercy. He choked him out. And he choked him out so bad. That dude was supposed to box at the Adam 22 card, but he obviously couldn't make it thanks to the homie Rich over here. But, man, yeah, shout out to Rich Trapper on that one, guys. But, all right, man, we're back at it right now. Oban Elliot, 3 minutes down into that dude. That dude in the video, yeah, the dude in the video, bro, he choked out this dude named Boskoe. We're going to do a reaction to it if this fight ends early with Oban Elliot and Metcalf. But yeah, man, you know, it's all over the internet. Rich Trapper choked out Boskoe. So, you know what I mean? That's that's kudo points for the homie. You know what I mean? So hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yup. and he stopped him from going to his boxing match in the Adam 22 card because Boskoe was supposed to box this dude named King Pill. This dude named King Pill was supposed to be in that fight. So I don't know, man. I guess I guess he hurt his throat too much. I don't know how you get choked out, right? And that prevents you from a boxing match. I guess, yeah, I guess Rich really put him on in really, really tight. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Shout outs to Rich Trapper, bro. Holding it down. You know what I mean? Putting it on for for the Crip side of California. You know what I mean? Rolling 60. Rip. Shout out to all the dudes in the rolling 60s down in South Central for that one. So man, you know what? Speaking of you know what, Victory, you know what I love about Southland, right? They actually use like real gang names, right? They have mentioned the Rolling 60s. They've mentioned West Side Pyro Bloods. I was like, you know what? This is good. This is like real names of like actual gangs that exist, right? Rather than like, creating some weird generic like weird generic looking B film of what North America or what North Africa, I'm sorry, North Korea thinks of what North America looks like. He says, I love that show. I was pissed it was over. I know, man. He says, I've had it make my throat sore, but I could still box. Yeah, I don't know. Boskoe is a bit of an older gentleman, so that may have had something to do with it. So yeah, man, he tried to roll up on Rich, try to grab his chain, and then Rich was like, "Man, don't grab on my chain, homie." So this idiot tries to swing at him. After he swings, Rich does the George St. Pierre. When George St. Pierre catches people throwing hooks, right? He shoots in for a double leg, takes him down, gets his back, and basically chokes him. And you know what he said? He said the reason why he wanted to use jiu-jitsu instead of just beating his ass is because he didn't want to leave any marks or didn't want to have any troubles with the cops. And I thought that was really smart. And by the end of the day, that is what jiu-jitsu is used for, right? Being able to neutralize your opponent. But yeah, if this Oban Elliot fight ends rather quickly, which may not, it may go to the distance. I'll show you the video and how the internet is going crazy about Rich right now. So man, big ups to the homies for doing that. Yeah, very smart indeed. Yep. Yeah, man. Rich, he's a smart dude. So I would expect him to do the smart thing. Plus, listen, this was at a studio. Okay, this was at a recording studio. Okay, it's not like back in the days with Death Row and Suge Knight and Tupac, where they did all types of crazy things there. Right? They had fight clubs going on in Death Row studios. Right? They made dudes put on gloves and just throw down in there. You know what I mean? And even Tupac was getting in some rounds with some dudes in there, right? But yeah, that's the kind of stuff they had going on in rap studios back in days. Not today. Now obviously, with P. Diddy and the East Coast side of things, we don't even want to talk about what he was doing over there. Puff. But anyways, yeah, we got a real good fight right here going on right now that we've got to show real respect to because I got a lot of respect for the Welsh gangster, Oban Elliot, right here, taking on Metcalf, which I believe I had spelled his name wrong on the description below, but nonetheless, it is all right. All right, so there's a 1-2 shot right there by Oban Elliot, standing really tall, really jab savvy right there, already cut up the eye of Metcalf right there. All right, good 1-2 shot right there by Metcalf. Nice calf kick right there. Calf kick on Metcalf. Mcalef actually is his name. Oh, man, good sequence of shots right here. Oh, wow, man, he's looking to finish here. He's looking to finish here. You know what? Yo, that is so crazy. This is exactly how Rich choked out Boskoe. Now, how crazy is this? Wow. Okay, we definitely got to show. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, that is it. That is it. He choked him. He choked him. I can't believe it. He choked him, bro. Okay, that is the perfect segue right here. That is a perfect segue right here. That is the same exact technique. Now I got to show you. Now I got to show you. Now we got to do this. Now we got to do this. Now we got to show this. Wow, yeah. Micallef with the, by the way, that's how to pronounce it. Micallef, not, but anyways, yeah. So here we go, right here. Let's show this video right here. You know that guy that's always on my outros that says, I'm going to beat your ass? Well, guess what? He ended up beating up somebody at a studio. Go check this out.
I don't let go of Boskoe until I decide I want to let go of Boskoe. Period, point blank. Choke didn't come off, so I decided to let go of the choke. Pay attention to it.
I'm not let him go. Let go of my chain. My chain pop, my breaking. Get his hands. Get his hands. Why are you fleeing? Let go of my leg. Let his hands. You got his hands? Why are y'all doing this? You got his hands?
I was choking him right
here.
here.
Get his hands. Get his hands. I'll let him go. You got his hands? Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro.
Approaching the 24-minute mark. Perfect. All right, so MMA Guru went on the Nelk Boys podcast, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. I didn't watch all of it, but I'm going to tell you the huge impact that this can send into the MMA industry. Number one, let's be honest about MMA Guru, right? I'm not here to tell you whether I like him or not, because that's completely irrelevant to the fact that he is very much an influential force in the world of MMA right now. Here's an example of what I mean that he's an influential force, okay? Number one, MMA Guru has a huge fan base that is disgruntled, that is distrustful of the UFC, quite frankly, also very distrustful of Dana White. So then he goes on to a podcast with a group of guys that are basically Dana White disciples. That's the best way to really put it when it comes to the Nelk Boys. Okay, they were given $200,000 for their birthday by Dana White, and there's very
fighters that can get $200,000 from Dana White, let alone a birthday gift. But that's neither here or there, because understand that it is the UFC that allocates this salary and not necessarily Dana White out of his own pocket. So let's also try and understand that, right? Nonetheless, all of these things that you have against Dana White, or the matters that you are disgruntled about with the UFC, the matchmaking, for example, a lot of people not happy with the Israel Adesanya and the Joe Pfeiffer fight. By the way, I could go into a little bit of details later on why that fight is happening. But for now, understand that MMA Guru can literally change the shift of the entire narrative of the MMA world based on the fact that he is not affiliated with anybody. And as a result of that, he is a lot more trustworthy, believe it or not, than the likes of Michael Bisping, the likes of John Anik, the likes of Dominic Cruz, the likes of anybody that has a hand in the UFC's media team. And that also includes Larasenko. These are people that will never give you an honest answer when it comes to honest assessments about the MMA industry. As for MMA Guru, on the other hand, he is a little bit unique in that, but there's a little bit of some chinks in that armor, considering the fact that MMA Guru is friends with Tom Aspinall. And this is the reason why he makes jokes about John Jones. Obviously, the very highlighted and the very well documented John Jones' GAY video that he made, right? Which, by the way, made like I believe millions of views now. That should be up to the millions of views, if not close to it. But nonetheless, a very big video for MMA Guru, right? Because, well, let's just be honest about it. Is he ever going to give an honest assessment against John Jones? If John Jones ever decides to fight Tom Aspinall, the answer is no. Now, what about any other opponents against Tom Aspinall? Is he ever going to give him a fair shake? No, he's...
All right, so at this point, I would say that MMA Guru has the attention of Dana White. Now, think about this. The Nelk boys are affiliated with Dana White. They're going to see this. Aiden Ross, who he's done a live stream with, he's affiliated with Dana White. He's going to see all of this. Maybe not the whole entire portion of the content, but the snippets of it where there's this influential guy in England who's not even a fighter, not even a manager, not even anybody tied to the business other than doing reactions to UFC shows. And he has the influence of everybody when it comes to saying that I'm not doing my job correctly. And that's Dana White saying this to himself regarding MMA Guru. That is, if he runs across these videos and these snippets, which most likely he will. And if you look at the Nelk boys, they look so embarrassed by all of this, or shocked at the idea that, wow, Dana White's not doing a good job. Well, of course, they're casuals. We as hardcores, we see things that other people don't. So we critique things in a much different manner. But we'll see where this goes. He's choking him right here.
His hands. Let him go. You got his hands? Get off me, bro. 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 Let go of my chain. Let go of my chain. Get off me, get up.
Obviously, I wasn't making a video, but that's why they got on camera. But how did it end? That's what I was worried about. Don't get to pulling me yanking on my jewelry because you ain't got nothing. Don't get to tugging and snatching and all that kind of stuff because you ain't got nothing. Don't do that. You feel me? Now that I'm done telling this little stupid Flu Flam, this Skulldugger story about how Boskoe was my first official victim in these YouTube streets, first official one, but I spared him though. Little humiliation, you feel me? Make him beg for freedom real quick. Make him beg, let me go, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. You can say whatever you want about this jiu-jitsu.
If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Elkir MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
Go worry about your little
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie. My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. that nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it.
Fight with King Phil,
So
bro.
for those of y'all,
what you want. That was easy work. I did it with a smile on my face. Imagine if you really took the time to piss me off.
We in a very small space. And you've been in fights where the space gets small. Niggas laugh and joke, but that jujitsu means something when you are in a closed space. You feel me?
Right.
It for sure means something. So when I had Boskoe in that chokehold, it's no intention to hurt somebody to where they got to walk away with life-threatening injury. There's no intention to make somebody lose air to their brain to where they pass out. There's no intention for none of that. It's the intention to maintain control of the situation because Boskoe is out of control in this moment. So we having an interview and you don't like what I said because your addictions are getting the betterment of you and you decide to take a punch. Well, now I got to neutralize the issue. So the first thing you hear in the first clip of the video is me saying, stop playing because you could lose your life out here. But that's the fact. When you playing these games and somebody got you choking or choking you the way I'm choking you, a less generous person will take advantage of your weakness. You feel? In a submissive position, and then when I let him go, nobody got his hands, but y'all trying to grab me. Why would I let him go?
Right.
That don't make no sense. Because on some nigga shit, we both know what happens after that. We know what happens in a fight when they only grab one person and the person's not losing and get their lick.
Right, right. But this is the thing too. When you put somebody in a chokehold, you definitely trying to take them out the game. When you squabbling, when you getting down with somebody and you put them hands on them, you putting them hands on them to let them know, nigga, you can't mess with. You know how you be talking when you whooping somebody with them hands.
Yeah.
But when
you heard the video
but when you put somebody in that chokehold, you trying to take them out the game. All that I'm trying to control. Nah, the way you was on, you was trying to take him out the game. Nigga, got all that.
Nah, man, not me, bro. Rick Rock, jiu-jitsu ain't for that, bro.
This ain't
not for that, Rick Rock.
Listen, y'all wouldn't know just y'all was in the studio. That wasn't no ring. In the ring, yeah, but on the streets, and you get down with somebody, you put them in that chokehold, you trying to put them to sleep. I know I am.
Nah, man, not me, Rick Rock. Not me, man. Jiu-jitsu is used for self-defense only to neutralize targets who are out of control, man. We don't use it for that.
But that wasn't self-defense. You seen your op, you supposed to whoop him, put hands on him real decent. You supposed to let him know the next time you see me, you gonna shake my hand. The next time you see he supposed to be walking around here with black Lopes on, man. He supposed to have them shake.
Well, you know what? I should be seeing Boskoe again because he does still have to fight. He got to fight King Phil, and I'm still already paid to commentate.
Right, right.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Elkir MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
all right. There's the homie Rich Trapper doing the damn thing. And we're gonna keep doing the dang thing because you know what? We got more fights coming up right now. Man, listen. We got a light heavyweight matchup coming up right now. All right, there's that Faison guy from Clueless, still doing commercials out here, man. I think guys like that come from an era where they were like celebrity famous in the 90s. I think that is just kind of what they rely on nowadays is just doing like mainstream commercials for mainstream normie channels, Yeah. Yeah, so now we just await the next coming matchup. Jacob Malkoun versus Torres Finney. All right, so we got round one. Finney versus Malkoun. So 456, 54, 450. Yeah, we got ourselves a middleweight bout. I said light heavyweight. I said light heavyweight earlier, but really these guys are huge middleweights. All right, good jab on the part of Malkoun right here. Malkoun shoots in. Finney sort of moves away in a way to stuff it. This thing is asking DC, how well does Finney take shots because this Finney guy actually trains with Daniel Cormier. He looks like a very short version of Yoel Romero and a combination of I forgot that dude's name. That short black dude that trains at AKA. What is that guy's name? Duran, I think his name. Yeah, that other heavyweight that trains at DC's gym. But yeah, he trains with that guy. So oh wow. Okay, there's some shots right there by Malkoun. Oh wow, he just rocked Finney right here with 2:15 left in the first round. Halfway over into the first round right now, 205, 204. Shooting in for a single leg. Now he's got him in clinch position. They break away, squared up in the middle of the octagon. Now there's a combination from Malkoun. Another jab by Malkoun. Wow, another 1-2 shot by Malkoun as he is walking forward towards Finney. There's a left hook right there on Finney, connected on Finney. Malkoun is looking to finish Finney right here. Shooting in, attempting a shot. There's Malkoun backing away, slick backing away. 103, 102, 101. First round. Yeah, Finney. Oh, wow. Finney just got rocked right there. He is looking to finish Finney right here. Finney is about to get finished. He now has the back of Finney ground and pounding away. Now he is looking. He's looking for a guillotine choke from a top half guard position. Now it is Finney that is on top, but Malkoun is hitting him with some elbows and some punches from the ground. At the end of the first round. Wow, man, a very exciting first round indeed. Wow, he said, you're sitting there taking too many shots. We need some combinations. This is the corner of Finney telling him right now. Well, after he was throwing some combinations right there, he knocked him down straight away. Finney in a low stance position, looking like he's in pre-wrestling stance. Malkoun looking across the octagon, looking to put his hands up just right before the referee puts him back in there. There it is, in the beginning of round number 2. has a little bit of that Yoel Romero bounce to him, along with the Yoel Romero build, with basically a 5'8" version of a 185er in Taurus Finney. That has very Yoel Romero mannerisms as well. Oh, 1-2 shot by Malkoun. All right, so Finney is still in this fight, even though he was rocked a few times in the first round, maintaining much better composure right now. Just a very steady boxing stance. Boxing is not what is going to help Finney in this fight right now. You see, I think he needs to shoot in for a takedown because the taller and much more crispier striker in Malkoun is taking advantage of the kickboxing and, quite frankly, just the boxing jabbing range right now. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right there, man. He rocked Malkoun in that one. Absolutely just rocked. Malkoun rocked Finney. Malkoun rocked Finney in that one. Malkoun rocked him to be perfectly corrected once again. Now he is continuing his body lock on Finney as Finney is trying to get up while Malkoun is maintaining a body lock position on Finney right now. Malkoun maintaining top position right now. Using all forms of mixed martial arts, obviously, doing very well on the feet. Not just that, now he's doing even better with the body lock position as he is just banging away at Finney right now. Yeah, still the same right now, maintaining this top control position right now. And Finney has absolutely no answer to it. He needs to do something very different in round number 3. Now, what is it that he's going to do different in round number 3? He can't outbox Malkoun, and as a result of that, he can't also out wrestle him because he can't even get near him because of the great job that Malkoun is doing, just offsetting him every time he goes and tries to shoot in for those takedowns, constantly denying him of it. All right, so here we go. Yeah, Finney looks like he pulled something in his leg right here. They're showing a replay of it. Something they sort of noticed. I don't think anybody else in the ones that are involved in the fight noticed. It's only the announcers, and then they made light of it with a video highlight in between the rounds. But nonetheless, round number 3, here we go. So, double jab right there, throwing combinations, Malkoun and Finney just firing at each other in the middle of the octagon right now. Still one and the same, just throwing it out right there. Wow, there's a huge hook by Malkoun and Finney. Finney mostly. Now it is Malkoun that tries to shoot in for a takedown. Now they're back in the clinch position. While they're in the clinch position, Malkoun is pushing Finney towards the fence. All right, Malkoun's holding him in position. Jab. Good jab right there by Malkoun. Wow. Good straight right hand right there by Malkoun. All right, maintaining this clinch position right now. Malkoun is in a dominant position right on top of Finney. Right by the clinch caging position right here. Attempted trip by Malkoun. Maintaining arm control right here by Finney. Just a single arm control. A lot of stalemate going on here. Surprised that the referee is not warning them of such stalemate positions by the clinch cage positions that they're having right now. All right, so now they break away, back squared up, 145 left. In the middle of the octagon, squared up. Welcome to the 5th hour of the live stream right now. By the way, due to the long live streams, a lot of people wonder, well, you know what? I think there's a bit of a strategy behind it, right? Obviously, I'm not going to be always behind the mic, but I do try to keep it entertaining as much as I can. And while the fights are going on, obviously, I'm going to react to it in real time. 1 minute left, 59, 58, 57, 56. There's a huge hooks right there by Finney. He's been throwing these bombs all night long. Now, here's Malkoun shooting in for a single leg. He gets it. As he gets it, he has him down on one knee, with now right on top of him in the top referee's position, looking to cradle him in a wrestling cradle position. He is trying to put Finney in right by the fence, maintaining a dominant position right on top of Finney. Now they stand right back up as they are cage clinching with 10 seconds left into the fight. And this ended in 15 minutes to a decision. See you guys in a decision. All right, it looks like the winner is going to be Malkoun. They're going to make it official right. (30-27, 30-26). Very clear winner, Malkoun. Man, we're not too far away from the main card right now, guys. Oh, he's talking about the ring rust that he had 2 years off. He said it felt like it was still a pretty dominant performance. Wow, man, he has some good jabs right here. Never really overcommitted. Was very meticulous in his game plan approach. Says that he's a well-rounded fighter, and when you're a well-rounded fighter, you know, you can make it easy in the top 10. I'm obviously paraphrasing, but he said something to that extent. He wants to go and fight again in July or August. All right, looks like they're promoting some BJJ events here. Oh, wow. So they're interviewing the coach right now. This is sort of new. I think this is a Paramount style production right here where they go here and talk to the coach. They normally don't interview the coach in MMA. It's usually done in boxing. Montoya is being asked of the game plan by John Gooden. He says in response, we're only going to concentrate on what we can control. All right, so Cam Rowston coming up next. Another middleweight fight coming up right now. Oh yeah, he's a City Kickboxing member, this Cam Rowston guy. Right, Cam Rowston versus Cody Brundage. Obviously didn't do very well against Bo Nickel, but this isn't Bo Nickel, is it? Yeah, we're in for a different fight on this one. Rowston versus Brundage. Yeah, and as the complaints that a lot of people have, just more ads in between, right? I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world having all these ads, right? I mean, would you rather pay more or I don't know, man. You know, what would they be doing right now in the pay-per-view portion? Are they just, you know, talking or, you know, not saying anything in between or, you know, a whole lot of dead air? I don't know. have some serious contract issues with the UFC, and it's going to look very identical to that of the pandemic in 2020. You want to know why? Check this out. During the pandemic, he had an issue where they couldn't get him a fight. Why? Conor McGregor is blockbuster. Exactly. Precisely the point. So they need to get him in front of a crowd. How are you going to do that in the middle of 2020 when there was a world pandemic going on? So what happened? It stunted the growth of Conor McGregor's career. And that was the problem. That was the beginning of the downfall to Conor McGregor's career due to the unique positioning that Conor has with the UFC and the type of product that he is in comparison to everybody else in the roster. So it became complicated. You don't have a crowd. You can't maximize your use of Conor McGregor. What exactly does Conor McGregor bring? He brings in people from around the world, in particular in Dublin, Ireland, to fly to Las Vegas, book hotel rooms, which is big economy for the town of Las Vegas and a Conor McGregor fight week. And then on top of that, lucrative for the UFC, both in gate and pay-per-view sales alone. Pay-per-view sales alone. Okay? So that makes him a very unique product, which means that if you were to put him and fight him in front of nobody during the pandemic, you would have essentially wasted your entire investment. So they're looking at Conor McGregor as not even a human being at all, right? They're looking at him as a product that they need to exploit to its maximum ROI, okay? Return of investments. Because they've invested a lot in Conor McGregor and they've gotten a lot of returns in Conor McGregor, and they want to continue to keep doing that and do that and do that over and over and over again. Okay, you want to continue to do that. So as a result, Conor McGregor is in a unique position once again in the new era of Paramount. And what exactly does that mean? Well, Paramount no longer requires pay-per-views. You see, all you need at this point right now is to pay, I don't know how much Paramount is, maybe $8 or $9 or something like that, but not a whole lot in comparison to last year where you were paying top pay-per-views $80, okay, $90 if you wanted an H. All right, we're going to get back to that in a second, but we got a fight going on right now. Cam Rowston is being announced, and Cody Brundage was just announced. So we got a fight on our hands right now. Round number one, we're about to get started right now. What do we got here? Tad Padilla says, hi. Hello, Tad Padilla. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Shout outs to you. All right, so here's Cam opening up with a kick. Look at the size of this dude at middleweight. Very huge middleweight. Oh, nice 1-2 shot on Cody on Rowston right now, hitting Cody. Yeah, his coach is telling him to get back to the center. Man, the long arm and reach that Rowston has going on right now is amazing. Brundage fighting back as he is being pushed into the back of the cage. He starts throwing back at Cam Rowston right there. They exchange head kicks right there. Not really anything hard or significant. Oh, wow. Throwing some combinations right there. Backing up Cam Rowston. Now he has him backed up against the fence with a clinch position. Oh, good knees right there. Oh, good knees. Good knees. Oh, wow. Looks like Cody hurt. Oh, my goodness. He just hurt Cam Rowston. Remember, man, Cody is the underdog going into this. Don't be fooled by the Bo Nickel fight. Because that was the Bo Nickel fight. This is the Cody Brundage, Cam Rowston fight. Completely different fight. And he's showing it right here. He's demonstrating that he has the ability to hurt Cam Rowston. Ducking over and under. Wow, doing some dips there, like just going over and under, just doing a lot of ducking, close range boxing on the part of Cody Brundage. Nice, man. Nice attacks by Cody Brundage. Oh, 1-2 shot right there by Cam Rowston. No kick by Cam Rowston. They time out. Oh, there seems to be a low blow. They go into a timeout, and now they have the official stepping in. All right, man. Yeah, that really must have hurt. All right, now we're back on right now. There's a high kick by Cam. A 1-2 shot by Cam. Standing tall, too. Fighting very tall. Oh, low kick. Oh, he hurt him with that one. All right, that's down. So Montoya giving it straight to Cody Brundage. He says, let me tell you what the issue is right now. Your feet are flat as fuck right now. And, you know, I met Montoya when he was cornering Jorgensen at a Sacramento card, UFC Sacramento card, right? I met him at the 24-hour sauna, weirdly enough, right? You know, since I get into it with people in the sauna. But anyways, as I was in there, I asked him, I was like, hey, How do you get over not being afraid of a fight? He says, well, you've wrestled before, right? He's like, yeah. Well, were you afraid to wrestle? I said, no. All right, well, then don't be afraid to fight. It's like, okay, touche. That's Mark Montoya right there, giving it to you straight and raw. Yeah, true story. You know, this was during the Scott Jorgensen fight at a Sacramento card. I believe this was the same card that TJ Dillashaw had fought Soto. So, little MMA history for you guys. All right, back in action right now. Okay, good shots right here. Okay, 1-2 shot right there by Cody Brundage. Another 1-2 shot by Brundage. Oh, wow. He's got him in a plumb. Muay Thai plum. Body kick by Cam Rowston. Yeah, good explosion. Oh, single shots right there. In with single shots. Now Cam is right on top. Yeah, they're starting to mentally fade right here is where Brundage has to ask himself, you know, what he needs to do different. All right, Cody Brundage getting beat up here in the last minutes of the second round. All right, and that is it. Is it. Cam has finished Cody Brundage in the second round. TKO finish. landing big shots on the ground on this one right here. All right, man. All the punching, all the kicking, all the action that's going to continue here. All right, congratulations to Cam Rowston. High quality, but now you're paying a whole lot less, $1,000 less that you are saving throughout the whole entire year just to sign with Paramount. What is in it for the UFC? Paramount wants to have a piece of the UFC's ass, okay? And the reason why they want that is because they know that having a juicy product like that will attract a diverse group of audience, right? What do you have in Paramount? To be quite honest with you, the only thing that I really watch in there is Mobland, okay? And that is with Tom Hardy and Pierce Bronson playing an Irish mob guy, which, by the way, is great, right? Just the great storylines that he has where he's interacting with these Mexican mafia cartel guys, and in the midst of that, they talk about stories where they were watching the Lennox Lewis-Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas, okay, talking about how they got into it because of some, I don't know, some sort of like racial banter, saying something about Mexicans. It's great, insane story. Mobland, wow. But other than that, it's Mobland and UFC. I can't really think of anything else, right? So that is what they got out of it. They got a product to which they pay this certain amount. So they get a fixed amount to where they don't really care about maximizing pay-per-view revenue because of the accessibility that it offers, and due to the fact that there is a high level of illegal streamings going on around the world. This was something that they really needed to look at as an option because of the pay-per-view numbers going down and dwindling due to the fact that people were illegally streaming it and it was heavily available. So what is the next strategy at hand? The next strategy at hand is to make it available, but make it lucrative. So how do you do that? Well, just charge a little bit or this, that, and then now you have subscription. Okay, but here's the thing. There are people around the world that don't have Paramount. You know they're still paying $80. The Canadians, out of all people, the Canadians are still paying them. He says you have to watch the terminal list with Chris Pratt. Okay, I will check that out. 12.9, he says, I believe $12.99 a month. Okay, so that's not that much. Soup says hi, hello, King. Okay, missed. Okay, sorry. Afternoon says there's plenty of non-pure grapplers that would wrestle Conor. Okay, so there you go. So earlier you guys were talking about potentially Conor McGregor in RAF before they were going to get him into the White House, right? So why is Conor McGregor acting frantic again, saying that he is going to fight at the White House, right? In fact, this is literally what he said in Micallef right now. Okay, there's I believe a footage of Conor right here saying that 100% he was going to fight at the White House.
Yeah, seriously, pulled away. That is
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we've...
All right, not bad.
I'm 100%. This is, yeah? I'm going in here 100%. I'm going into this fight 100% Conor McGregor, not 92. 100% Conor McGregor. So it has to be really meticulous. We were right there with the last one. As a unit, we do it. Right? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, so from what it looks like, we do have a focused and very disciplined Conor McGregor. This is good. But here's the thing, right? These contract issues are going to be a problem. He's going to ask for more money. Now, here's the thing. He said that he is not going to negotiate with the president. I'm sorry, he's not going to negotiate with the president of the UFC, but rather with the president of the United States, but rather the government of the United States, right? Because remember, the UFC White House fight card doesn't have any sponsors. It also doesn't have a crowd. So how are they going to maximize Conor McGregor into this? This is why I told you, and I made this video, right, in my latest video during this recording of this, or the live stream portion of this that I'm going to clip out later, right? That video was basically explaining that Conor McGregor's not going to fight at the White House. Well, here's why. Because they want to save him for a pay-per-view maybe in July. Not in June, where the White House fight is going to be, but in July. Because remember, the White House card is going to be free, okay? No sponsors. The UFC doesn't make money off of it. Unless, of course, the United States government decides to pay for the entire event, to which the UFC will have to ask for a certain fee, kind of like what Mark Zuckerberg did, right? He literally bought a whole entire fight night at the Apex and rented it out with literally nobody in there but him and his family, right? Which, I mean, you could probably argue the United States government or maybe just Donald Trump himself could do that. But I need you to understand, so that the casual sack says that's a good point. Yes, so I need you to understand that there will be contract problems with Conor McGregor fighting at the White House, but it doesn't mean there's going to be problems with Conor McGregor fighting later on. I just don't think that it's going to be the White House. And the casual sack says it would be hilarious if it was sponsored by Seasons Riyadh. You know what? It's going to come to that. Because think about this, right? Conor McGregor has asked for the assistance of Turki Al-Sheikh before, has he not? He says, you know, Turki, you know, I need some assistance over here, man. You know what I mean? He's literally asked for his assistance before. So what is Turki going to do? He's going to talk to Donald Trump. Well, maybe not him directly. Turki will just call Mohammed bin Salman. Okay, you guys know Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, the guy that always meets with Trump, right? The guy that's constantly at the White House with Trump, right? The guy that constantly invites Trump to Saudi Arabia. He'll get in his ear. He says, hey, you know, what about this Conor McGregor fight? You know, what's going on? Why he can't fight at the White House? And then, of course, Trump is going to say, well, you know what? The reason why he can't fight at the White House is because Conor McGregor is too goddamn expensive. And then, of course, Mohammed bin Salman is going to say, listen, you know, you want to insult a Saudi? That's one of the things that you say. You say it's too expensive. You know what a Saudi is going to say? How much this little leprechaun Irishman want? How much he want? How much he want for this fight? I think he wants $200 million to step in the octagon of the White House. Okay, done. It's no problem. $200 million we make. We sign the check. Boom, here it is. Who we make this to? White House or National Defense Pete Hedzik, who's we make this to? Victory says Zuckerberg is such a dweeb. I hate seeing fighters trade with him. Yeah, well, he bought an entire event. Okay, he bought an entire event. Just like
The way
Turkey El Sheikh could buy this whole entire event at the White House.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Elkir MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right, so we got Junior Tafa taking on Billy Alakina right now. Here we go, man. All right, 9 wins, 2 losses for Billy Alakina. Junior Tafa covering his face before the announcement and then smiling at the camera. All right, who you got? I got Alakina in this one. I'm not a very big believer of the Tafa brothers. What do you think? If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would not put my money on Tafa for anything. I mean, maybe in some fights. This one, no. This is Alakina's fight to win, in my humble opinion. All right, so starting off 420, 419, 418. Oh, wow! Justin Tafa just rocked Billy Alakina right now, making me eat my words through my prediction. However, Alakina is maintaining the body lock position right now after getting rocked like that. I believe that that's his brother. There's 2 Tafa brothers. One of them is a heavyweight, and this is the light heavyweight brother that we are watching right now. Shoots in, Tafa stuffs that, maintaining, being squared up right now.
All right, good counter right there by Tafa. Looking for a body jab right there. Body cross, rather. Ooh, swing and a miss on that one. I have absolutely no clue who the first fight on the main is. Never heard of either of these guys. Well, this is what you get with a lot of these international fights, especially with Australia. We think that Australia has a strong hold in MMA, but in reality, no. I mean, like in comparison, let's say Americans, like check this out. If you had an all Brazilian card, not an all Brazilian card, but a Brazilian majority card, let's say a Rio de Janeiro card, right? And then an American card, right? Let's say an LA card or a Miami card, right? Rest assured, you're going to have a lot of very well known American Brazilian fighters, at least within the hardcore space. Okay, but when you have guys that are not even known in the hardcore space, then you really have to reconsider how dominant of that country is in overall MMA. Now, do they have a lot of champions? Yeah, Robert Whitaker. You have Kai Kara France as a contender, title contender. You have Volkanovski. The list goes on, right? And then you have Jai Apataya in the boxing side, but still their presence in the overall prelims when it comes to those levels. Like for example, how many how many how many Australian Jim Millers do you know? How many Donald Cerrone do you know? Right, American, by the way. Holland. How many Hollands do you know? American, by the way. Right. So that's sort of what I'm getting at is they have a strong presence in the world stage, in the championship stage, right? But when it comes to overall, let's say, um, uh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Um, Reliability. When it comes to reliability, filling in the undercards, the prelims, it's Americans and Brazilians all the way. So once again, right? Like, if it was a Jim Miller fight, would you be excited if Jim Miller was on this card? Oh yeah. Would you be excited if Moicano was on the main card, fighting some like Australian, some local Australian bogan? I think you would, right? But they're not. Is it Joe Lozon? No. Um, yeah. So you understand what I mean. All the hardcore fight fans know what I'm talking about. I'm speaking your language here, guys. You know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. So Elakina got rocked right there, like literally got rocked back, right? Like he bent back like what I do for my stretches. You know what I mean? Like where I'm like on my knees and I bend backwards. Like I do that for a stretch. He got stretched right there with that. But yeah. All right. So we are now heading into round number 2. So yeah, what I'm saying, Marty, is that Americans and Brazilians just have more presence in the overall bulk of things, whether that's champions or prelim fighters alike. The representation is much higher in terms of those guys being a lot more well known. Oh, okay. So yeah, I suppose Tafa, he says longest lineage two. Longest lineage two in terms of what context did you mean? Yeah. So okay, that is right. Tafa was a former heavyweight, as they mentioned right here, with him having to cut down some weight here. Yeah, that is true, right? I think 205 DC was the best. Oh, Americans and Brazilians. Got it. Okay. Yeah, DC is on point with this. Absolutely on point with what he said here. Yeah. Yeah, all these dudes, bro, all these fringe nations in MMA, right? They are the new kids on the block. They are the new kids on the block. Look, what they are, this is the best way to describe them, right? All these Aussies and English in the MMA world. How do I describe them? They're like the black hockey players. Okay, so yes, the English and the Aussies, they're black hockey players. Why do I say that? Because hockey is a sport full of white guys, right? And then when you have a black player, oh wow, very intriguing. This is interesting. Now I want to see how he does, how he performs under this demographic contrast of some sort, right? That's what the English and the Aussies are. And then that also extends to Conor McGregor with his Irish contingency. Understand what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So when they have a bunch of guys that actually become champions, it's like, wow, okay, oh, they're doing something right down there. Well, not so fast. They still don't have the level of wrestling that Americans or Russians have. Oh, wow. So there it is, man. Elakina just now choked out Junior Tafa. That was a great rear naked choke. Once again, American, right? Is Billy Elakina American? I believe. Yep, there it is, man. Rear naked choke. Second round. All right, there it is, man. Great win for Belly Elakana right there. All right, man. Great performance by Billy Elakana. We'll be right back, guys.
switch to TurboTax. File free in the app by 2/28. All 100% free. Now this is taxes.
When stink lingers, use Lysol Air Sanitizer.
On Juice due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top
Conor, right? Because I know you don't love the guy on a personal side, but they're talking about might not be any sponsors at the White House, might not be any crowd at the White House, and like, how are they going to be able to pay him what he wants without pay-per-view either?
Honestly, I don't think it make like. I don't think the UFC need Conor at the White House. Honestly,
no,
I don't think they do, because how they gonna monetize their money? You know what I'm saying? Out of like Dana does whatever. I'm not the matchmaker. Dana's gonna do whatever he wants. He wanna have the biggest card that I'm sure will be the biggest card. But I'm just telling you, you can put Islam Makhachev in there in the White House. You can put Justin Gaethje in there. You can put John Jones and Alex Pereira in there. You can put Kayla if she's healthy back there. You can have an amazing card.
Yeah.
You know, you can have put Elliot in there, but also you're gonna have to think about the rest of the year. What about all the other pay-per-view lists of the year, right?
Conor McGregor is not going to fight at the White House. In fact, I'm willing to say that he's not going to for multiple.
We have got to the point where literally anybody,
due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of that, you got to understand Conor McGregor also takes a lot of recreational drugs. So as a result of that, passing a drug test, there's only so much the drug testing agency that the UFC has employed can do. There's only so much cover-up that they can do. So these are the two top reasons why he's not going to fight at the White House. Another reason you need to understand is that Conor McGregor is in a situation of his life right now where he is just way too comfortable. Now, I want to be very clear. This video is not definitive, even though the title or the thumbnail may have a little bit of some clickbaity type of attraction to it. I need you to understand there is still a chance that he can fight, because by the end of the day, he is highly motivated for a historical event like this, and who wouldn't be? When you're a fighter, this is literally some of the things that you dream of. Most guys that grew up, let's say, in England, boxing, or anywhere else in the world outside of the United States, their biggest dream is basically to fight in Las Vegas or Madison Square Garden, or nowadays with the rise of Carl Froch and Anthony Joshua and the trend that they started, $80,000 in Wembley Stadium, right? Those are the top three places in the world that you'd want to fight at, and not to mention the Middle East as well, with the money that they're putting up for combat sports. So this is the pinnacle of everything that you work for, the Super Bowl, the WrestleMania. Yes, he's going to be highly motivated. The problem is, what kind of Conor McGregor are you going to expect when you see him in there? You want to know what I think? This is the type of Conor McGregor I think you're going to expect. A guy who is a shell of himself, and not only that, was literally forcing himself to be there in a situation that he, quite frankly, doesn't deserve or is not capable of doing so. But by the end of the day,
if you are sleeping in a position like this, you
got to understand something, which brings me to the next segment of the UFC, right? It's no longer a meritocracy. It is no longer a meritocracy. The reason why is because they need to have entertainment. They need to have big names. Conor McGregor being put back in there is just nothing more than a cash cow for the UFC to bring him back and to say, hey, look, We got a product right here that you guys can look at and say, hey, check this out. Here's our little puppet right here being strung along, sort of like Joe Biden, right? At the end of Joe Biden's political career, he was a shell of himself. They literally just brought him back because he was an established name in Washington, D.C. And they're like, you know what? We need to have this guy around until they just could no longer do anything to him anymore, until they can no longer cover up. And this is literally Conor McGregor in a nutshell. He is the Joe Biden of the UFC. You understand? Conor McGregor is the Joe Biden of the UFC, and that is insane to say, but it is so true.
In November. I sure don't act my age, and I definitely don't want to look my age.
Hey, wait, can I say something really fast? Sorry.
Sure.
I will say I feel like you are aging backwards 100%. So whatever you're doing, keep it up.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm using the light regimen from Caldera Lab. Obviously, we're starting with a clean slate. Eye serum takes care of fine lines, dark circles. The great,
which is why I'm telling you that UFC is no longer a meritocracy. So the fact that the UFC is no longer a meritocracy, I need you to understand this. Their whole entire motivation is always going to be money. It's always going to be big fights, big names, and to hell with undefeated records and winning fights through wrestling. Forget all that. What they want is pure entertainment violence. That is something that Conor McGregor can bring because he still has the name, but we don't know if he has the violence in him. Paddy Pimblett, they want this guy to win. They need this guy to win. You want to know why they want this guy to win and they need this guy to win? Because he is the next cash cow of the UFC once Conor McGregor is no longer available and is completely expired from the game in terms of his ability to perform at the highest level. So they need Paddy Pimblett. They need a person like this to replace Conor McGregor, who, by the way, has a little bit of a Conor McGregor personality to him a little bit. He's Irish, at least has an Irish name, but he's not from Ireland. He lives in Liverpool, which is historically an Irish town full of Irish immigrants, migrated from Dublin all the way to Liverpool. And even Conor McGregor himself will tell you that his family has ties to that place. And on top of that, has even had ties to, let's say, having a little bit of some scandals in that part of the world, if you remember.
We just standing outside, and you hear the big fucking smash of like glasses and that. And then he ran out with his bodyguards and was like, "Hey, get me out of here now." And he's like pulling at the car handle, trying to get the car open. And he just fucking span off me. But I spoke to a lad who was in there. Been in the toilet for like 35 minutes in the women's one. So I reckon he's been fucking smashing someone in the women's.
The house, Scousers on the golly. American head is McGregor's, yeah.
Eyewitness purple belt, black belts. Don't put him in a shitty MMA gym that's being opened up through drug money, that's being run by ex-drug dealers who still get a couple of grand cash every month from them organised crime groups. Do you understand what I'm saying? And let me just reiterate, not all gyms, not all boxing gyms are controlled by these rats. Not all MMA gyms are controlled by these rats, but they're very hard to find. If you want your child to go and learn a form of self-defense, go and put him in a judo club where there's a possibility of him going to the Olympics if he works hard at it. Put him in a...
Meanwhile, the Nama Yunez and Silva fight is going on. But yeah, so go to the Olympics and basically go broke, right?
Karate club where he's surrounded by working members of society who do that type of sport.
Yeah, basically around guys that don't know how to take a punch, so that when you're in a street fight and you actually get hit, oh my God, you're like shocked. Well, what happened? You bloody idiot. Of course I want protection.
I grasped everyone. No one's going to have me back. What am I supposed to do? Of course I want protection. Are you fucking insane, lad?
It's me. Now, before I got issued with these two things, the other one was cancelled out from early days because I'd gone to prison. I've got back out. I'm doing my thing. I'm delivering my message. All of a sudden, because my message is very powerful.
Mate, that bloody message is for them coppers. It's for them coppers, mate. You know, I must give them more intel. I got to grass everyone else. I didn't grass enough people. I only grassed 2. And that's it. 2 of me mates. I grassed them. But they asked me to grass 4 more people. Is panic mode for the UFC. And what exactly is that panic mode consisted of? Firing people that are undefeated, that are not exciting, promoting people that need to be promoted because, well, okay, let's take, for example, Joe Pfeiffer, right? He's number 15 and he's taken on Israel Adesanya at number 6. Does anybody ever ask the question as to why this is going on? I think the answer is simple. They need American stars in the UFC, and Joe Pfeiffer is that person that can fill that void, right? He can fill that void if he beats Israel Adesanya. Because I'll tell you right now, one of the biggest things that people are complaining about in the UFC offices right now is that there isn't much American stars. And here's the thing, believe it or not, the UFC can survive without American stars because they don't need them. What they need is just people that are willing to put asses in seats, whether that's American, whether that's Dagestani, whether that's English, whether that's French, whether that's German, anybody that can put asses in seats, they need them. That is why the UFC is no longer a meritocracy. Mark Haney says, why is everyone so mad at the UFC wanting American stars at the White House event? Because a lot of people don't understand that American stars are sort of dwindling down in the UFC, right? And so they still think that being an American gives you a certain type of privilege in the UFC. In fact, it doesn't. Think about this, right? The pay in the UFC is not good enough for you to have a quality of life in the United States, especially at an entry level, where you got guys making 10 to show, 10 to win, or sometimes even 20 to show and 20 to, it's not enough. It's not enough for these guys because that money goes away rather quickly. These guys, a lot of the Dagestanis, even the Brazilians, they have a low cost of living in the part of the world that they're from. And then on top of that, if you are with a team like Charles Oliveira or Khabib, rest assured you're going to have a team behind you where they're going to provide you with a dorm. They're going to provide you with some living accommodations. And then on top of that, maybe even some
cheaters hate this web.
And food and every type of resources that you need as a fighter. Mark Haney says, to be fair, it's all privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. That's a very good assessment right there. He says, Rams or Seahawks? Sorry, no, I don't follow much football, but let me know what team you wish to win. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Mark Haney. You know what? Here's another thing that a lot of people complain about, right? They complain about fighter pay. And you know what? What you said right there, Mark Haney, that is correct, right? To be fair, it's all a privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. He says that wouldn't be a privilege. I wouldn't be mad if a Russian UFC wanted Russians at their event. That wouldn't be privilege then. Yeah. Well, the reason why they're trying to have stars, or why they're trying to bring in Americans to have a White House fight card is because they want to use that to catapult the next generation of American stars. Let's think about this, right? John Jones is gone. Dominic Cruz is gone. TJ Dillashaw. Who else? John Jones, that's the main American star, right? Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey. These are all American stars in the UFC. They are all gone. They need new ones. Gable Stevenson could come to mind.
Who else? Peyton Talbot, you could argue, is in there. Sean O'Malley, you could say, has been a star for a long time, but at what extent is a superstar? Is he more of an internet celebrity rather than, let's say, a mainstream celebrity that you could, I don't know, parade around in a Golden Globe Awards the way that you did with Brian Ortega and Mackenzie Dern? But here's what I will say, right? The White House matchmaking that they got going on is sort of weird. It's sort of in this weird dilemma where, you know what?
Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed.
We want to have Americans versus the world. But then Daniel Cormier argued, what if the Americans get their asses kicked at the White House event? That would look really bad on our country, right? But at the same time, this is what I think, right? If you had a White House card where it was Islam Makhachev versus Ilya Topora, or maybe even Paddy Pimblett versus Ilya Topora, which, by the way, are all non-Americans, I would argue and say, well, this is the UFC's gift to the world, because by the end of the day, no matter how much international superstars the UFC has, the UFC is still an American sport, or at least an American heavily promoted sport. And as such, it is our gift to the world. That is how they should really approach the White House fight card. Mark Haney says, I just don't see a big deal wanting Americans for an American event at an American White House. I agree, which is why I say the UFC should be America's gift to the world. That's the theme. Who's saying it's a big deal? Victory says. Well, there are people out there. There's a vast number of people out there that are saying they would want to see an America versus the world type of card, or have feature more Americans. But I argue that if you had a Paddy Pimblett or an Ilya Topora card, by the way, two non-Americans, all we're really saying is that, which is true, the UFC is America's gift to the world, no matter who's fighting in it. Yes, and then Mark Haney says everybody's trying to make it a political issue. Facts. Facts on facts on facts with that. Yes, people are making it a political issue. You are absolutely right about that. But by the end of the day, I need you to understand this also. The reason why people are making it into a political issue is because of the fact that it is a political issue, because Donald Trump created an event that said, this is my gift to you guys for rehabilitating my image. If you remember, Donald Trump was facing court cases and litigations put against him. Who put him back into the fold? It was us, the UFC audience, that tolerated him, that normalized him, and also, quite frankly, when it comes to the American MMA fan side of things, put him in office. All right. What's up, y'all? What's up, fool? Mark Haney in the house, the legend Mark Haney. Bilal Muhammad fan club. Okay, I didn't know there was such a thing, but that's good to know that there's a strong enthusiasm for my fellow Muslim brother, Bilal Muhammad out there. But he says, I can sense your presence. Why show a recording of yourself? Reason being is because the fact that this live stream, in particular, live streams that deal with live fights, they get a pretty good amount of traffic during and after the fact. I want to be able to use it to showcase some of my older stuff that's sort of relevant to the topics that we are covering today. In particular, this fight, in particular, Paramount as a company and their effect on the MMA world, effect on the sports world, and effect on the UFC schedule overall. So, Victory says, "Told you, Kyrie," but I understand, but it's not like there aren't content that I do where it's just straight me in there from 0 to the end of the 3 hour point where I'm engaged in talking to everyone. But I understand, I get it. I get it. Also, once again, look, there's also a strategy behind it it that would be very difficult to understand if you're not behind that particular studio. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to understand. Oh, Ross Pearson is being interviewed right now. How about this? This is very interesting. Ross Pearson. Yeah, so this is the Paramount style of things, right? They do things a little bit different in Paramount. They're going to interview the coaches. It's very boxing like. Obviously, for the hardcores out there, you guys know Ross Pearson, former UFC contender at one point. Not contender. Well, I don't know how. I'm sure he made top 15 at some point. That's for sure. He says, "You scammed me. I know you are there. You skipped the ads." Yes. He says, "Bro, this is just a replay. This is a scam." There's a temperature there. Says, dude, he is the Biden of the UFC. Not quite Biden, but is not far off. Okay, that is in reference to Conor McGregor in the video earlier where I talk about how they are basically using Joe Biden all the way till the end because he was just a guy that was very established in Washington, so they just need him around, right? So they sort of need Conor McGregor around as a leverage negotiation point for Paramount, if you really think about it. As you guys get the flu, Cali, and this time I did say sometimes Americans and Brazilians, they are the staple of the majority in the UFC's roster in terms of the guys that have, the collective name power. Now, of course, Conor McGregor is the best in terms of promotional value, right? But other than him and Ian Gary, and they're not even in the same team, but yeah, other than him and Ian Gary, who else is really an Irish standout to you? Not a lot, right? So there's not a huge Irish representation there. But when it comes to Americans and Brazilians, for sure. And the longest lineage as well, obviously, yes. The UFC, how it started in 1993, but before that, they had Valley Judo freestyle fights in Brazil. Yeah, so he has absolutely no clue who the main card is. Okay, so Jamie Mularkey, I'm very familiar with who this guy is. When you mean main cards, you mean prelims or main cards exactly? Yes, we talked about this. I believe he also has another Tafa brother, but it is him that moved down to light heavyweight. He says that he would pick Tafa. Yeah, not a wise choice in hindsight, obviously. But okay, Jamie Mularkey is being, yeah, he had to be top 15. Okay, he says, how do you think Paramount is handling the production so far? Very good, very good. I think it's very well presented. I have no complaints about it. I think they obviously follow the same model
of ESPN, they didn't really do much, right? They just had to really bring their camera into it because if you look, the production of the UFC is still the same. It's still the same. Guys, there's a DJ in the back playing the fighters' entrance music as the fighters walk out. It's really just simple, right? It's nothing extravagant. It's not like having Floyd walk out there with Lil Wayne or nothing like that, or Anthony Joshua coming out with flames from Tottenham Stadium in London. Nothing like that. It's just plain. We have some lights. We're gonna darken this part of the arena, and then we're gonna have all the spotlights inside the octagon. Right, they didn't change it, and you know why? Look, it's because of Dana White's. It is because of Dana White's Sigma personality. Yes, that's the best way to put it. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to bookmark a segment to this right now. All right, I just had to add that in there. Anyways, it's not like you're not used to the dead air, but all right, let's get to all right. He says Dana isn't there. He says, I'm glad that they didn't change it. This is obviously in reference to the fact that even though they have Paramount, they kept the same production. They have a DJ in the back. They have people playing, songs in the background of the fighters. Nothing extravagant. Nothing like Floyd with Lil Wayne walking out with this crazy extravagant entrance. Not like Anthony Joshua with flames coming out in Tottenham Stadium. Nothing like that. Just plain cameras following you. They blacken one side of the arena. They focus all the lights in the middle of the octagon. And yes, it is because Dana White's personality, in particular, his Sigma personality, is the reason why the UFC looks the way that it does, the way that it looks uniform, the way that it doesn't look over extravagant, but it looks recognizable. Okay, like for example, what are some of the best thumbnails you've seen online? It's not the thumbnails that are attracting you that have multiple pictures with a lot of things going on. Sometimes it's just the loom and doom picture of a known person, and then it says right there in the caption, this is bad. This is the end of this person. This person will DIE, whatever type of extreme that you could think of. That is what people are attracted to, simplicity, but violent or provocative. The UFC is simplicity, but guess what? Fighting is violent, and it's violent fighting at the highest level. And that is what they have over and over again attracted and marketed to the world To which, by the way, the reason why there's a lot of complaints about fighter pay is because of the fact that they created a system where nobody is bigger than the program. They are the program. He is the program. And you, as the participant, i.e., the fighters, should just be thankful to be there. And that is how they created it. He says, wonder what celebrities will be in the crowd. Oh, okay. In particular, this Australian card. Well, as we are watching the first round of Jamie Mularkey and Salkilld right now, right, the main card opener. Yeah, these are two well-known Australian UFC fighters for sure, but a lot of people in the United States may not know them. Good takedown by Salkilld right there. Shoots in, already takes the back off Jamie Mularkey with a body lock. So what type of celebrities are they going to have there in Australia? More than likely rugby players, TV personalities that, let's say, you may not know, like, let's say, a TV show or a soap opera that is only relevant in Australia or only marketed in Australia. And then these other sports superstars that are in rugby, for example, do you as an American audience know of a man named Sonny Bill? No, you don't. But you do know Mark Hunt. Why? Because Mark Hunt is somebody that you know in the fighting world. Well, I'll have you know, Sonny Bill is actually a bigger star than that of Mark Hunt. And what is Sonny Bill known for? He's a Muslim convert, okay, of Polynesian descent who was a former rugby player. So, in other words, he's a star athlete in Australia. So those are the type of celebrities that would be out there. Boxers, maybe somebody like Anthony Mundane. That's one guy that I know that's a very legendary Australian boxer. Maybe John Wayne Parr, one of the most famous Muay Thai fighters from Australia of all time. Who knows? So here's Jamie Mularkey maintaining this body lock position on Salkilld right now. Oh man, already 13 fights in the career of Jamie Mularkey. Oh, that's a good hip toss right there by Salkilld. Who is that? Who is the favorite, and who is the odds on? Oh wow, Salkilld. Just as I was talking about that, Salkilld gets a submission right there, rear naked submission. An easy rear naked submission right there. Salkilld gets a rear naked submission. Wow. He literally gets it on 6 hours, 24 minutes, and 24 seconds of this live stream. He was able to score that submission within that time frame. So Jamie is trying to get a takedown of his own. He gets a hip toss right here. From this hip toss, he was able to get the rear naked choke. Wow, very impressive win for Salkilld there. Very impressive win for Salkilld. said Scotland was the favorite. Good. Let's get the Tuivasa fight going. Yeah, man, these cards are just falling, falling down, as immediately as possible, right? All right, let's hear what Scotland has to say here. Wow, and it was a first round finish too. Yeah, the step around throw right here. Mularkey was trying to look for that as well. Wow, man, he really got it right here. He said that the game plan was to come in here and fight, whatever that meant. He says, Dirtback Dustin says, Tai Tuivasa is probably the worst heavyweight. Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, you're not wrong, are you? Right? 5 losses in a row. The only reason why they keep him around is because he drinks shoeies. Hope Ty has a good showing. Has a good showing is what you mean. Yeah, I know you meant showing, but obviously the showy, the most disgusting, barbaric act you could do. Right now, that's the type of stuff that attracts diseases right there. So let's hope he doesn't win just on that alone. That's probably the reason why he didn't win, is because Allah wants to protect him from the stupidity of what he could create for himself. Stuff like that. So we have TKO Boxing right now promoting their next fights coming up. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, guys. All right. On to the next fight. Yeah, with Tai Tuivasa coming up right now. We'll be right back. On juice due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of
Conor, right? Because I know you don't love the guy on a personal side, but they're talking about might not be any sponsors at the White House, might not be any crowd at the White House, and like
Honey, your mouth and eyes are moving again.
Listen, that is all that I really have for
6 wins, 0 losses in the UFC. New contract.
His English is great.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I gotta tell you, this whole entire weekend's whole entire theme goes as something as follows. It goes like this. YouTubers and influencers getting their asses kicked by real fighters. That is the overall theme. You had it with Jake Paul getting beat up by Anthony Joshua, having his jaw broken and his teeth busted up, and now eating through a straw for God knows how long. And then you had Andrew Tate getting humbled by Chase Demore. But wait, there's more. Then you got Jack Dorothy, okay? Social media sensation, by the way, a total pest of a human being, okay? In fact, him and his crew got jumped by Andre Arlovski. We're going to react to it. But first, let me give you a little bit of some introduction onto who Jack Dorothy is, right? Let's take a look at some of Jack Dorothy's best moments.
What is this guy? Hey, let me hear one too. Okay. Oh, shit. Huh? Excuse me, sir. Chat, who is he? He has 2 watches on it. They're saying Will Nunez. No way. Bro's a famous soccer player.
Okay, that one was a little bit tame, right? But yeah, let's see some of his untouchable moments that he tries to walk around and obviously trying to purposely provoke people into a fight. This is what Jack Dorothy does, right? And, well, you'll see. He got what he wanted out of Andre Arlovski. I mean, did he not know who Andre Arlovski was? I mean, very similar to how he did not know that Nunez soccer player guy. Maybe he didn't know that Andre Arlovski was a former heavyweight champion. By the way, the only guy to have ever... Well, I wouldn't say he went the distance with Tom Aspinall, but he lasted longer than most people against Tom Aspinall, where Tom Aspinall was laying people out in the first round. So even at 40 plus or in his mid-40s, close to his 50s, man, Andre Arlovski is still an animal. But yeah, this is Jack Dorothy in a nutshell. This is what he does. He's a button pusher. He does these types of content where he provokes people, and Andre Arlovski was no different.
What? Well, Pop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
And then, of course, he's got his bodyguards behind him, basically doing the same thing, right? And then we fast forward to this weekend. This is what happened right here. Look at that, Jack Dorothy basically fixing his shirt as his friends were getting beat up by Andre Arlovski. All right, so I guess you guys get the picture, right? I mean, yes, this is the literal theme of the weekend. Okay, you chat shit, you get banged. On top of that, if you are looking for a problem, there are guys out there that are willing to give you that problem, both inside the ring and outside the ring. This was the portion that happened outside of the ring, and as a result of that, listen, Jack Dorothy got what he wanted, but at the same time, Andrei Arlovski got what he wanted. Let me tell you what he got out of this. What he got out of this was promotion. You understand that Andrei Arlovski is fighting for a BKFC title coming up, right? This is great promotion for him. As for Jack Dorothy, well, now he may open himself into the realm of combat sports, right? Who knows, right? He could fight smaller guys that are also influencers, or he can continue doing this, basically haggling MMA fighters, boxers, and trained killers just to make content out of it. So on that regard, the jackass of the entire weekend was not Andrew Tate. It was not Jake Paul, because at least they tried. It is Jack Dorothy, who didn't even try while all of his friends were getting beat up. This is what he does. He's fixing his shirt. Oh, I got to look good. I got to look good while my boys are getting beat up and my bodyguard is over there getting beat up. But that's all there really is to it. It's just, you know, pure ignorance of it all. I mean, listen, am I the type of guy that enjoys ignorance to a certain extent? Yes. This one, I think this was a little bit forced. I don't think there's really any real beef in here other than the actual punches that were being thrown. Now, I do agree that these are real punches that are being thrown, but at the same time, I also think that it was a case of opportunity that they needed to take in this moment of time. And that is exactly what they did. Jack Dorothy does what Jack Dorothy does, but at the same time, Andrei Arlovski, who's a very quiet guy, doesn't mess with anybody, doesn't try to haggle anybody, doesn't try to pick fights with anybody outside of the cage or outside of the ring. Now he gets promotion for his next upcoming fight and continuing on his legacy to that extent. So with that in mind, guys, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. Inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
watch what exercise does.
All right, here we go, boys. We got Tallison Teixeira taking on Tuivasa. Man, it would be a great story, book ending, if I was to win this. But to be honest with you, I don't have a strong enough confidence in him. What about you guys? You guys have confidence in Ty in this one. I don't. I had to get some strong coffee. I brewed up some real strong coffee just to see this. Oh, Joe Briggs took over for O'Malley's coach on his stream, and it was hilarious. Wait, so is this for real, or are they just doing a kayfabe? Like, for real, like, is Joe Briggs really the official coach for O'Malley now? I don't lay off. He got really out of shape. Wrong layoff. He really got out of shape. Okay, yeah, you don't trust in Ty in this fight. I gotcha. Yeah, man. I'd like to see Ty win. You know what I mean? My my fellow Islander brother, but man. I gotta go hurry up and blow up so I could, give Ty, a job as one of my, security guards. You know what I mean? That'd be great, man. It'd be great if I had Ty as my bodyguard. The banter that me and him would have all day. We'd probably make like, this whole entire kick stream out of it. He said O'Malley's coach is doing a live stream watching the fights. He had to go to the bathroom, so Joe Riggs ran. Oh, okay. That's what you meant when you he took over O'Malley's coach. Got it. Okay. I thought you meant overall. Okay. I was about to say, like, Joe Riggs is a coach? I'm like, stop it. Joe Riggs ain't no coach, man. With his incoherent ass. Hey, this is what I want you to do. Huh? What are you to do? Huh? Want you to do a uppercut. What, Joe? That wasn't. That's what I want you to do. I want you to do it. Yeah. This is wait, hold on. Slow down, Joe. Hold on. Let me get this straight. You want me to stuff the takedowns and keep the fight standing. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's what the fuck I'm saying. You understand? I didn't realize how funny Joe Riggs was. Oh, I'm sure he's funny, bro. Him and Nick Diaz got into a street fight in the middle of the hospital. He says not a bad impression. Joe Riggs. You ain't coaching no O'Malley. All right, man. So who's ready for this fight right now, man? I'm so excited for this fight. Like, this is actually one of the fights that I'm really most excited about. There's a lot at stake. Tallison can join himself as one of the upcoming ranks in the heavyweight division, or Tai Tuivasa can fall out of obscurity from the heavyweight scene of the UFC, and he'll come and work for me as my bodyguard. And you know what? It'll be great, man. He'll blend in with the Samoan homies too. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be like, hey, who's this dude? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know who I am? I'm a UFC fighter. Just because I sound Australian, it doesn't mean that I'm not one of yours. All right, speaking of which, all right, straight away, look at this, man. There's a takedown right there from Tallison, and they were just swinging at it from the first minute. Now we are at 4:45, 4:44. And Tallison is right on top of Tai Tuivasa, just frantic with his shots. He says, imagine Riggs, Chuck Liddell, and Nate Diaz get into an argument. Oh, dear Lord. Dear Lord. Listen, I'll lose brain cells watching that. I would lose brain cells watching this. Just like Tai Tuivasa could be losing brain cells if he allows Tallison to bang more, ground and pound positions right here. Here's Tallison right now on top of Tai Tuivasa in a referee's position, maintaining Tai Tuivasa is getting right up. Oh, and he gets taken down. It's right on top. Oh, man, that is in full mount position. This is dangerous, especially with a 6'8" dude like this. Look at the size of Tallison right now. He looks like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar during when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar fought Bruce Lee. Like, he looks like a complete giant of a thing. I think the crowd is getting into it for Tai Tuivasa right now. Yeah, Tai is giving up the back so easily in this position right now. Way too easy. Wow, man. So just continuously right on top of Tai Tuivasa right now. He has his back. Right. The theme of the night so far has been a lot of rear naked chokes here. Will Tallison Teixeira follow this trend? Find out in this live stream with Kyrie Abu Elkir MMA. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as we get it cracking. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Are covering UFC 325. Let's get it cracking. All right, so Tai Tuivasa happens to get up. Very interesting. He says, does Tai look bad? Only in the wrestling exchanges. But right now he's looking rather good once he was able to get off the clutches of Teixeira on the ground. Now he is, moving at a very, animalistic pace right now. With the hooligans, the Australian hooligans in the background literally like egging him on. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! I want a shoey! Yeah, yeah, yeah! That's what he's really trying to say. Yeah, it does, bro. I'm telling you. That's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Look, bro, that's why I tell you the British, Australian, and Irish fighters are the black hockey players of MMA. Okay, whenever there's a black hockey player, everybody loves it. Hey, same thing in basketball. Whenever a white boy is dominating, they're like, "Oh man, let's check out what this, great white hope is doing over here. Oh, look at him. He dunked over that black guy. Yeah." You know what I mean? Like that's that's what it is. People love those outliers. They love it. Just like that Caitlin Clark basketball player. That's why they were really into her. Because she's over here, like, shooting and dunking on these, on these ghetto hood black girls. So they like love it. They're like, yeah, you stick it to them, Clark. They love that. They love that. So that's what the British are, and the Irish and the Australians in MMA, right? They stick out like a sore thumb because remember, for as many champions or at least prominent champions that they have, always remember there's only Conor McGregor and Ian Gary in the Irish side of things. Okay. In the British side of things, you got a couple of people, you got them in there, right? There's a good representation in there, but the majority of the representation, okay, is American and Brazilian. And we mentioned that earlier. So, all right. So here we go. He says, don't say Aspinall. Yes, well, he's part of that too, man. Whether you like it or not, I mean, Aspinall is considered the baddest man in the world right now. Now, that probably looks disputed because of the performance that he had against Cyril Gane and the fact that we know how Cyril Gane did against both Francis Ngannou and John Jones, right? And in the ambiguous lines that you have there, what does that really tell you? That's God literally telling you there is no such thing as the baddest man in the world because everyone is non-invincible at some point, right? But if you really want to go off of technical paper, the two baddest men in the world right now are a three-way tie between John Jones, Francis Ngannou, and Aspinall. Even though there's other people around the world and in different divisions that can be a threat to them. Speaking of which, Tai Tuivasa is still maintaining himself to be a threat. Teixeira is not able to put him away. Now Tai Tuivasa is right on top of Teixeira right now, as Teixeira is looking for a single leg, is right on top of Bam Bam, half guard position, banging away some mini ground and pound shots while Bam Bam's doing a very good job of holding his head down, not allowing him to posture. But then here's Teixeira right now transitioning into a full mount position. All 6'8" of him right on top of Bam Bam. Everybody around the world that's tapped in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are in the second round of Tai Tuivasa versus Teixeira. Teixeira now taking the back off of Bam Bam. Bam Bam putting up a very good fight and a very good effort. I would imagine even if Bam Bam was to walk away with, let's say, a decision loss in here, how much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that? How much do you want to bet that the UFC will still bring him back? He says, "Come on, Tai." He says, would you agree that jiu-jitsu is kind of fading out of MMA in terms of its effectiveness? Well, how about this, right? What Teixeira is doing right now is a certain level of jiu-jitsu, right? Like, here's what it is. I think grappling overall has evolved, right? Grappling has evolved into being a lot more subservient to a freestyle fighting situation, while allowing themselves to consider the striking involved. For example, a lot of people that train jiu-jitsu now, they're also training MMA grappling, right? There's an MMA grappling, aspect to what they're doing. Like, for example, okay, take, for example, the half guard position, right? I think now that we understand MMA, we understand that we can't just let somebody sit in a half guard position in a real fight. You see what I'm saying? So I think jiu-jitsu has just became MMA grappling, right? I think that's what it is. Like, even all these top jiu-jitsu guys like Gordon Bryan, Mesumechi, who else is the top of that list? What's his name? Craig Jones. A lot of these guys have perfected or somehow molded their jiu-jitsu for MMA, because think about it, right? Yeah, they take on other top jiu-jitsu guys, but then somewhere along the lines, they also take on professional MMA fighters like Philip Rowe, for example, right? You know, prelim fighter right now, upcoming UFC prospect. Obviously, he's grappled with him, so he says, right, MMA grappling is kind of its own thing. Correct, correct. And far more mainstream within jiu-jitsu. Like it's mainstream within jiu-jitsu, if you know what I mean. So all right, round 3 coming up. Last dance and last chance for Tai Tuivasa right now, right? As in Mark Haney right here, sort of cheering Tai on. All right, so a little bit of some front kicks right there by Teixeira. Oh, there's some more front kicks right there. Looks like a body kick, a lazy body kick throw on the part of Teixeira. Tai Tuivasa looking like he's telegraphing an overhand right, really telegraphing it. Teixeira could read it from a mile away, but at the same time, a little bit tired as well. Now they're clinched up right now. Tai Tuivasa holding on to Teixeira. So Tai is maintaining this lock right here. With these last 3 minutes, if I was Tai Tuivasa, I would move with a higher sense of urgency. I don't like the lack of urgency that he is displaying right now. Oh, wow. There's Tai Tuivasa. He just rocked him right now. I cannot believe it. Tai Tuivasa is not going away. He promised and said, I am not going away. Oh, wow. He hit him again. Yo, Teixeira looks tired, man. He's probably gassed. Tai was almost 370 pounds. Yeah. He looks a lot leaner right now. I know a lot of people can't see that because, you know, they just see his body frame, but for what he is and in comparison how he's looked throughout his career, he's looked rather lean for this fight in comparison to before. For his standards, right? Remember, this is not Sage Northcutt that we're judging here based off of you know, his body fat composition. But for what he has, he looks rather lean. All right, so there's a kick right there by Teixeira. Tai Tuivasa. All right, now Tai is maintaining the body lock position again. What is he looking to do out of this? Are you looking to gain some points out of this, or are you looking to open some kind of damage? Like, for example, you're in a clinch position right here. Are you looking to throw some knees? Are you looking to throw some elbows? Right? What it seems to me is that you're just here to hold on to him only so that you can, there you go. There's elbows right there. There's some hooks. I think that is what he is going for right there, essentially, right? Which is what he needs to do in the last 1 minute right now. We have now entered the 7-hour mark of this live stream. Everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I've been live with you guys for 7 hours. He says, probably looking to catch some breath. There you go. Yeah. That's what boxers do as well, right? When they clinch up, obviously, that is a common thing. If they are hurt, this is what they tell the veterans, or the veterans essentially learn throughout their boxing career. If they're hurt, they clinch up. If they're tired, they clinch up. Or if they use the clinch to sort of tire you out, Dylan White style, indicative of what he did against Joseph Parker, which, by the way, is one of the biggest wins in hindsight for Dylan White in the boxing world. But either way, here we are. Tai Tuivasa is going to end this fight 20 seconds being on top. And by the way, looking like this, even though he might lose this fight, he looks like he can have a moral high ground. But what if he ends up getting a decision? Or what if he just ends up finishing him here? I highly doubt it. This fight is going to a decision. That is it. That is the end of the fight. This fight is going to a decision. We are about to find out what the decision of this fight will be. All right, so this is one of those fights where I feel like Tai Tuivasa could have done a whole lot more earlier in the fight. But what it seemed is that he did the very most at the end of the fight. And now the question is, will it be enough for him to get the win? And the answer is no. I don't think he's going to win this one. Let me tell you what he won here, though. He won another chance. So if you're wondering why Tai Tuivasa is constantly getting opportunities after failure, I need you to understand that the reason is because of fights like this, okay? He looked great at the end. Now, we're talking about just records, right? He didn't win, so you didn't win. Okay, that's what it is. But for the hardcore fans and for those not even hardcore fans, just people that are looking for a good old time at the fights, that's what Tai Tuivasa offered you. Sure, he didn't win a couple of times. Sure, he's on a 6-fight losing streak now. But the one thing that you can rest assured with Tai Tuivasa is it'll always give you a good time. Sure, I don't agree with the whole shoey thing. As a matter of fact, I think that the reason why he lost those fights in a row is because God wants to protect him from not hurting himself drinking all those shoeys. Alcohol is bad enough, yet you add all these other bacterias added into it. It's just not a good combination. But nonetheless, that's really what it is. And there it is. Tallison gets the official decision right now. He gets the official nod. He wins. And yeah, that is the end for Tai Tuivasa. Not a bad account of himself, but in order to advance in this league, you got to win fights, and that the advancement goes to Tallison Teixeira. However, Tai Tuivasa will always have a brand name behind him because he's a likable character. There it is. to put on better shows. Ali Khan says they fell into the WWE model. They went away from. I'm having a conversation over here. I ain't talking to you.
You're not talking to me, but you're disturbing me.
Yeah, but I ain't talking to you. Ain't nobody said you can't talk up in here.
Sir. No, I'm not disrespecting you. You're being loud.
Yeah, but you. All right, I'll keep it down. All right, how about that? Let's do that. All right, you cool? You cool?
No, I.
For publicly social media fights. Well, not totally, but yeah. Man, real seriously, you know what I mean? Like, send me some ones if you want me to crash out right now. Like, all right. So, we're gonna talk about Adin Ross getting threatened by an LA crib. Now, how fun is that, right? A lot of the MMA and boxing people are probably wondering, well, why should we care about Adin Ross? Well, here's the thing, you should, because he's going to be a fight promoter. And as a result of that fight promotion that he puts out there, this is going to package in whatever he does, whether it's the Adam 22 versus Jason Love fight. This all correlates to that. When it comes to, let's say, Adin Ross pulling up another boxing match, or guess what? What if Glasses Malone decides to fly from LA to Miami, June 23rd it is, when that fight is going to be with Jason Love and Adam 22. He pulls up to Miami. He rolls up at Adin Ross and says, hey, what'd you say about Dolce or this and that? Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't like the idea that he wants to go and fight Adin Ross based on the fact that he disrespected a woman that he doesn't even know personally. A woman that's not even from the same gang as him, right? Because from what I understand, this woman, Dolce, is a member of TDE, which means she is a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp. And if you're a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp, guess what? You tend to be on the blood side of things, if you know what I mean, right? On the red team. So what politics does Glasses Malone have to do with Dolce? Well, the only politics that he's involved with Dolce is the fact that she's a black woman being disrespected by this Jewish white boy, as they perceive Adin Ross to be. And they see him as an outsider of the culture. So they're, you know what? Here's the thing. I just really don't understand what his beef is, other than the fact that this is great for his promotion, right? That is the only thing that I could understand. If Glasses Malone was to meet with me in person and he was to say, yeah, you know, I did it for the black race or this and that, I would tell him straight up, no, you didn't. Let's be honest about this, bro. Let's be honest about this, cause you know, you did this because you knew that he was the guy that did a live stream with Donald Trump. By the way, weirdly enough, for Adin Ross, right? He goes and gifts Donald Trump a Tesla. And I'm thinking, why? It's really weird because you are not richer than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is way richer than you. I would, man, listen, have I bought gifts for people before? Yes, right? But they, you know, usually, well, let's just say this, right? I would not give a gift of worth anything to, let's say, a millionaire, or let's say one of these Sacramento Kings basketball players that I see around here, you know, on a daily basis, right? I would not, it would be weird for me to gift them anything. These are millionaires. If anything, gift me something. But that's the weird thing about Adin Ross, right? He goes and gifts Donald Trump a Tesla, which I believe has MAGA vinyl, you know, coverings to it. And yeah, very weird, you know, behavior of Adin Ross. But that shows you the behavior of chasing clout or increasing your awareness to the social media, you know, apparatus of things, right? Well, Glasses Malone is the same thing. Remember,
This is a guy who made a song called Tupac Must Die. And in this song, it's brilliant storytelling. Because within this storytelling, I mean, it reminds me of like an Eminem type of song. You know, when Eminem has a lot of these songs that have a lot of storytelling elements to it, like Stan is a good example of that. Guilty Conscience that he did with Dr. Dre. There's a story element attached to it. And guess what? Glasses Malone happens to know Dre, Dr. Dre's family, not just from the street, you know, connection of things, but also just family side of things. So it kind of shows you the kind of influence that Glasses Malone has going on. There's this Eminem, Dr. Dre storytelling type of element that he is, basically emulating in some kind of way. So that's what he did with the song Tupac Must Die. So what do these two men have in common? They know how to produce shock value, because you're a West Coast artist, you're a Crip that allegedly came from the same set that blew up Tupac, and then here you are, you got a song called Tupac Must Die, but it's a very interesting song because, well, all right, we're gonna wait a bit. I'm gonna tell you why that song is interesting, but for now, let's hear Compton Rick Rock. By the way, the real life Franklin, the real GTA the real life GTA version of Franklin. Compton Rick Rock, check out his channel. Very interesting stuff when it comes to street reaction in California, stuff related. And he's talking with the brother of Glasses Malone on this one. So
women of all races. One thing we don't want to do, we don't want to make it a race thing, a black thing, a white thing, even though G is looking at it like it's a white guy talking about a sister.
But we don't know Aiden and Doshi's possible off-camera dealings. I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know. You know, I don't follow a lot of new stuff, but I don't know her. So I don't know if Aiden could be talking about something he know that he didn't put all the way out there. I don't know. All I know is on Mom's, he said he said what he said, man. That's the best thing I could give. He said what he said. So all we know is hopefully they find a resolution before confrontation, you know, before face-to-face confrontation. Because I expect a slap.
Yeah. When this initial conversation came up, somebody said it at the lunch table, bro.
Yeah.
When they asked me about dude, they was like, man, and I vocalized what I saw. You know what I mean? Like I when I saw that man calling that lady all these, it no longer mattered who that lady was. It didn't even matter. It's a white man demeaning this black lady. That's what I saw, bro. That's not a content piece.
It wasn't even like, it was crazy because the way the whole room went, that might be like the last super chat that came in. So there wasn't nothing that was on the docket. It wasn't even on the docket, dude. You know what I'm saying?
When I saw it, I never got involved. I just knew it, and in my mind, I knew that once I saw Aiden, I was gonna slap him in his face. Like that's where it went, right? So I didn't put it on the docket because I'm not a content creator. So like when I'm planning to do something wrong to somebody, I don't want them to know ahead of time. That's the thing. Like I had intended in my mind that I was gonna get next to him and slap him in the face. Like I already knew what it was. Like I was like, you know what? This was my thought, right? When this initial conversation came up, somebody said it at the lunch table, bro.
Yeah.
This is a video that he sent me. Text this to me, and I think this might be the reason why he's upset. Let's go. I'm gonna go to Doji tomorrow, and I got that dumb fat. So it's not bad. That dumb fat body. Dude, that's stupid, smelly. She dropped. Stop talking about the black queen. None of that. Yo, let me just.
So this is the reason why, right here. This is the reason why Glasses Malone wants to get at Aiden Ross right here. This audio you're hearing right here.
Because she made it, no guys. Look at mentally listeners right now. That's the black guy right there, right? 20 million. She blew up. What? This is from like music, cradling cock and balls. Like, what are you talking about? Bro. You're not. All right, so that's a video. I'm not sure who the other guy is, but I guess he's a streamer too. He's also a black guy, and he was basically trying to tell Aiden Ross, "Hey man, we on my live." And I don't know what he might have said after the stream. Maybe he didn't want to say it on stream. You know, it's a big business, so a lot of people look at this stuff as business. And yes, we do have people that talk about women of all races. One thing we don't want to do, we don't want to make it a race thing, a black thing, a white thing, even though...
All right, so Isaac Morga says, hi. Hello, Isaac. Let me know what part of the world you are from. First time I've seen you here. Let me know what part of the world you are from, and you are very much welcome here. So, okay, so Compton Rick Rock just said, you know, we're not making this into a race thing. Well, here's the problem, right? It is a race thing because the reason why, first and foremost, Glasses Malone is going at Aiden Ross is because of this reason alone, right? That is his only main reason of why he has decided to go after Glasses Malone to go after Aiden Ross. That is his only reason. And the reason is because he's racially motivated, right? And you're going to hear his brother say this later on. He's going to say something along the lines that, hey, you know what? My brother right now is at that age of, you know, being racially conscious, right? And this is often something that you see older gang members sort of develop later on in their life, right? They sort of become a lot more socially conscious, whether that's of their race or their religion. In this case, for Glasses Malone, it's, you know, race, and sometimes prison expedites that particular process, because in California prisons, it is primarily race orientated, right? The blacks go with the blacks, the Mexicans go with the Mexicans, and then there are some exceptions to that rule, considering the fact. All right, so if you want to see more of that, stay tuned, because we are set for Fiziev versus Roofy right now. So very excited for this fight, man. You know, hope you guys enjoyed the content and also reacting to the fights as well. That is literally what these fight nights are for, right? You know, just showing you guys the best of my content, but also reacting live to the fights as well. All right, here's Fiziev right now being announced. Round one is about to commence. All right, round number one. Both open up with a very karate-like stance. Yeah, both opened up with a very karate-like stance. And as they both open up with this karate stance, obviously it was Fiziev that threw the kick. There's another kick that Fiziev throws. There's another kick that he throws but misses. Good job on Roofy getting out of the way just based on using the range alone. So there's a lot of range going on in this fight right now. Nice response kick right there by Fiziev with the low kick. Non-leading kick, calf kick that he's throwing at Santos Roofy. Yeah, very good range awareness by Roofy, man. Very good. All these shots that he's making Fiziev miss, and then just knowing how to get out of the way. It's just, you know, very impressed with his range awareness. There's a calf kick right there by Fiziev. High knee
right there by Fiziev. Another calf kick by Fiziev. Fiziev once again pushing him up against the fence. And Rufi switches the position as he pushes Fiziev right up against the cage. Now, how amazing is it that we only have 3 fights left, right? This is one, and then Dan Hooker and Benoit Saint-Denis are coming up next right after. Low kick by Fiziev once again. All right, so now they're just circling each other out right now as Fiziev is sort of walking him down, but Rufi is circling right out of the range right now. Yeah, very high level striking on both of them right now. Fiziev attempts a low kick, and Rufi gets out of the way by lifting his feet up as sort of a different way of checking kicks. So once again, very high level striking on the both of them. Body kick attempt by Fiziev as he walks down Rufi. Jab attempt. Oh, there's a counter that he was looking for right there. Very Conor McGregor-esque in the way that he fights, right, with that Taekwondo karate stance. Ooh, there's a high knee right there by Rufi. Less than 30 seconds left. Ooh. And that is the end of the fight, the end of the round. You know what's great about these new start times, right? This is already the supporting fight of a co-main event, right? So the fight before the co-main event, the supporting fight. And it's 7:30, close to 7:30, 7:26 to be exact in the West Coast right now, right? On a normal UFC night, pre-Paramount, this would have been only the first fight of the night. Only the first fight of the main card. But here we are in the third to the last fight before the co-main event. Great fight, by the way, between Fiziev and Rufi. And by the way, great television aligning that they have going on. Let me know if you guys noticed that as well, or if you like that. All right, so round number 2. Round number 2 coming up right here. All right, high kick attempt by Fiziev. Ooh, spinning back kick by Rufy. Now that was a perfect spinning back kick attempt right there by Rufy. Yeah, they are both technically matched. It would be very difficult to score this fight if it goes the distance and it goes in this trajectory that they are going on right now. Yeah, it would be a very difficult fight to score. Very difficult fight to score without, you know, some fairness and justice to it. Three 319, 318, 317 of the second round. Fiziev pushing down on Rufy as Rufy is backing up towards the cage. Both squared up, but Rufy very comfortable fighting up against the cage, but doing a very good job of circling around as he's jabbing at Fiziev. Fiziev faking a lot of body kicks from this position right now. Okay, there's a counter attempt right there by Rufy. Was looking to hit him with a counter shot right there. Oh, what was that? A bit of a cartwheel kick attempt right there. Good kick by Rufy. Yeah, Fiziev's doing a good job right here. Yeah, really walking him down right here. Taking the forward motion, doing a very good job with the forward motion. All right, still continuously backing him up against the fence. Which kind of makes you wonder, what is his reasoning of trying to do that? Like, is there... Oh, he just hurt Fiziev right there. Oh, he just hurt Fiziev. He's looking to finish Fiziev right here. I can't believe it. Oh, wow, man. Rufy just hurt Fiziev. He's looking to finish Fiziev right here, as my prediction was correct. He can't fight back. Oh, wow, there's another one. He's just continuously battering him. Then that's it. The referee is going to step in there, and that is it, man. That is it. Rufy finishes him. Wow, man. He really took his time to break him down right here. So how did he do it? He gets him with that straight hand right there, right? And then he hits him with that right hand. And then the follow-up shots to come after that. There's another right hand. There's a hook that time. Okay, he's down on the ground. And now he's just all over the place. There's his eye busted up right there. And now we're on to the co-main event. All right, guys. So continuing on with that Aiden Ross video. That process, because in California prisons it is primarily race orientated, right? The blacks go with the blacks, the Mexicans go with the Mexicans, and then there are some exceptions to that rule, considering the fact that you know, there are some Mexicans that, let's say, join Latino gangs, or black guys that join Mexican gangs, and so on and so forth. Sean Boy says, great to see you again, bro. Yes, great seeing you as well. Isaac Morgan says, can I go to sleep now? Okay, well, I don't know if that's supposed to be some kind of shot at me or some kind of disrespect, you know, that you're trying to, you know, backhand compliment me with or backhand comment me with, but whatever. In any regard, please, you know, remain respectful in here. That is, if you're trying to be disrespectful, if you're not, whatever, but, you know, please watch where you're at, because, you know, this is not a channel that tolerates disrespect in any kind of way, you know, especially not from somebody that doesn't even have a profile pic, let alone somebody that I don't know from a can of paint. So anyways, back on the thumbnails, I got this thumbnail going right now.
Aiden and Doshi's possible off-camera dealings. I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know her. You know, I don't follow a lot of new stuff, but I don't know her. So I don't know if Aiden could be talking about something he know that he didn't put all the way out there. I don't know. All I know.
This is me. She wanted to take her brand nationwide. And with U.S. Bank Business Essentials, combination of checking.
Lesser.
Assuming you're angry is reasonable. Tank or Nothing says, your whole, okay, so you make a good point there, right? He says your whole anger is based on negativity. Here's something you got to understand, Tank or Nothing. Everything on the internet is based on negativity. I'm going to be honest with you, right? Nobody cares about positivity on the internet. I swear to you, if I could, not that I would do it because I'm Muslim, right? You know, we're not supposed to post our charity. But if I was to do a video of, let's say, you know, any charities allegedly that I would be involved in, you know, then that would gain no views, I promise you. But here we are talking about Aiden Ross getting threatened by a Crip member. And within 19 minutes, how many views so far did I get with this live stream with already, you know, with this, right? Close to 100 views already, you know, with this, because guess what? Negativity attracts in ways that positivity just doesn't. That's just the reality of it. So this idea that you have, well, your whole entire channel is based on negativity, my man, everything in MMA, everything in YouTube, everything in this space, all revolves around negativity. And here's the thing, right? Let me take a look at who Tank or Nothing is. I'm going to take a look at who you are, right? Okay, so basically, you do have a profile pic on your channel, right? Obviously, you're not an active channel, right? Not everybody has to be an active channel or anything like that, but at the same time, you know, at least you put your picture up. At least I know that you're not a coward to a certain degree. The point that I'm trying to make is that you're not a content creator. You don't understand
what garners views, what gets views, or what hits the algorithm. And I'm sorry if you take that wrong in any kind of way, but you're just not a content creator, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of people in here that are not content creators, right? A lot of people in here that are not content creators, but they are content consumers. So you as a content consumer, you don't even know what you want. You don't even understand that the reason why you even pulled up on my page is because, let's be honest, you're probably attracted to negativity as I am, right? You look at my entire YouTube feed. It's nothing but gangs, MMA, and if it's not about MMA, it's about the negative stuff about MMA, like Nina Drama, MMA Guru, all these other things that, you know, have nothing to do with the actual fighting in and of itself, right? That is just what we love to consume. And then how about the bombing of Iran, right? That's nothing but negativity. How about the capture of Maduro? Oh, you think there's some positivity to that, even though you see a bunch of U.S. servicemen celebrate, or even just, you know, a few Venezuelans celebrate? Yeah, but the negativity of it is there are people out there who have actually died in this war. Remember, there were airstrikes where civilians may have been affected, and now you have Venezuelan Americans having to go back to Venezuela to take care of their family or take care of some things that may be a problem as a result of what happened with, you know, the operations, right? So these are all negative things, but guess what? We tune in on them. And guess what? Aiden Ross and Glasses Malone, they understand how to thrive on negativity. Do you not think that making a song that says Tupac must D-I-E, do you not understand how negative, you know, that is? You understand how negative that is, right? So as a result of that negativity, you must understand that people are going to be attracted to that. So let's take a look at the song Tupac Must.
For over 20 years, you've heard one side of the story. Now hear mine.
Were you involved in any way in the death of Tupac Shakur?
No, I was not involved. I mean, I'm like the victim. You know what I'm saying? I feel, you know what I'm saying, sorry for him. And, you know, like I said, I was a fan of him.
Were you involved in any way in the death of Tupac Shakur?
No, I was not involved. I mean, I'm like the victim. You know what I'm saying? I feel, you know what I'm saying, sorry for him. And, you know, like I said, I was a fan of him.
Were you involved?
MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
All right, here we go, guys. Co-main event time. All right, here we go. Benoit Saint-Denis has officially walked out. Now it is Dan Hooker who is set to walk out right now. All right, Dan Hooker looking really relaxed, like as if he's been here before. Dan Hooker is one of those fighters where he is completely unbothered of whether the competition is stiff or the competition is easy. Completely unpaced, right? Indiscriminate all around. So here's Dan Hooker right now entering the cage away from the prep point. Okay, so Benoit Saint-Denis and Dan Hooker set to commence in exactly 30 seconds from now as they are showing us a Dodge commercial. Huh. A Dodge Ram commercial. Very interesting. All right, so here we go. Co-main event introduction time. Here's Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit God of War Saint-Denis. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand. And it is Dan Hooker. All right, guys, here we go. Co-main event of the evening. All right, Dan Hooker opens up with a front kick jab. There's Benoit Saint-Denis looking for what it seems to be a single leg takedown right there, already looking for a level change. As he's telegraphing that level change with that body punch right there. There it is. He's going for that. And as he's shooting in, Dan Hooker gets him in a guillotine attempt. All right, so now he's maintaining this jab. There's a high kick right there. Benoit Saint-Denis is looking to take him down. Now, Dan Hooker is sprawling his way away from Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit Saint-Denis maintaining this. Okay, so now he breaks away. They are back squared up with Dan Hooker pushing down on Benoit Saint-Denis towards the cage. Another front kick right there by Dan Hooker. Very good front kick. What it seems is that Benoit Saint-Denis is failing to get Dan Hooker into a grinding-like position. In other words, get him down on the ground or be in a top position where he could wear down Dan Hooker, which historically where Dan Hooker can really struggle in with the right wrestler involved. Now here's Benoit Saint-Denis looking to take him down with a judo hip toss, but Dan Hooker nullified it. High kick by Benoit Saint-Denis. Shoots in right after that high kick, pushes Dan Hooker right up against the cage. Clinch. Clinch wrestling right up against the cage. Benoit Saint-Denis looking for a dominant position. They both break away. They square up in the middle of the octagon as Dan Hooker is pushing down on, he catches him with that head kick right there. What it looks like was Dan Hooker attempting a body kick. Instead of a body kick, he gets him with a high kick to the head as Benoit Saint-Denis was switching his levels. Here he is attempting another judo hip toss. Dan Hooker nullifies it. They scramble down to the ground, tangled up against each other in a wizard position. They stand up with the wizard on the dominant position of Benoit Saint-Denis, but Benoit Saint-Denis with his back up against the cage. Wow, he gets it. He got the judo hip toss on Dan Hooker now. So this is where Benoit Saint-Denis' world is in comparison to Dan Hooker. He has to grind him. You see, special forces guys understand wrestling grind. They totally have a great understanding to that. All right, so Benoit Saint-Denis maintaining top position on Dan Hooker right now. Looks like a north-south position that he has on him right now. It looks like he's looking for a Kimura here. All right, so Benoit Saint-Denis is pushing down on Dan Hooker right now. First round already, 37 seconds left. Oh, wow, man. Throwing some hard shots at each other right now. Takes him down again. Once again, as I said, this is the world of Benoit Saint-Denis and where he needs to be in comparison to Dan Hooker. Ten seconds left. Yeah, Hooker has now been split wide open, man. And that is the end of round number 1, of which I'm going to give to Benoit Saint-Denis as I predicted it to be. All right, so here we are back at it again with just 40 seconds into the round, back in a clinch position. And then here's Benoit Saint-Denis now taking down Dan Hooker. Oh, ground and pounding from a top mount position. I mean, he's looking for a triangle from this top mount position, but why bother when you have all these submission options along with this ground and pound position that he has him on right here? Benoit has a very good chance of finishing with an arm triangle here. Now here he is in a top mount position. As I've told you guys, the grappling of Benoit Saint-Denis was going to be the difference here with Dan Hooker. Well, there's Benoit Saint-Denis right now with some ground and pound of his own. Okay, now he's looking to step off right here as he is trying to complete this arm triangle choke. With just 3 minutes left in the second round, does he have the chance to do it? Oh, is he going to tap? Is he trying to tap? Yeah, Hooker's in a lot of trouble, but he has yet to tap. But as for Benoit, yeah, Dan Hooker's yeah, there's 2 minutes left. Wow, man, very tough position for Dan Hooker right here, man. Very tough position. Look at this. Oh, but now he's looking to make it even tighter, but yet he's behind him. Now he's back in the half guard position, but now right back into a full. But he's using the leverage of his knee as he is. Oh, wow, he's right back at it as he's trying to defend by grabbing onto his leg. He is also getting mounted over and over again by Benoit Saint-Denis while opening ground and pound positions for Benoit Saint-Denis in this position right here. $115, $113, $111. Okay, continuing on with the ground and pound position from Benoit Saint-Denis right here. Wow, over and over again, he's looking to finish Dan Hooker right here. He might just finish Dan Hooker right here. Dan Hooker is defenseless, but Dan Hooker is getting up and responding at the same time while Benoit Saint-Denis is looking for submission attempts over and over again here. All right, so he's pounding away. He has no response whatsoever. Dan Hooker has no response. He's just taking these shots right here, and Herb Dean has had no choice but to stop the fight. He's going to stop the fight. He's going to stop the fight. That is it. Benoit Saint-Denis has given Dan Hooker the beating of his life within literally a whole entire minute, right? As soon as this live stream hit the 8-hour mark, as soon as this live stream hit the 8-hour mark, okay, that is when the beating was continuing, or at least the beginning of the end for Dan Hooker. Wow. There were multiple times that he could have tried to get him there. Wow, man. That is amazing. That is amazing. Well, we got the main event coming up next. Wow, man. Yeah, let's hear what he has to say here. Man, we just wait the main event right now. All right, so Landman, there's another Paramount exclusive content right there. All right, second round. Second round win by the Man of War. Yeah, he said he's going to be champion, but I mean, you know, Dustin Poirier did run through him, and Dustin Poirier is no more. All right, guys. So we are now in the portion of the main event. We are in the portion of the main event. I can't wait.
I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
What you got right here is a picture of some of the past fights that have gone down in Australia. Obviously tonight, UFC 325 right here. Ronda Rousey versus Holly Holm, that crazy knockout. Islam Makhachev versus Volkanovski. Before Islam Makhachev knocked his head off with that kick, there was a fight where Volkanovski actually gave a good account of himself. And then how about the famous fight that the UFC wants to forget, because there's a lawsuit going on with him, and he's like the front leader of it, Mark Hunt, right? That fight that he had with Bigfoot. How about now? Bigfoot is just, I don't know where Bigfoot is at, but Mark Hunt, hey, you know, he's doing his thing. Nonetheless, that was a legendary fight. That was also the night Shogun knocked out Safuna. Israel Adesanya versus Strickland. How about the upset that Strickland pulled on Adesanya? Very Buster Douglas-like. Obviously tied to Tuivasa, and Volkov was in that too. And how about Israel Adesanya and Whitaker, right? The first time that that Adesanya knocked out Whitaker. Man, he did a little dance routine walking in there. That was crazy. But either way, this is the fight that we have right here and tonight, and then the main event that we have going on right now. I mean, exciting times ahead, guys.
You're irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love.
All right, so as the main event is about to start, this is what you're looking at in the backdrop right now, right? So what is the time right now in Sydney, Australia? Probably in the afternoon time, right? They started this card off in the morning, and now here it is in the afternoon of their foggy weather right now, right? A foggy Sunday. By the way, keep in mind, right, one of the fighters said, man, it's crazy. We are fighting in the future, right? Because they're fighting on a Sunday, which is a Saturday for us here in the West Coast. And yeah, that is what we have going on right now. So yeah, man, a forecast for a very explosive fight. That is what we are anticipating on this one. All right, so main event time is now. And the last time they fought, UFC 314 Miami. All right, as you look at the backdrop of Sydney, Australia, right here, we are ready for the main event. All right, so co-main event time. Main event time, actually. Here we go. Now, we know that these two have fought, but what is the difference this time, right? What if Diego Lopes decides to go in there and takes it a lot more aggressively? All right, Diego Lopes now walking out into the cage. All right, here's Volk right now walking out to his famous, Down Under song. See this song? Why is this song not their national anthem? I will never understand, right? I don't even know what I've heard it a couple of times in boxing fights. Like when Dylan White boxed Travis Brown. And then a whole bunch of other boxing fights as well, right? I know what it sounds like, but I guarantee you the majority of the world will know this song before they will know the Australian national anthem. Guaranteed. All right, and the crowd is going crazy for Volkanovski. Let's take a look at what the weather is looking like on the outside right now. Let's take a look at this again. And we're going to have this on until the main event. This is what Sydney, Australia is looking like right now on the outside. As we await the main event in Sydney, Australia. Imagine these people woke up in the morning of their time just to wait for this main event to pop up on the afternoon. And by the way, very early in the afternoon. Let's take a look at what is the official time. Sydney, Australia right now. So it is 3:21 p.m. as it is 8:21 p.m. here. 3:21 p.m. Sunday. Okay. So yeah, they waited there all morning. Right, subtract 8 hours from now. Yeah, they waited there all morning to see this main event, if you put that in perspective. So, except it's on a Sunday. All right, here we go. All right, well, here's the price of Paramount. You don't want to pay pay-per-view. You don't get to hear the rest of the, Down Under song with Volkanovski circling around the octagon as the song is playing. Instead, you get a commercial with Dustin Poirier and Bruce Buffer in a Bud Light commercial brought to you by Paramount. So that is the difference. But all right, we're back in the octagon right now as we turn off the live webcam for Sydney, Australia, and right into the octagon of Alexander Volkanovski and Diego Lopes sharing it right now. Here we go. The main event of the evening. All right, here's Volkanovski being announced. And as soon as the fight commences, the music is off. Now, as I predicted, for most fights, I mean, I predicted all the fights correct tonight. As I said tonight, for this main event, this is going to be a decision on the part of both. So here we go. Fight is about to commence. Music is off. All right, and at 8 hours and 26 minutes, main event starts. Right, that is one thing that he has to do, is make sure that he's not playing catch up here as he did last time, right? At the end of the rounds in the last fight, that is exactly what he did, right? He looked great at the end, but it was just a little too late. And so that is one thing that he's going to prevent from doing in this one. All right, so he is doing a very good job of moving forward on him. All right, so Volkanovski circling right around Diego Lopes. Diego Lopes cutting him off, not allowing him to have space as he did in the first fight, which I think he learned his lesson from the previous fight that he had, which wasn't too long ago, approximately 11 months ago, since they had last fought. And now they're back here again. And they've had fights in between that, in between those 11 months. Now Lopes switching stances. With the mullet. I don't know why dudes like this haircut. It's like they want to go back to the 80s or something, or the 1970s, and try to live out some Magnum PI fantasy or something. All right, swinging with that hook right there by Volkanovski. Nice leg kick right there by Diego Lopes, stepping in with that jab. As I said, this is going to be a very technical fight. I don't expect this fight to end anytime soon. I will be surprised, and I think the world would be surprised as well, is if, let's say, Volkanovski gets laid out here. Oh, what happened? I don't know what happened. Nice leg kick by Volkanovski. Yes, so, there's Volkanovski shooting in right there as he was cornering Diego Lopes right up behind the cage. Now here he is clinching him up against the cage. He didn't get the takedown from that double leg shot attempt, but he is pushing Diego Lopes right up against the fence. Diego Lopes defending with a wizard, an arm right around him, using his knee to elevate himself out of that cage, now circling around the cage, squared up. Oh, good hook by Volkanovski. And Diego Lopes, in the face of defiance, sort of looks at him and shakes his head, saying that didn't hurt me, which normally most of the time it did, right? That's sort of a bravado that people try to, play off. Oh, no, that didn't hurt me. Well, yes, it did. That's the reason why you're doing it. And the reason why you're doing it is because you don't want it to hurt you. Your mind is telling you something different as what your body is feeling. But that is your mind that is in clear defiance of what is going on. But yeah, that's what's going on whenever you see somebody smile or whenever they shake their head as soon as they get rocked with a shot. That's usually what happens. All right, so that is the end of the first round. I'm going to give the first round to Volkanovski, right? The clearer shots were on his side, and the cleaner shots at that, on top of the fact that he was just more accurate and had much of the cage control as he was pushing him up against the fence and attempting all those takedowns and grappling exchanges. All right, now here we go. Round number 2. So earlier in the stream, someone asked me, what celebrities do you think are sitting in the front row? I said, I probably don't know, but I would probably be willing to guess that it's probably Australian sports stars, primarily rugby players or something like that, or maybe people that are in local soap operas that we know absolutely nothing about, right? So if you notice in the Paramount, cameras, they never really showed anyone there. But then you see the people that are in the front, you're like thinking, who are these people that are affording these, 7,000 or 8,000, sometimes even 10 grand dollar seats, right? Like, and you probably, Wall Street traders or, people that own shipment companies or something like that. So, or certainly celebrities that we know nothing about. Maybe in the Australian TV feed, they're probably featuring them like, hey, look, there's that, rugby star, you know what I mean? And which probably no Americans know about. But yeah. All right, there's a body kick attempt right there by Volkanovski, circling right around Diego Lopes. Okay, good leg kicks, good leg kick exchanges right here. So Dean Thomas is calling for Diego Lopes to hit southpaw on Volkanovski as a way to, sort of confuse or offset him. He is switching stances a few times here, but right now, look, switching stances is great, but you really have to train to do it at your most tired position. See, right now, the reason why he's hesitating in switching that stance is because, well, the fatigue is sort of setting into him right now, right? With all these explosive movements that he did, the fact that Volkanovski caught him a few times, will zap his energy down a little bit. And so he's sort of escaping away from that game plan and just going to what he knows best. Usually when people the minute that they are fatigued in some kind of way, they go to what they normally do best, or what they normally do in their most tired position. Like, think of when, let's say, you are in your 15th round of your session that you do in your bag at the gym, right? Like, once you're in that stage, you know, that is how you're going to perform in these later rounds, or in these you know, dire situations that really test your cardio and energy. So there's another explosive shot that he tries right there with the high head kick. Right, good exchanges here. All right, here's a guillotine attempt by Volkanovski right here with just 30 seconds left into the second round. And he gets out of it. So right after all those scrambling exchanges, it is now Diego Lopes that has the back of Volkanovski with not a lot of time left. We're talking about like 4 or 5 seconds left. That is the end of the second round. Now going into the third round, a little bit of a sign of respect from both of them, hand slapping. And yeah, they both know they're in a tough fight. All right, so here we go. Round number 3. Not quite the championship rounds yet, but you know, the most important round of a championship fight right here is round number 3. Good leg kick by Diego Lopes right there. Good connection to that. All right, so very similar to that of the first fight, right? Volkanovski plays the cat and mouse game, circling around, but this time, sort of getting the better of these exchanges right now. Uh, but still very similar to the first fight, and I think that's just what you're going to get with two fighters that are going to choose to fight very technical, but at the same time understand that, look, if they can't get the other guy out of there, it's better to just maintain a very disciplined technical game plan as time goes on. And I think that's exactly what Volkanovski is doing right now. Like, he understands that there were a few shots that he threw in there, probably some of the best shots that he could throw for this fight, at least, towards Diego Lopes, and he wasn't going down. Ooh, there's one right there where he just caught him with a good one, but then he shoots in and he still stuffs the takedown, manages to stuff the takedown even after hurting him with that shot right there. Low kick by Volkanovski. Wow, good right hook by Volkanovski, except he missed it. So DC said that in comparison to, like, let's say the first fight, this is one of those things where he could have, like, done more. I kind of understand what he means by that. But at the same time, if you do more, could you open yourself up to certain vulnerabilities? And maybe that's the reason why he's not doing more. You see, that's kind of what I'm oh, wow, he just rocked Volkanovski right there. Man, just everything flashed before our eyes in that shot right there. Low kick by Diego Lopes. All right, 10 seconds before we get to the championship rounds right here. All right, man, championship rounds coming up. All right, round number 4. Here we go. I told you it's following the trajectory of the first fight. Like, as if these guys never left the octagon from each other. Okay, good low kick by Diego Lopes. All right, nice fake takedown shot by Diego Lopes there. Nothing came of it. Ooh, man, there's Volk right there, counter shooting him with some shots right there. Okay, good kick right there by Diego Lopes. All right, man. Yeah, good exchanges so far between these two. Yeah, Volkanovski is keeping that circle to the left right there. Yeah, we have approximately 7 minutes left into this fight. 2 minutes left into this round, and then 5 minutes left after the last round, obviously. But yeah, just 7 minutes altogether for this fight. Everyone's yelling for Volkanovski. Right. All right. Round number 5, last round. Here we go. Volkanovski circling to the left once again. The classic left circling of Volkanovski. He knows he's getting away with a decision on this one once again. Yeah, it's very difficult to hit someone like Volkanovski who's constantly circling. It is very difficult to fight someone like that, and Diego Lopes found that out in 2 fights against Volkanovski. All right, nears a nice takedown by Volkanovski right here. Michael Bisping says that that was a good idea for Diego Lopes to be in that position. I don't know about all that, man. All right, Volkanovski gets a takedown. Maintaining that body lock position. Yeah, man, just 3 minutes now to decide it. This is an easy bag for Volkanovski. I think Volkanovski just won this one easily. Oh, Diego Lopes actually gets a takedown right here. Okay. Okay, what if Diego Lopes gets a submission here? He needs a body triangle in order to do that. All right, yeah. Here it is, man. Volkanovski gets a takedown from that body lock position right there. There it is, man. 1 minute left. Yeah, he's looking for an armbar right here, like a last-minute attempt by Diego Lopes right here. He's not going to get it, man. He's got about like less than 60 seconds left. Volkanovski got out, man. That's it, man. And as Volkanovski got out, this is going to be an easy decision for him. Look at this. Volkanovski's already celebrating on top of Diego Lopes. A very strange position for a lot of people who are not trained of the sport looking at this. But here's an arm, a leg lock attempt right here. He gets out of it, and then he finishes off with a few ground and pound shots, and that is the end of the fight right there. That is the end of the fight, and that is going to be a decision win for Volkanovski. Once again, winning a decision on this one, 10 rounds that he beat Diego Lopes. I don't think there's a single round that Diego Lopes ever won against this man. All right, man, we're on to the post-show soon. All right, well, that's obvious. Volkanovski won that one. So let's take a look at the some of the recaps. DC asked Sydney, are you happy now as he's being interviewed? All right, so here we go. The beginning of the post-fight recap. Let's get to it right now. Let's get to it, man. Obviously, let's start off with what we just saw right now. Volkanovski taking on Diego Lopes. So there was a lot of takedown attempts by by Volkanovski. He did get him on top position a few times, but not necessarily from his own takedown. I don't know if I agree with these stats. There was a few exchanges to where Volkanovski got the takedown, but whatever. He did get the win by the end of the day, for all that's worth. Okay, the striking percentage I'll agree with. Not only do I agree with the striking percentage, I think that he was a whole lot better in close range as well. A lot of the close range shots. So he was doing really good in those close range shots. Submission attempts. So there were no submission attempts by Diego Lopes. I don't agree with these stats. Again, this is Google stats right here that we're looking at. But nonetheless, man, yeah, that's the fight with Alexander Volkanovski. It looked like the first fight all over again, and that's what it was. Benoit Saint-Denis gets a TKO victory over Dan Hooker. As I told you guys, Benoit Saint-Denis was going to win this based on the grind. Dan Hooker, as I told you guys, on paper is a better fighter. Obviously, the much more higher ranked fighter, so the better fighter on paper. But sometimes grind and hard work sometimes beats talent. And that's what happened here. That's essentially what happened here. Rafael Fiziev gets finished by Mauricio Rufy. This was a very high technical matchup for what it was worth. Round one all the way to round two until that it ended. Mauricio Rufy got the best of those exchanges, finishes off Rafael Fiziev, and that was all she wrote. Tuivasa. Look, man, he gave a good account of himself. This is what I got to say about Tai Tuivasa. Okay? When are you going to stop making excuses for your favorite fighters, right? This has been 5, 6 losses in a row now, but you know what? The UFC is probably going to keep him even after this, believe it or not. You want to know why? Because he gave a good account of himself here, and then watch. The 7th time around, okay, which is supposed to be a 7th loss, watch it be the one where he gets an insane knockout. And then if he gets that, that's the best time for you to leave and get up out of town. Just go out with a win. All right, Scotland and Jamie Mularkey, man, first submission. Jeez, yeah, man, I really was expecting Jamie Mularkey's. I was expecting his veteran savviness to win, but that wasn't the case. Great win for Kilon, though. Billy Alakina gets a submission over Junior Tafa. Cam Rowston gets a TKO over Cody Brundage. Jacob Malkoun gets a decision over Finney. Look, yeah, he did great on the takedown right here. He was actually out wrestling him, and on paper, Finney's supposed to be the better wrestler training with DC. But he did great in the wrestling here and the boxing as well. Yeah, I didn't expect this one, but Jonathan Metcalf is someone to look out for. Great submission win. Con Olifi, yeah, it's a decision. I agree with that. That was the first UFC fight of the night. These right here were road to UFC Finals right here. So, yeah, man. Interesting night of fights, man. Interesting night of fights. All right, listen, we're going to stay around and wait for the we're going to wait for we're gonna wait for the post-fight presser. Shout out to MMA Junkie. We'll follow with you guys. Oh wait, the UFC. Does the UFC have their press conference going here? Let's see here. All right, so it looks like we're gonna wait a bit for that UFC press conference feed. But in the meantime, yeah, let's react to the we have here the Paramount post fight. Let's react to what they got going on here. All right, man. So I think it was everything that we expected out of the fight. We knew that Volkanovski was going to have a hard time knocking out Diego Lopes. And yeah, this is what we got out of it right here. Yeah, so just about 5 minutes until this thing starts. All right, so here we are in the UFC post-fight show. All right, so from what it looks like, we have Robert Whitaker, Fitzgerald, and Chris Weidman, and Dean Thomas. Robert Whitaker saying, "Did you hear the crowd? He walked out." Yeah, hey, give it up for the show though. It was a good fight. I mean, of course, could the undercards could have been better? Of course. But, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the new official social media partner of UFC,
All right, so now we just await the press conference time. So, all right, man, yeah, press conference. Here we go. Usually, the first person they're going to have up is probably Dana White. At least right after the fight, straight away, they're going to have Dana White. He's usually going to come in there and tell everyone what the event did. All right, so now we're just awaiting the first person to show up at the desk right now.
Congratulations on the victory. I see you have an arm sling on. What's going on with the arm?
Parabéns pela vitória. Ele viu que aconteceu alguma coisa no seu braço.
All right, so first person up is Mauricio Rufy.
O médico vai dar uma avaliada melhor para ver o que aconteceu, fazer o exame aqui. Tá doendo um pouco, mas até a Casa Branca vai estar 100%.
Thank you very much. The doctor will check, but I know that
Looks like a revelation. He has an arm sling there.
We'll get to the White House in a moment, but talk about tonight's fight. A great performance by yourself. You know, a very technical fight until the finish. Is that how you thought the fight was going to play out before we got here?
Foi uma luta muito estratégica e muito paciente ali. Foi assim que você imaginou que a luta iria desenrolar?
Sim, desde o momento que eu subi no octógono, eu estava preocupado comigo mesmo. Foram dias desafiadores. Passei por muita dificuldade até chegar ali. Queria saber como que o meu corpo estava. Depois que eu percebi que o meu corpo estava bem, eu apertei e consegui nocautear.
So this week was tough days. When I get inside the cage, I just want to know how my body was to performance. And when I saw that it was okay, I say, okay, now I'm ready.
Obviously, you hurt him before the finish and you were sort of falling all over the cage and everything. At that point, did you know the fight was basically over as long as you stay composed? Or were you a bit concerned that he might be able to get back into it?
Não, eu sabia que era o momento certo de apertar. Usei o tiro certo e depois fui lá
I knew that it was the right moment, so yeah, I did what I did, and you guys saw.
You mentioned the White House. Give us your pitch. Why should you be on the card, and who should you be against?
Você falou sobre a Casa Branca. Faça o seu pitch aí. Por que você deveria lutar na Casa Branca?
13 lutas, 12 nocautes. É o que as pessoas querem ver, o que os fãs querem ver. Quer ver nocaute? Então me coloquem lá e vamos fazer a galera gritar.
So 13 fights, 12 knockouts. The fans wanna see strikers like me. So yeah, I need to be there.
Congratulations for your win. You just finished one of the most ferocious fighter in the entire division. Does it make you the best striker in the top 15 on your thought yet after this win?
Você acabou de vencer um dos melhores strikers da divisão. Isso faz com que você seja o melhor striker do top 15 da divisão dos leves?
Seguimos trabalhando. Eu trabalho para isso todos os dias, para ser o melhor. Mas como eu falei, eu agradeço a Deus por ter me capacitado. Não era para mim estar aqui hoje. E se eu contar para vocês a história, vocês nem acreditam que eu passei para estar aqui.
So I work for this every single day. Just God know. If you guys know what happened to me all this week, you guys will be surprised. So I just want to say thank you to God. But of course, I'm going to work to be the best striker at the top 15.
And last one for me, I have to ask you the same question as Monday. Just Benoit Saint-Denis won his fight, you too. The revenge is something you have in mind to show what you can do another time against him and maybe do better.
Sorry, can you say again?
If you want a rematch against BSD, who just won against Dan Hooker.
Ok, se você tivesse uma revanche com o Sanderlei, te interessa uma revanche com ele? Agora que você ganhou, ele ganhou também, ou pouco importa com você?
Não pela revanche, mas pelo fato de eu querer enfrentar os melhores. Eu quero enfrentar os melhores, eu quero ser o campeão do UFC. Estou trabalhando muito nisso e na hora certa terei a minha oportunidade. Se ele estiver lá, com certeza vai ser um prazer subir e lutar contra ele de novo.
Yeah, so not for the rematch. I want to fight with the best of the division. So if he will be there and will be my time again, okay, that's cool. Let's do it.
Just another one down here. Obviously, you're such a high-level striker. That's kind of been known about you. But if I'm not mistaken, I think wrestling was kind of a big focus of this preparation. How did kind of the grappling go out there today?
Claro que você é um striker muito, não precisa nem falar, mas ele viu também que você treinou bastante wrestling, grappling. Isso significou para você como foi essa preparação?
Treinar com o Volka foi muito especial para mim, aprender com o top 4 peso por peso do mundo. Ele não é só o campeão, mas tem uma história incrível. E ter ele do meu lado, me dando todas as dicas que eu preciso, me fez evoluir muito o wrestling. Vou para academia, não vejo a hora de voltar para academia, treinar, quero melhorar, quero ser o campeão.
So training with Volk all these days was amazing days for me, learning wrestling with him. He's the number 4 pound for pound. So it was super special. I can't wait to come back home, come back to gym and keep training wrestling and grappling, and that's it.
Talking about, obviously, the training with Volk. Along with that, you obviously have the great team you always train with. But also, Colby Thickness was in the corner for you tonight. How did Colby do in the corner?
Colby estava no seu corner, como que ele acabou indo parar no seu corner?
Nós treinamos juntos. Ele era o cara que estava sempre ajudando o Volka e me ajudando nos treinos. E fizemos grande amizade. E quando eu convidei, ele 100% topou e estava lá comigo. Foi muito bom ter ele do meu lado.
Yeah, so we was training together with Volk. He was helping Volk and helping me. Then after I met him, I say, Colby, can you go to my corner? He say, of course. So yeah, that's what happened.
Congratulations on the win.
Over here, Mauricio. There's been lots of talk this week about what fight camp you're going to fight out of moving forward. Are you going to go home, or can you see yourself doing more fight camps out of freestyle?
Muito se falou do seu campo de treinamento e tudo. Você se vê voltando para casa e treinando, ou se vê também voltando fazendo mais camps e treino aqui na Freestyle MMA?
Vou para casa agora, vou ver os meus filhos. Estou quase 2 meses sem vê-los e sem passar momentos com eles. E tá eu e a minha esposa aqui louco para ir para casa para sentir o cheiro das crianças. Depois voltar aos treinos na Fight Nerd, fazer os treinos lá, mas fechando a luta eu quero voltar para a Austrália, como eu falei. A Austrália é minha segunda casa.
So right now I'm here with my wife. She's right here. So we want to come back home now, see my children. It's 2 months outside my home. I will come back home, training at Fighting Nerds, of course. But after my next fight, I will come back to Australia and do one more camp training here.
And it was mentioned Colby Thickness was in your corner. He has a love for anime just like you. So despite the language barrier, did you guys kind of bond over that?
The language?
Did they bond over their joy of anime, even through the language barrier? Cartoons.
Sim, o Volka sempre se dispôs em me ajudar o tempo inteiro. Eu não estou falando muito bem inglês ainda, mas consigo entender super bem. E isso tem me ajudado bastante. E estar aqui também tem evoluído meu inglês, é uma meta que eu tenho. Falar inglês, estar falando fluente. Então, também é uma das portas abertas aí para me ajudar com isso. E o relacionamento com o Volka aqui, com toda a equipe MMA Freestyle MMA foi incrível.
I can speak English, but I understand English. So with Volk and Colby was fine. I understand everything the guys was talking to me. So with this friendship, I'm learning, and I have a goal to learn English. Of course, you speak in English too. So I'm gonna focus on this right now too.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so that was Mauricio Rufy. Obviously, a very big win for him here. I knew that Mauricio was going to come in here and win this fight. Uh, I just felt like he does less mistakes than Fiziev, right? And I think that when you fight at this high level, right, sometimes it just matters with a few inches, right? Just a few inches. And so usually the guys that make the least amount of mistakes or are very meticulous to preventing themselves from mistakes, usually, yeah, they would be the ones that rise above the cream of the crop in that particular level. So I think that's what we saw out of there. So great win on his part. But we're waiting on Dana White. Obviously, Dana White always has some interesting post-fight press conferences. Usually because a lot of people ask him very interesting questions, usually questions that he'll try to dodge and walk around with, kind of one of them things. But yeah, who else would be coming up next? Maybe Benoit Saint-Denis is probably going to talk if he hasn't already. So all right, so Volkanovski is not in the press conference room right now, but he's being asked in the Paramount desk who he would like to fight right now. So all right, so they're asking Volkanovski what he will remember about this event as he starts to reflect upon this weekend. He says that he's going to remember all the sacrifices and hard work. Yeah, so getting through the weight cut. Yeah, how about that one guy that they took out of the fight because of a weight cut situation, man. And then one guy that they had to get rid of because of weight cut little scandal. At least they canceled this fight.
Well, congratulations on the victory. You've had a few minutes now to sort of think about the fight and your performance. How did you feel it went tonight, and how do you feel about your performance?
All right, we've got Benoit Saint-Denis up on the desk right now. Here we go.
Bit of adaptation tactically to make with the distance management because he had a good tip, and I focused too much at the beginning of the fight on catching that kick, but he was very good with it. So I did add the timing only one time. So a couple of times I was waiting too long on that, and then I was okay. Fuck that! I'm gonna be on my English boxing little steps, and I'm gonna break the distance and bring him more. And I'm not gonna accept the kicking distance. And
I'm gonna bring the heat.
Was that kind of what you expected Dan to bring tonight? Was the kicking at range?
Yeah, I was expecting it, and we had been working on it, but he was such good with it that I think Salkilld did the same mistake. He tried to catch it a couple of times, and 1 or 2 times he defended well, and it was a bad focus, and we had to switch during the first round and to focus on more English boxing, little steps, breaking the distance, bringing me a little bit heat before shooting the takedowns, which worked perfectly and a lot better. And just bring him the second destroy machine to bring that on. I had to a little time off before switching my mind inside inside the war territory, inside what I love to do. And when I was inside of it, I knew it was going to be my fight.
Were you a little bit surprised that you weren't able to get him with the choke in the second round?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's a great competitor, and he just got submitted by this choke. So I think he has been working on his defense on it, and I have been feeling it. He worked a lot on it, like just the basic defense, you know, like getting on his side and protecting his neck and trying to push my body upwards. So the choke is not very tight. It was tight. It was close, but he worked on his defense. He's a hell of a competitor in the top 5, top 10 since 10 years, over 10 years. I mean, when he was top 5 in this division, I was still fighting in Mali, in Timbuktu, you know, my first mission outside the country. So, whole different job, and I had absolutely nothing to do with MMA. I never had a pair of mitts on my hands, so a lot of experience, and he has been learning from his mistakes. So I had to bring him to the hospital with some vicious ground and pound, and this is what I did.
You did get the finish, and then you state your claim as the top of the division, calling out the bigger names in the division. Who would you like to fight next? And it seems like out of the guys you mentioned, Arman's the one without an opponent. Would you be happy to fight him for that #1 spot, or do you want to just go straight past him and get into title contention?
I'm fully focused on anybody inside the top 5, but the undisputed belt and the BMF belt are what are my first interest. My first point of interest is to fight the winner of Charles or Holloway, or the winner of Justin versus Ilya. But if it has to happen, I will fight Arman, of course, and I will take a spot.
Benoît, félicitations. You said it all in English, so I will go in French with the same question. La première, est-ce que tu peux nous parler maintenant un petit peu de l'avenir? Tu étais un petit peu discret sur tes ambitions sur l'année 2026. Maintenant que la victoire est faite, c'est quoi le but? On parlait de 5 noms, Charles Oliveira, Max Holloway, Ilia Topuria ou Justin Gaethje. Est-ce que tu peux un petit peu revenir sur tes ambitions après 4 finishes d'affilée en un an, en moins d'1 an?
So now I think I have the most finish out. Donc je pense que j'ai le plus de finish depuis 2021, je crois, tout combattant confondu, il me semble. Donc ouais, j'aimerais affronter. Je pense que la BMF, c'est quelque chose que j'ai en tête depuis longtemps. La ceinture lightweight également. Je pense que mon caractère, mes ambitions, ce que je fais en dehors de la cage et dans la cage font que l'UFC peuvent me faire confiance. Il y a beaucoup d'aléas que j'ai su taire, que j'ai su accepter au profit de l'UFC plusieurs fois en carrière, et pour assurer le spectacle. Et j'estime que j'ai gagné ma place pour avoir ce type de combat.
Merci. Est-ce que Dan t'a surpris quelque part? On parlait de quel point il a résisté à ton étranglement bras-tête. Tu as dû lui mettre des dégâts pour l'envoyer à l'hôpital, comme tu as dit, au round 2. Est-ce que voilà, il y a eu un endroit où tu as été surpris, inquiet peut-être pendant le fight?
Je me suis trop entêté sur la saisie du front kick. Et tu sais, quand tu t'entêtes quand vous vous entêtez sur une technique en particulier, bah, c'est là que ça marche le moins. Et donc, je me suis entêté. Je l'ai attrapé une fois, mais j'ai pas fini le takedown dessus. J'ai mal travaillé là-dessus. Il a été très très bon là-dessus. Il l'a mis subtilement. En fait, je pense qu'il a une des meilleures allonges de la catégorie de poids, et il a très bien joué. Et donc, je pense que là-dessus, j'ai fait la même erreur que Tsarukyan. J'aurais dû plus capitaliser peut-être sur les low kicks, mais il n'en a pas envoyé. Il a vraiment été intelligent, et il a plus visé les genoux dans l'axe et les front kicks. Et il a été très bon là-dessus. Donc, bravo à lui. ça a été compliqué de les saisir. Donc j'ai dû casser la distance différemment en imposant un duel en anglaise à la mi-distance et à la longue distance, mais en cassant et en forçant un peu le rythme, parce que la distance de kick, c'est un très bon kickboxer, il l'a maîtrisé bien.
Last one for me in English. This one, your coach Nicolas Ott is undefeated at the UFC since he's working with Nassourdine and you as well. Can you talk about a bit about him, the preparation, and how important he is in your training camp and in your last wins?
Yeah, he's doing a great job with in the UFC with William Gomis, Nassourdine Imavov, and myself. He has also a lot of we have also a lot of great sparring partners like Pierre Monzo, who just won yesterday at RS national scene. Youssef Bouganem, the Bouganem brothers, and a couple of high-level guys. So I'm blessed and happy to work with him since a couple of times now, and his goal is the same for me and for Nassourdine, is to bring a belt back in France.
Benoit. The commentary team said in the first round that those teeps that you're taking from Dan Hooker must have hurt. Did you feel some pain from them, or was it just like a regular kick?
No, they were good, but like I said, I was waiting too much on catching them. And if you try to catch, it's like fishing, you know. You don't catch, you catch nothing at all. So I made a debutant fishing mistake. I tried to fish the the front kick, but he was very flexible, very athletic with it, very calm when he was throwing it. And yeah, of course, the first couple ones were okay, but so one time he landed 2 in a row, and I felt like, okay, maybe I will switch the strategy because obviously I'm catching nothing there.
And are you surprised how long the ref let it go towards the end there with the ground and pound?
Yes, I was a little bit surprised. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't putting full power on the, and then I saw the time running out, and I was like, okay, this minute, sorry, man, but you're gonna feel it, and I just throw recklessly.
Congratulations.
Benoît, après cette victoire, t'aimerais revenir quand maintenant?
Bah, ça va dépendre de. C'est un sport d'opportunité. C'est un sport aussi qu'on fait en équipe, en famille. Donc, comme je dis, moi, je regarde attentivement le combat de la BMF. Mais hormis ça, sinon, ça va être sûrement des vacances méritées pour ma femme, l'équipe, et repartir sur des objectifs très concrets pour la suite.
Et tu avais annoncé un bain de sang avant le combat. Est-ce que tu es satisfait de ta performance?
Je suis satisfait pour plein de raisons. Je ne vais pas m'étendre dessus, mais je suis satisfait pour plein de raisons. Et je pense que pour les fans, ça a été quand même un combat sympa à regarder. C'est ce que je pense que les gens avaient envie de voir. Et voilà, dans l'ensemble, je suis content quand même de ce combat. Et fier de l'équipe. Comme je dis, je porte le deuil de ma grand-mère depuis 1 mois maintenant. Ça a été dur pour moi. Ça a été un moment un petit peu compliqué pour moi. Ça a été aussi un camp en plus rapidement pour ma femme, mes enfants. J'ai aménagé récemment dans le sud-ouest. Pour l'instant, j'ai habité 6 jours dans la maison que j'ai achetée il y a 5 mois. Donc voilà, on va peut-être prendre un petit peu de temps pour se poser et prendre des vacances. Thank you all.
We just lost Aunt Denis up there. Yeah, man. Interesting accounts of him saying that he's going for the title. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess because of his loss with Dustin Poirier, it's hard to believe that. But yeah, in any regard, yeah, we're just waiting for Dana White to come up next. So yeah, I believe it's Dana White, and then it's the main event after that. All right, I feel like I can hear Dana White down the hallway with his mouth breathing. You know that Dana White, the way that he breathes, you can hear it down the street. You can hear it down the hallway. Oh, is that no? That's not Dana White. That's somebody else. But Dana White is coming soon. All right, so still waiting on Dana White. Oh wait, no, it's not Dana White. You know what? Dana White is not in Australia. Interestingly enough, I guess he didn't want to make that travel. He's like, no way, I'm making that travel. I'm gonna stay in Las Vegas. I'm gonna play the blackjack tables. Australia, you got to get more casinos if you want me to come down there. So if it's not Dana White, more than likely it's probably going to be one of the matchmakers, maybe Sean Shelby or one of the international representatives for the UFC. But either way, they're going to have some interesting, an interesting post-fight presser for sure. All right, so right now, here's what we got for the lightweight rankings, right? 6 to 15, Dan Hooker, Gamrot, BSD, Rafael, Renato, Dariush, Chandler at number 12, Manuel Torres, number 13, Mauricio Ruppi, number 14. By the way, the Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez boxing fight happened tonight. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if it's still going on or what, but I will catch that replay any way that I can. So that's also a good fight of the night as well. I think they're going to end up cutting Tai Tuivasa, or maybe not, right? Maybe like one more fight. Maybe they'll have him fight Gable Stevenson as some sort of like, you know, just so they can give Gable Stevenson a ranking right away. Yeah, I think probably Volkanovski is going to be up next, if it's not Dana White or you know, the one of the representatives for the UFC. Oh, great, man. Yeah, here's another shoey right here by Teixeira. Right, usually done by Bam Bam, but because he lost, they're like, all right, you know what? We're going to have Teixeira do it for the sake of the local culture. Yeah, man. So now we just await the next. Yeah, great night of fights for sure. All right, so still waiting on either Volk or some sort of representative of the UFC to give us, some updates on, maybe even the gate or whatever it is that they want to give up the views on Paramount, because obviously there's no pay-per-views anymore. So yeah, we'll see. Wow, look at this, man. Looks like Robert Whitaker is sort of hinting at whatever it is that he has going on in June, maybe a White House card or something like that. But yeah, so the post show just ended right now, so now we're just awaiting the last of the press conference. So that's all that we got going on right now. So, oh, okay, another Apex card next week. Okay. All right, but yeah, still waiting on the last of the press conference. Look at this. I love how they end this with like the octagon is closed. See you next time. Like very interesting.
Congratulations on the win and a great performance.
Thank you.
When you look at this fight and the first fight, how did it play out differently? And were you surprised at anything that happened in there tonight?
I guess not surprised. Yeah, he did. We obviously the first fight.
All right, so we got Volkanovski up right now.
Anytime soon, but like obviously I turned as you can see as I was circling, went to do that, and he learned to cut off straight away. But again, everyone's just like, oh yeah, he's got to learn to cut off. I said, okay, well I'll just go the other way. You know what I mean? Or I'll do something else. So he ended up struggling a little bit going the other way. I did want to grapple more. I thought I could have, grabbed the hold of him. He felt pretty strong. I'm like, oh, okay, won't bother. Jumped the gilly for a bit of a laugh. Didn't work, but yeah, it's all good though. Yeah, like he's tough, man. He's tough, strong. If anything surprised me, it's probably strength. He seemed stronger this camp.
So I was going to ask you about that because it seemed like some of those shots you got him really deep, and he was able to sort of shrug you off much easier than I thought. Not easier, but much better than I thought he was going to be able to. Was that the entire game plan? Was to grapple and take him down and maybe land some ground and pound, or was it just you were going to find it out in the moment?
I mean, we were going to find it out. Obviously, we wanted to take it down, and the idea was to the main focus take minimal damage. You know what I mean? 37-year-old man. I don't need to be taking damage. You know, the first fight we had, I was in a lot of pain. You know, I wanted to have a quick turnaround. I couldn't because there's a lot of things, that I had to recover from in that fight. Yeah, so it's all good. You know, it was mate, just to go out there and do what I did, was, again, at this age, 37 years old, just to win, right, is an awesome feeling. And then to do it here in Sydney, not only that, to defend your belt at 37 here in Sydney in front of your family and friends, it's incredible.
I mean, we were obviously, I think everyone was waiting for the walkout, right, to see what the vibe was going to be like. It lived up to it.
So it did, right? Like it felt good. I just don't know. Yeah,
pretty good.
Okay.
When you walked out, and you're taking in that moment, because I saw you were smiling, you were looking around, you seemed to really want to take in that moment.
Of course.
Is it easy for you, obviously, as the guy that you are, to switch into fight mode right away, or did you have to sort of say to yourself, like, okay, let's not get carried away here. There's still a job to do?
No, I don't need to do that now. Like I used to always not let myself do that. I've got to stay composed and all this. Don't want to get too much. Then I started getting to a point where I'll do that. I'll be like, oh, I can't do this, and then I'll be too chill in there. I'll be in there like, wait, am I fighting? Like it was like literally like that. So now I'm like, bring it on. Give me the energy as much as you want. Fire me up. I need it. So it's all good. I can really soak it all in, and I was able to do that. It was cool. Yeah, so it was a few different times I got to work the crowd, and we bounced off each other pretty good, so it was cool.
You've already made your claim to who you want next, either Blarone or Mozart. Whoever wins that fight should be coming.
I'm an easy champ to understand, man. Like if you deserve it, you're next.
You mentioned that last time you wanted a quick turnaround, but you were a little bit sore. How are we feeling today? And do we think maybe you can convince those guys to turn around quickly and get in there?
I mean, I took way less damage in this one. Obviously, he still had some of his moments. There are a couple of things that are even in camp that you're going to look at anyway. So you take care of those things, and but it should be fun.
Congratulations, man.
Cheers.
Volk, obviously, congratulations on the win. But you said previously you wanted to offer your people a moment, create them a memory. Are you happy with what you did tonight?
I mean, just a win here in Sydney's. That's the moment. That's all they needed, right? Just a walkout is the moment. We've got fight of the night. I've got to watch the fight back. I thought I could have done more in there. I definitely thought I could have done more in there. But at the same time, do I need to do more in there when I'm the champ? 37. He's the guy that's meant to be this aggressive young guy. How much more aggressive should I be? You know what I mean? Should I, play that game? That's why I watch it back. I felt like I was being patient, just picking my shots here and there. And I didn't expect fight of the night, so I'll watch it back and see how I was.
You told me this walkout would be better than the one against Islam. How did it feel?
I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it back. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I know you were there. What do you reckon? Was it better? You reckon it was better? There you go. I worked them out for a bit longer too, you know what I mean? Like I got them, they were singing, got them popping, went in there, got them popping again, you know what I mean? Worked the octagon, got them popping again, you know what I mean? It was good. You just got to know how to work them. So it was good. We're vibing off each other pretty good, so I was pretty happy with that. What are you laughing at? Popping? Pop, is that what we're laughing at? I thought it was good. Cheers.
Just one for me.
Yes.
How important is for you to have more title defense than Jose Aldo and maybe become the greatest of all time in the featherweight division? Is it something that's matter for you?
I'm not chasing title defenses, and it's like yes, all of that stuff. I just want to keep winning, keep getting them good paychecks. Yeah, that's gonna build the legacy I'm not trying to outdo Aldo, or, you know, it's got nothing to do with that. For me, it's just, you know, win and just be successful. You know what I mean? I've got a family to look after, and whatever I do to be successful, I'm happy.
Alex, obviously, just over here.
Yeah.
How are you? Diego sort of struggled to walk into the back after the fight. He threw some really good leg kicks. How important were the leg kicks going into this fight for you as a part of the game plan?
We knew he would throw some, especially if I was going to turn to his power side. But yeah, I'll throw a bit. I think it was more the last round. He ended up kicking. I think he might have kicked my elbow. I can feel that as well. But and I can't remember if it was my leg or my elbow. But you know, he done something, and then when he went to stand on it, so I think he buckled his foot. Obviously I was already ahead, but I knew we needed that round, and I seen him buckling and struggling to put weight. Could maybe do more here, but then I'm like, I think it was his front leg, his lead leg. So I was like, he can still sit. I'm pretty calculated. So I was like, he can still carry his weight on that back foot if he really wants to sit some big shots. So I was like, I won't get too carried away. Like I was thinking, can I capitalize on that? I'm like, I could by doing what I'm doing. Maybe a takedown. Like I thought, takedown probably a bit easier now, rather than being like, I'm going to just go for it because he only needs the back leg for that. So yeah, I didn't get too careless.
There was an iconic sort of moment when you were on top of him and the crowd was cheering, right?
I
It was
watch
an
that,
interesting
actually. I forgot
position,
about
but
that,
then
yeah.
you were sort of going back and forth with the crowd. And
Yeah.
what was going on in your mind there? Because this is like towards the end of the fight, you kind of know, all right, I got this down. The crowd is just already celebrating.
I knew he probably needed something big. So even when he had me and he took my back, I was like, you know, I don't know where people are like, oh, no panic. I wasn't panic. I was like, yeah, well, this is, you know, you ain't going to finish me here. Like, you know, I'm pretty confident in my submission defense. I've proved that plenty of times. So I knew I'd eventually get on top there. And then he went for the arm. He went for the, anyway, he went for the arm. I won't get into it, but he went for the arm. And I was like, sweet. And then at one point, I was like, got to be careful here. But then I got out and I'm like, all right. And then we got there and again, I knew I was like, I could just chill here and try and land a couple of shots, have a bit of a laugh with the crowd. Get him popping. Maybe that was you for you, Arabella. You missed that. Get the crowd popping again. You know, you missed it.
Just the last one. Just the last one for me. Obviously, it does look like maybe it's going to be Mosa fighting, you know, Murphy. But you like to stay active. There's, you know, Jean Silva out there. I know Matsurikin wants a crack at it as well. If those guys are, you know, maybe healing up because they still have to have this fight, would you be open to potentially fighting sooner against like a Jean Silva or a Matsurikin to stay active and keep the momentum going?
I mean, as I said, I'm an easy champ to understand. I'll talk to the UFC if that's what they want. As long as, look, I feel bad enough, I feel bad enough that like there's guys that probably deserve. I'm gonna eventually get it. Do I want to make them late? Just again. So I've got a responsibility. I talk about having a responsibility as a champion. I don't think enough champions look at it that way. For me, I look at it as a responsibility. There's rankings for a reason. There's people that deserve it. If someone does get in, I'll be active enough to still give the people that deserve it a chance anyway, so I don't have to wait too long. But I mean, if I'm just going to keep letting other people just cut the line, I'm not really doing my part either. So I'll talk to UFC, see what they say. But for me, again, I'm an easy champ. I stand at the end of the day if the UFC just push it or whatever. All right, but we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Well, just on the back. Sorry. Just on the back of that, you're talking about you're an easy champ to work with and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of talk going into this one about a new deal. Just curious if you in the UFC did manage to come to a new deal. Did you get a nice pay rise? Did Ashbel Castro do his job?
Laddie, we did again. There's going to be a lot of talks. Obviously, you can't get into much of, but yes, they looked after us. So it's it was good. Yeah, very thankful to be in the position. Not only it was hard work to get this. Believe it or not, I don't know if you know, but it wasn't easy getting the event here in Sydney. As you can see, back-to-back weeks of numbered events. There's a reason for that. It was like the only time we could do that here, and everyone did their part to make that happen. Obviously, for the Australian market, for me, so I'm very thankful. You know, we did negotiate and all that sort of stuff. Very thankful and blessed to be where I am. Got fight of the night as well. On the new fight of the night bonuses and all that. Pretty cool. I can get my bobcat now, from my farm. So looking forward to that. But yeah, unless there's sponsors out there that want to jump on board, and then we don't have to buy a bobcat. I'll buy the missus the purse. Good, mate. How are you guys?
Well, mate. Look, you've spent 10 rounds with Diego
Yeah, still on.
Shots over those 10, and the bloke just never goes away. He's got an incredible chin. To stop this bloke.
I mean, he's just got that chin. Can that chin last forever? No, he can't have that style. But he did make a few different changes. He tried to work a few things. You know, he was flicking the kicks out, trying to work cut off a bit better. He was doing some different things, shooting as well. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? He's still got a pretty well-rounded game when it comes to knowing everything, all aspects. But he's going to get better at putting it all together, and then he won't have to rely on just that chin sooner or later. But it's always going to be dangerous when you're that type of guy. It's just unfortunate that he had to fight me for the 2 title fights. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, I know how to work the octagon, footwork. I can do all these things and take advantage of that with him. A lot of the other guys won't be able to do that for 25 minutes. They won't be able to make the adjustments that I can. So it's unfortunate because if he had to 10 rounds with anyone else, they ain't doing what I did for them 10 rounds. So he's just, you know, it's unfortunate, in a sense. He'll be back. You know, he's still young enough. He'll be back. Obviously, he won't be able to kick, but he kept doing his thing. Like, he's a gamer. The reason why he got a shot straight away is because he gets back in there, fights anyone, anywhere, anytime. You keep doing that, the UFC will favor him eventually anyway, so he'll get another chance.
And we've seen you in the back with Colby on the beers already. You look like you're in better physical shape than you were in Miami after the fight. So are you looking forward to finally celebrating with the friends and family tonight?
Yeah, for sure, man. Like, I guess I can. Last time I was in some pain. I wanted a quick turnaround. I couldn't. You know, there was a lot of things that went in, and you got the concussions, eye stuff with the eyes, and there was a lot that went in. Obviously, a few nigglies. I don't think anything too serious. We had a couple of things in camp that we're going to have to, as I said, won't get too much into it. I'll look after them, see what we can do. So probably can't be too quick of a turnaround. But in saying that, like, I'm talking, you know, a couple of weeks off, just get back into it. Cheers. Well, cheers.
Hey, Volk.
Yep.
First off, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Your legacy is already cemented in the UFC as the greatest featherweight of all time. But I want to talk about an Australian sporting perspective. Like, when it's all said and done, your name's going to be up there with the likes of Don Bradman, Dawn Fraser, Rod Laver as, you know, the people, when people think of Australian sportsmen, they think of you. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on your name being up there with some of the greatest sportsmen that this country's ever produced.
No, man, look, I don't look at it that way, you know. Like, you know, for me, I just keep doing my thing, and yeah, you hear that, like, you hear people like throw things like that out. It's like pretty cool because, you know, that sounds very special. But for me, I'll just keep doing my thing and let that speak for itself and let people do the talking. I ain't the one to sit there going, I should be here, should be there. You know, people have, as I've said, I've always been the underdog. I've always looked at it like everyone doubts me and counts me out. And when I hear people say these things, it means a lot. But for me, it's just, I'll just keep doing what I do. Very, very blessed to be where I am, and I'll just keep doing my thing. You all good? Yeah, you hot or something. Like, look, I was like, you look mad, or I don't know if you're angry. I'm like, am I saying stuff that's revving him up, or what do you know what's going on?
And just on fighting in Sydney, obviously, your next fight, I'm not sure when it's going to be, but how hard are you going to fight to try and get another fight here, or at least before your career ends?
I mean, to be able to fight again here in Australia would be incredible. And, I mean, when you get turnouts like that, you know, I think the UFC would love to do that, would love to bring it back here. So we'll see. You know what I mean? Like, can it be my next one? I don't know. We'll see what happens.
So,
are they looking at another Arabella? Is there leak anything? Anyone know? Any whispers? Any whispers? Okay. Oh, go on. I'm going to let you know, actually. So,
congrats on the win, and go the Dragons.
Thank you. Go to Dragons.
Bob, just down here.
Yes.
Just one from me. In the third Max fight, you really pitched a shutout. In the second Diego fight, you've pitched a shutout. What is it that happens with you in rematches where you have the full time to kind of prepare? What is it that you figure out?
Just, I don't know, man. I'm just that guy. Again, what separates me with most of people, I always talk about, I ain't the most athletic guy in the world, but I got all the right stuff. You know what I mean? I'm a guy that never shies away from a challenge. You know what I mean? There's no real secret to success. I'm the guy that will do what everyone doesn't want to do. And because I'm doing that every day, it makes everything else easy. And then when I say makes everything else easy, it makes adjustments easy. It makes, adversities, getting through adversities easy. All that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? There's going to be chaos. A lot of people can't handle chaos. I put myself through chaos every camp, you know what I mean? I'm used to this, you know what I mean? I make that the norm. And then, you know what I mean? So whenever there's challenges in front of me, I'm going to find a way. You know, if you're that type of guy, you're going to try and find a way. Every time there's any adversity through camp or through training, you find a way. You problem solve every single time. That's just going to get easier and easier every time there's a problem in front of you. So obviously when you've got a rematch, there's problems in front of you and I'm doing better than most people.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Volk.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've touched on your age a few times. How has your preparation changed as your career's gone on?
Yeah, I mean, I had to, pull it back a little bit. You know what I mean? You ain't going to do. Everyone knows that, again, I wouldn't be where I am if I wasn't the guy I was. When I talk about, I put myself through it. You know what I mean? I did for many years. You know what I mean? I talk about there's people that are going to be like, oh, he's doing too much. I did too much for so many years. I pushed the boundaries. I still push the boundaries for my age, but at the same time, that boundary is probably that little bit lower. It can be detrimental if I do too much. But just trying to find that perfect balance where I'm still pushing that boundary, still flirting with that boundary. I keep saying boundary, you know what I mean. I'm still flirting with it, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people are going, oh, maybe pull back. I'm like, no, I'm getting through it. We're all right. If I do too much, maybe I don't get to the fight, you know what I mean? So I'm just finding that right line. So we did pull it back a little bit. The intensity was there. Maybe the volume dropped back a little bit. But yeah, just again, got an incredible team around me, from the coaching, from game plans, from the physio, strength and conditioning, dietitians, you name it. You know, people just understanding my body. You know, you've got your coaches that just know, like, I'm going to push my body through it, and then they're going to be like, pull up a little bit. I'm like, all right, I can accept that. You know what I mean? I'm the type of guy that I got to go. You know, I refuse to not train. But then someone goes and we need to, all right, I can accept that. That's another thing that some people can't do. A lot of people just want to be a bulldog in there, or like they just want to go. And they can't handle not going as well. But sometimes you need to know you need to adapt. There's going to be times where it can be detrimental if you do too much. Can you mentally tell yourself, ease up, you're going to be fine. You might have to miss the week here because of this, but that's just going to put us in a better position next week. Accept that. And being able to accept that is something that I've been able to do with the team around me, with my headspace, my mental mentality. And that's why I'm always succeeding. And that's why I'm still doing what I am at 37 years old.
Speaking of a part of the team, you're a big family man.
Mm-hmm.
Retirement's been on people's lips a lot this week. You've made it clear you're not ready to retire yet. But how do those conversations go at home as kind of you get a bit older?
I mean, minimal damage, right? Like that's what I mean. Like he still landed some shots. I watched the fight back, but I feel much better, so it's all good. That's something that I'm worried about. Like I don't want my family to have to see me taking too much damage. It's going to come down to that as well. How much damage we're taking. Obviously, there's going to be damage in the gym as well. But we'll see. So we'll just keep going. Obviously, feel great, and I told you my plans weren't to retire after this one. A lot of people thought, in Sydney it's going to be his moment to hang the gloves, but nah, we're all good. We'll keep going. We'll see where we go.
And speaking of your team, there was
a
swap
take
out.
advantage of that new contract. You know what I mean?
Eugene Behrman wasn't in your corner tonight. That's a change. Was it kind of a noticeable difference not having him there?
Oh, no, he's still in the team. It's just obviously he's busy with his team. We've got Brad Riddell. Again, we're good. We've got this big team. You know what I mean? We sort of just move around the parts how we need to. You got there's even our team. We've got a massive team with so much knowledge. So some people are like, oh no, yeah, Brad's done a lot of work with you. He's going to go in there. He's doing a great job, and that's good. Like we all communicate. We all got a group chat, all fight week, all camp. You're just sitting there communicating. It's just it's not really like someone has to be there. It's just depends on who can be there and who will and whatnot. So we just make them decisions as we go.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to get your response from Jean Silva. He's basically said that he's going to do a camp with Elliot to break you. So I just wanted your response to that.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I think he's a bit upset about the roofie thing, but I I mean, like, you know, I don't think it was anything more than the fact that, like, you've got Rufy, who's a part of Engage Industries at the moment, AP management, and like we connected sort of through that. Did a bit of training there, and you know, he's obviously a very good guy, incredible guy, one of the nicest guys you ever meet. And obviously, just wanted to work on these things. So I was always going to work with him. I know Rafa, so it was tough because I know Rafa as well. But at the same time, I was always going to work with Rufy, and I think John Silver took that to heart. Supposedly, I don't know if it's real that they're not following each. Like, he doesn't follow Rufy anymore. I don't know. It shouldn't be like that. It's nothing like that. It's not like we're, you know, I don't know why he's getting so butthurt about that. But yeah, man, Rufy. You know what? I will tell you something. I don't know. Well, do they allowed to say? I don't even know if he's not like a Rufy. Like again, Rafa and Rufy. I knew that was going to be an incredible fight. But put it this way, we are lucky that Rufy even turned up this week. If you knew the half the stuff that he went through. He had influenza, like legit influenza A, like at the start of the week, like crazy fevers. I didn't even think he would be able to do the weight cut. So I was like, oh man, like, so we've got to mentally try and get him through that. And then he had some troubles even today, big troubles today, and couldn't move. But, you know, just told him that he's got to mentally get himself in there, got himself around it, and then was able to go and do what he does against someone like Rafa. Incredible, man. Like very, very, you know, a lot of respect for him to just even turn up tonight. So I thought I'd just throw that out there because if you knew, he'd probably blow out. Yep. For the gong, I reckon half of them are here tonight. I reckon they travelled, yeah. Yeah, obviously the support's always been incredible over there. I love it back home. I'll never leave the place. But yeah, it's always good. It's always good when you hear him out of, I don't know, what they say? They say Wingdang today? They did say Wingdang, yeah. You know, out of Wingdang, you know, stuff like that. It's pretty cool, you know. And even just a fight here in Sydney, it's pretty much around the corner for everyone back home. So I know the tickets were expensive, but and I apologise to everyone back home that did make it. But yeah, hope he's enjoyed the show. Hope it was worth it.
Volk, can I just ask quickly? Obviously, he had his one moment in the third round where he caught you there. Can I just ask what sort of was going through your head in that moment?
I was all right. I was all there. You know, it wasn't like I was like, oh, where am I? So it was all good. I think obviously catch, whether it's just that flash and your feet just lose it a little bit. I think I seen the replay actually. So I seen my feet sort of get caught. Obviously, it wasn't a trip. It was from the punch as well, but I think it was just a bit of both. So obviously, whether it was a bit of a flash, but I was all right by the time. I didn't even think much of it. I remember feeling it, but knowing that I was all good, I was like, shit, that ain't going to look good. And that's all I thought of it.
Was there something you did wrong there that then you had to readjust? So
I'll have to watch. I'll have to watch it. You know what I mean? I can't remember. So yeah, just a part of the game, man.
And then do you think Arman Saryukian's call out is legit, or do you think it's just part of his?
I think, probably, I don't know. I don't know. He's not too tall. He's a solid dude. Can he make 145? I don't know. I'm not sure. But again, if for me, you know, everyone knows I'll fight anyone, anywhere. You know, he's obviously would be a great challenge, but I'm not taking that serious because, you know, maybe it's just, you know, he should be fighting for the title, right? Like he's the one that should have probably been there. So maybe he's just thrown out there for a bit of a laugh. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't think I'm not going to pay too much attention to that till I know it's serious. I know I've got two serious guys in Lerone Murphy and Movzar. So I'll just really worry about them until someone says otherwise.
And who do you think wins that fight if they fight those two?
Lerone Murphy got good, you know, got good footwork. Can fight the right fight. I just think Movzar ends up grabbing hold. I think he's going to be stronger. I think Movzar takes that. But I mean, it would be an interesting fight. You know, if anyone can work a good game plan to keep him on the outside and make it hard for Movzar, Lerone could do that. But if I had to pick someone, it would probably be Movzar.
Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
There's been so much talk about your legacy. How would you like to be remembered, both as a fighter and a person, when it's all over?
Just a good dude, man. Just, you know, like that's something I'm most proud of. People ask, your greatest accomplishment. I'm like, I know, you know, it's not, you don't really want to talk about yourself now, but I'm just think I've been the same person I was through my whole career, and I'm proud of that. You know, a lot of people are going to lose themselves, and, you know, but for me, it's just, yeah, I'm proud that I was, you know, I forget that I'm champion. I do all this stuff half the time. I really do, you know. So it's pretty cool. It's a weird one, but like, that's something I'm most proud of. It hasn't really gone through my head. I forget about it sometimes. So I think that's something I'm most proud of.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to have to watch it back, have a feel for it. Obviously, I feel like it's going to be up there. I got fight of the night as well. So, like, you know, it's a, you know, whether it's just all the other fights sucked, I don't know. I'll watch the fight. Hopefully it was a fun fight and we still gave the crowd what they wanted. I know the walkout was mad. Love that. I mean, as just fighting here in Sydney, incredible. We'll see. I'll have to take a look at it all and all that. Like, it's a pretty good feeling. I'm pretty wrapped at the moment.
And you're
every win at this age, man, doing what I'm doing this far into my career is fucking pretty good, man. And I'm pretty proud of it. So it's going to always rank up there. Yeah, maybe, you know what I mean? Why not? I don't mind dropping a note here and there.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Is that us? All right, well done.
All right, guys. So that concludes Volkanovski's press conference right here. Here's what I will say, okay? That's really important to understand this whole entire theme, right? So obviously Justin Gaethje, 37 years old, obviously did a number on Paddy Pimblett, right? The young up-and-comer. Here's Diego Lopes, a young up-and-comer, taking on the champion in Volkanovski. He's also 37. Well, what is it with these older dogs that are doing the dang thing? Well, it's a combination of things. I mean, number one, obviously, it's because of the fact that they are experienced. As the fact that they are experienced, you know, that means that they also have a lot of skills that can be very detrimental to the style of the up-and-comer, right? Especially the fact that, let's say, young up-and-comers are usually a lot more impatient, or at least in just general terms, right? But for the most part, the veteran obviously understands the fact that they have to be very methodical. They have to be very careful. They have to execute with a precise and a perfection. And they kind of understand how to do that over times of just practice and repetition. But at the same time, what they also have is the proper recovery and modern sports nutrition that sort of comes with all of that. But listen, more on that on the next time around, because this is all that we have for this one right now. This is all that we have for UFC 325 full coverage from the first fight all the way to the end. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.